Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10800 under Committee Report number 335. This is the bill on the 2025 General Appropriations Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of interpellation on the general principles and recognize the sponsor, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Grace Point, to interpellate the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Senator Grace Poe, the sponsor of the measure, as well as our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, are both recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good
You may
afternoon.
proceed, Senator Pimentel.
Before Senator Pimentel.
Senator Poe?
Yes. Good afternoon again. And before we begin our deliberations on the general principles, I'd like to acknowledge the DBCC team for their presence again today. This representation is now ready to take more questions. Less, hopefully, but go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We accomplished a lot yesterday, so I'll try my best no longer to cover what has been covered yesterday. But I think yesterday was gave us the official results of the election in the United States, and then all of us, and I believe the peso to dollar exchange rate immediately reacted. Mr. President, is that correct?
Yes, it did.
It did. So that's
The dollar strengthened.
why I asked that, because in making the budget, we made some assumptions, and one of the assumptions would be the foreign exchange rate. Ang sabi sa President's report, the President's budget message, we are assuming the Philippine to US dollar in 2025 to range from 55 to 58. So how was it? How was it yesterday, immediately after the results of the US election?
Mr. President, for now, normally we really look at the entire year average, not just on a day-to-day basis.
Yes.
For now, we're still at 58, below 58.
If we average it, but just for our information, what happened yesterday? How did the peso react to the dollar after the victory of Trump,
58.7.
President? How was that? What was the 58.83? Okay. So 58.80. So ganyan po ka importante ang mga world events. Some of our assumptions are affected. What if, ito lang po question, what if the peso further deteriorates against the US dollar?
Sorry, could you repeat that, sir?
What if the peso further deteriorates against the US dollar? What would be our anticipated effect on the 2025 budget, and how should we defend against such an event, Mr. President?
For every peso depreciation, Mr. President, there's an 11.3 billion additional revenue and a disbursement of 3.9 billion and a budget balance of 7.4 billion. Meaning, if the peso depreciates, we collect more revenues with the Bureau of Customs.
Okay, but that's from the point of view of the government revenues, and I understand that since we're talking about the budget, our resource persons will limit themselves to government revenues. But how does it affect our people? Hindi ba the cost of living will also be more expensive?
Of course, with the depreciation of the peso, there is also an effect because we import a lot of goods.
A lot of things, yeah.
And the cost will be a little higher. But Mr. President, also let's not forget that the buying power also, some of our citizens, countrymen who are dependent on OFW remittances will be encouraged to spend more also because of the favorable exchange rate on their part. But of course, there's always the pro and the con, and for us, it's a matter of making having all these contingencies in place.
When we compute the GDP, di ba GDP is composed of four basic elements: domestic consumption, government spending, investments, and then net exports. Or are we do sa fourth category? Are we positive with net exports? What is the in our GDP equation? Is it a positive or a negative?
We have a trade deficit. That's not surprising. A current account deficit and a balance of payment surplus. In layman's terms, there's still more dollars coming in than going out.
Can we
That increases our gross national reserves.
and the dollars can come from remittances and of course loans. Tama?
Yes, remittances, BPO, tourism, and investments.
Don't we include the proceeds of loans in the balance of payments equation? Yes, that's correct. Okay. What's the answer? Can the chairperson state for the record the answer?
For the record, the sources of income for our dollar reserves, in spite of the increase in the dollar value against the peso, are remittances from the OFWs, the service sector, which is the BPO included, tourism, and investments.
So for a country like the Philippines where net exports is negative, meaning to say, ano tawag doon? Trade deficit, should we desire the depreciation of the peso versus the dollar, or should we desire more the appreciation of the peso versus the dollar?
It depends. Of course, it's a balance of all of the factors that are affecting the economy. Sometimes for exports, it's more appealing for buyers abroad that the peso is weaker than their currency. On the other hand, as we already discussed earlier, with a weaker currency, it's also more expensive for us to be able to procure imports. So that's why, again, we go back to we always try to focus on strengthening investments in our economy.
Is that the thinking of the economic managers? Given the Philippine situation, na trade deficit tayo, what is to be desired? A strengthening of the peso against the dollar or a weakening of the peso against the dollar?
We want stability and predictability
Correct.
and more investments. We want to manufacture more to sell to the world
That's correct. Okay.
or service exports.
Yes, thank you kasi andito yata lahat yan sa President's message. That's why I want to go over them one by one if we are really achieving them, Mr. President. Teka muna, we make of record that we have allowed the DBM Secretary to not to be here today, no? Madam
Yeah.
Chairperson, because she was here yesterday, so okay na po yun sa atin.
Although
Because-
she's still represented here.
Yes, the
with
DBM is here with, who's representing the DBM?
Undersecretary Janet Abuel.
Yes.
Yes, who came highly recommended by the DBM Secretary.
Yes. And then the BSP governor is also not with us today, and he was also not with us yesterday. But I think it's because of a previously scheduled trip abroad. Is he
Yes.
abroad? Is he abroad?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. President.
I remember the time when Senator Recto was still with us. He was able to extract from the budget the total expenses for telecommunications. I think I still remember parang a press release from Senator Recto about the telecommunication expenses of the government. Do we know the expenses? I will not be asking about that. Ang question ko is, do we know the expense of the government for foreign trips?
For foreign trips,
Yes,
yes. Let
Kasi, Mr. President, yung ating schedule na bulabog sa mga foreign trips ng ating mga heads of agencies, sabi ko ba, sobrang daming foreign trips.
Actually, for the record, Mr. President, I understand that we have to keep our foreign relations robust, but I would have wanted, and I'm sure our colleagues share this concern, that when they know it's the budget season, that they prioritize the discussions here. They know it comes more or less, we release the calendar early on, and yet many of them are appealing that can we move the schedule to this time or that time. Most of them we understand because it's necessary, but others I don't even think that it's a crucial trip for them
So
to undertake.
can we extract that figure? How much in the national budget
We are
is
getting
about
that
foreign
figure right
trips?
now.
Total. Okay na po yung total.
Okay, total, yeah, that's 24 billion local and foreign travel.
Ginagaya ko lang po si Senator Recto. Alam ko yung dating tinanong niya sa telecommunication expenses. Sige po.
Yan.
But at any rate, sana po na kasi we don't want to break our rule that the head of agency must at least be before us so that to show the interest of the head on the defense of their budget. Mr. President, ito po yung President's budget message, no? Paragraph 2. The World Bank, in its Philippines Economic Update for June 2024, noted the Philippines' robust growth. So that's how the World Bank defined our growth. May we know the growth rate, which was described by the World Bank as a robust growth? What was that growth rate?
It's an average of 6.1% growth in the last two and a half years.
Okay, kasi para lang definition of terms lang po to, robust na pala yan. Diba sa robust? Yes.
We're the second highest in the region, Mr. President. We stated this earlier.
Yes, okay.
Top 5 in the world.
As far as growth is concerned, okay. Pero, and I also remember the President's SONA. Sabi yata ni Presidente doon, what is the growth rate to the ordinary Filipino? So may we know why we should be glad that we have high growth rates? What is that to the ordinary Filipino,
Mr. President, I think that, of course, we're still not where we want to be, but definitely poverty has decreased, together also with the support the government has been giving them, and employment has increased. We cannot reduce poverty without growing the economy, but we have a figure also of the number of people who were lifted out of poverty in the past year. Poverty incidence in 2021 is 18%. But in 2023, it was 15.1%. So that means 2.4 million people were lifted out of poverty. This is because also of the continued increase in our growth. The upper middle income status is achievable in 2025 because we've been steadily increasing from 2023, 2024, and now $4,256 in 2023 for capita income, and then 4,363 in 2024. So there's a slight increase in income and a decrease in poverty.
That's per capita income, which
Yes,
is
Mr. President.
also just a figure, Mr. President. That's probably GDP divided by population. I think so. So I think ulitin ko po yung na-raise ko during the committee hearing. Is there a way to measure how the ordinary Filipino benefits from growth rate?
There are more jobs created. 50 million people are working today. We are creating 1 million jobs a year. Roughly 65% are salary and wages, which is an indication of a growing middle class. As I mentioned, also the upper middle income status that we are about to achieve by next year.
So that's why yesterday si Senator Joel naman went into definitions. So we really have to be defining when are you poor, what's the definition of poverty, and then when are you employed. Yun yung mga
Mr.
balik tayo
President,
ng balik sa ganun because those are the figures being used. So
for the poverty,
yes,
poverty threshold,
yes, how is
perhaps?
that defined?
Okay, so
Ma'am, can I cut you? Di ba nagka-controversy tayo nung committee hearing because yung food poor,
21 pesos per day.
60 plus pesos, 61 pesos per day, pag ginagastos mo daw yan sa sarili mo, you're not food poor. And then may 90 pesos per day, pag yan naman, you're not poor. Kaya nga tayo, sabi natin, if those are the definitions, definitely yung figures mo ang tataas, acceptable. Kaya nga, that's why let's be careful. What are you telling us now? The updated, updated definition?
No, Mr. President, I understand. Napakahirap lunukin na parang gumagasta lang tayo ng 60 pesos per day or 20 pesos per meal per person.
Yes,
Diba? So, 30 pesos na ngayon. Kasi naging 90 pesos na itong figure natin. This came from the World Bank. Now, usually it's income data. This is how the metrics are gauged. Income data from Family and Income Expenditure Survey, price data collected by the Philippine Statistics Authority, and the food bundle designed by the Nutrition Research Institute. Now, as a mother, I guess if you compute the 30 pesos a day, no, kakapiranggot na kanin, kumuha ka ng malunggay sa puno, magkano yon? Konting isda. Talagang kung pipilitin mo, aabot ka doon. Pero ito ba'y talagang realistic, di ba? So, I asked also the economic managers if, let's say, we increase the parameters, okay? We make the metrics a little bit more reasonable. Apparently, according to them, poverty incidence will still decrease. Yeah, so, and this is already factoring in inflation. Kasi kung gagamitin natin pareho lang standards from before, pareho lang yung measurement basis, pababa pa rin, pati kasama yung ano. Ngayon, Mr. President, hindi nangangahulugan na we're out of the woods or this is actually highly commendable. But we can say that we are working towards a better situation for our countrymen. That's why we also did not skimp on supporting basic institutions that will directly impact o yung talagang mararamdaman at makakatulong sa kanila.
So let's just use the figure given to us. According to our chairwoman, in 2023, the poverty incidence rate was 15.1%. So how was poverty defined when we reached 15.1%?
Poverty threshold, how was it reached or
How
how
was
was
it
it
defined?
defined? Well, if minimum income required for a family to meet basic needs, so meaning if they cannot meet their basic needs, as I mentioned, the 90 pesos per day, I assume 90 pesos per day per
Yeah,
person,
can we find out how it was defined?
or 33,000 pesos per year for per person. A family of 5,
165.
165,000 a year.
Ganyan. Sige, that's
So if I
yeah,
could repeat it for the
let's
record.
make it of record.
Okay.
And that is the answer for the supposed to be for the 2023 figure. That's how okay. Not now, not yung current, but how that 15.1% was reached in 2023. Sige, let's Madam
Again,
Chair,
it's
yes.
165,000 per year per a family of 5. 33,000 pesos per capita.
Pero per
Kasi yun nga yung sinasabi ng World Bank, 'di ba? Well, not 4,600 4,363 is yan yung GDP per capita income. So kung 30,000, yan, diba? Oh, that's the computation. You're poor if you're below that. And what if it's 4,364? One one peso above, then yeah, you're not.
So that was how I'm just soliciting facts how okay. So how about sige how about employment? What's our latest employment figure? Kasi yun po ang
Our employment act 3.6% employment. Unemployment.
Okay, sige, sa
3.7%, 3.6% unemployment.
3.6 to 3.7%.
Oh, actually bumaba na yan from 4.4%.
And then can
percent.
we revisit the definition? How was it? Anong year pala ito? What's the period if the 3.6?
2023, 4.6%.
Okay.
So far in 2024, 3.7%.
Okay. So ang claim natin nag-improve. So how was it defined? How is employment defined?
For better appreciation.
PSA yan, PSA.
The average employment hours is 40 hours per week. Yun yung average. So meaning to say, there are those that are above the average that are employed longer, and the minimum is 1 hour per
Kaya nga.
week.
So if a person, sinisurvey kasi ito eh. Tama, sinisurvey. If the person, you're not giving me the exact question kasi eh. If the person claims to have worked 1 hour at the time he was surveyed, he's employed.
Yes, Mr. President, but it 0.08 lang ng mga na-survey. 0.07 ang 1 hour.
Yes,
0.07. That's why we're still able to reach a high of 40 hours per week on average
0.07.
deployment. Kahit na, kasi 0.07 lang yung 1 hour.
Why did we use that definition in the first place?
International standards, Mr.
International.
President.
So yung kanina poverty, World Bank ang ginagamit natin. Ito naman sa employment, maybe ILO?
Yes.
ILO? Oh. So is it against best practice or is it against our policy for us to Philippinize the question, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the best practices are the international standards. Now, and the reason why we also do this is for, let's say, loans being extended, the viability of investments in our country. We need to be able to compare based on a standard that is acceptable for all. Now, yung palagi nating sinasabi bilang mga tagapaglingkod, ano ba talaga ang nararamdaman? Alam ko, doon kayo pumupunta.
Oh.
At yun din ang sinabi ng ating Senate President, paano mararamdaman ang kaginawahan. Kaya nga po, while we are debating the macro perspective, we also have to bear in mind that the government has to do certain social support projects that will compensate, even if, let's say, you're not necessarily on the bottom of the wealth structure, the poverty structure, you are still given support by the government. For example, the free state universities and colleges that the government is providing. Ito naman, hindi naman kailangan napakahirap ka to be able
Correct.
to avail of this. And whatever you would have spent or your family would have spent for that education goes back to your family's what do you call this, ability to spend for other things. That's why, Mr. President, yun hindi na mga nasusukat yon eksakto dito sa macro, pero meron pa rin tayong mga binibigay na tulong dito.
Meron kasi akong tinutulungan, Mr. President, na pamilya, mag-asawa. Dati, totally walang trabaho. Ngayon, yung babae, manikurista, yung lalaki, umi-extra sa tricycle. So in effect, hindi sila papasok sa unemployed, kung tutuusin. Pero, ano pa rin kulang na humihingi pa rin ng tulong pahingi ng panggata sa bata, pagkain. So we might be misled, ayoko sabihin deceived, but misled by our unemployment figure that as if maganda na ang may kita na lahat, but the source of income and as well as siguro the amount of the income is not sufficient for their family of 5. Actually, they are also a family of 5, Mr. President. So anong plano natin? I mean,
No,
what is the
Mr. President,
Can-
hindi lang naman ikaw.
Yes.
Marami talagang mga lumalapit sa atin na akala natin ay magiging okay na, lalo na pagdating sa kalusugan nila. Meron na tayo universal healthcare, may mga discounts for senior citizens, may mga discounts na iba't iba for medical support, pero lumalapit pa rin sa atin kasi kulang, di ba? So, kaya nga, habang kaya natin ay nagbibigay pa rin tayo ng pero syempre, hindi naman natin sinasabing
yung
maayos na talaga
yung in-example ko nga, so dati sa unemployed sila, ngayon hindi na sila sa unemployed, but sa underemployed kaya sila babagsak. So do we have,
Yes.
so what is that figure for the underemployed? Mr.
Ito
President?
po, let me get that. 11% are underemployed. And the reason also for this, Mr. President, di ba nadagdagan yung trabaho? Nadagdagan yung trabaho sa mga, lalong-lalo na sa private sector. Pero hindi pa nila naaabot yung, sabihin na nating level na masasabi nating komportable sila. Katulad niyan, halimbawa ngayon, magpapasko, marami talagang nadadagdag ng mga seasonal work para sa ating mga
So they will be
kababayan.
employed,
They will be employed.
but they are underemployed.
Compared to
So-
what a regular employee would get, it's not.
What's our observation on the trend about underemployment? Is it up? Going up?
It's
It's
still
also going down.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, okay.
Today you have 50 million working. Okay, let's start with our labor force is 51.8 million.
Our labor force is 51.8 million. 50 million are working.
Salary workers.
64% are salary workers.
Okay, 3.6 now.
Which is 32 million.
Okay. 32 million.
Private sector, 24.4.
Private sector, 24.4. 4.8 million workers in the public sector. So, actually, unemployment,
1.8.
1.9
That's why.
million people unemployed. Pero, Mr. underemployment
5.9.
is 5.9. Mr. President, kung titignan mo yung chart, no, from 2018, 2018 yung number of unemployed 2.3 million, 2019 2.3, 4.5 dahil pandemic 2020, 15.9. I'm sorry. 4.5 dahil pandemic, 3.7 pandemic, 2.7, 2.2, tapos ngayon nasa 2.0. So talagang bumababa yung unemployment, tapos underemployment from 6.7 in 2022 naging 5.9 na lang.
Ah, that's number. That's the number, no? Number yun.
Yeah.
Number, million yun, million, yes.
41 million employees.
In 2018, 41 million ang employed. Now it's 50 million. So
Jobs a year.
Ewan, sige. Okay, yes, please state it kasi may question ako doon.
okay.
Please state, we're creating 1 million jobs a year. I think that's the
Yes, we
claim,
are-
that's
we are
the, that's
more
the
than a
claim of
million jobs
our
per year.
economic managers. Can we get a description of the jobs that we're creating? What kinds?
Well, Mr. President, as you know, infrastructure, a lot of infrastructure.
Sa construction work?
63% are salary and wages.
We want to improve on that.
Yes, there are better quality jobs, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. But it's being improved, Mr. President. I know these are small
Yes, can we see-
victories. Yeah.
What have been the improvement over the years? So at the early years, 1 million jobs. Second year, 1 million jobs. But did the quality or the nature of the jobs improve? Did
Yes.
we notice? Did we notice any?
Yeah, the quality is improving, as mentioned by our secretary. But again, mentioned by our secretary, much more is desired.
Okay, so do we have a conscious strategy on how to improve the jobs that we're creating?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
As
May we know what is our plan? Naiintindihan mo gusto ko sabihin? Sabi mo 51.8.
the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, the work will be completed by the end of this year. Congratulations, Senator Joel, for that initiative and for authoring and sponsoring it.
Trabaho. Ano yun? Ano bang magagawa nun?
Mr. President, we discussed this in plenary. Now we congratulate our colleague for pushing this and for it being signed now. It's really basically improving the skills of our workers and making sure that there's a match between industry demand and also human development and training. So
At least-
that's the gist. Kasi dati, as mentioned nga by our colleague, sa ibang bansa, halimbawa, college ka pa lang or nagvo-vocational ka pa lang, meron ng partnership sa mga industriya na ito yung kailangan namin. Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Joel. Ito yung kailangan namin. So, damihan natin ng training para dito. Halimbawa, I mean, whatever, accountancy, welding, AI training, yun yung ito yung job openings, ito yung kailangan natin. So, kaya damihan natin ang training dun sa mga sektor na yon.
Okay, so meron tayong strategy to improve the jobs we are creating, and we already embodied this strategy into a law. Yun yan. Trabaho para sa Bayan Act.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sponsored, authored, and defended and sponsored by Senator Joel.
With the indulgence of my two colleagues,
What is
Mr.
the
President.
pleasure of Senator?
Mr. President, we just like to interject and put into the records of this August Chamber that today, a couple of hours ago, the President signed the Enterprise-Based Education and Training Act, which you yourself, Mr. President, started here in this August Chamber. And it's now a law, Mr. President, that would help not just create jobs, but create decent and sustainable jobs, Mr. President. If you recall, Mr. President, before, about 4% of the result of IBET graduates are being produced here in this country. And it's because of the fact that sabog-sabog ho kasi yung apprenticeship, yung pong dual training system, etc. Now, it's in one, we institutionalized the entire enterprise-based program. We came up with a clear-cut guidelines as to what kind of tax breaks they will be enjoying, 50% of the training cost. Tapos kung kayo po ay textbook institution, mag-receive kayo ng mga equipment, etc. Customs duties, exempted po yan. And at the same time, ang isa sa pinakamahalagang component nito yung one-stop shop, Mr. President. One-stop shop that would be able to attend and look into the programs to make sure that our learners will not be abused, Mr. President. So I just want to put that on record when we're talking about quality jobs that we are producing. So other than the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, the Tulong Trabaho Act, the Enterprise-Based Education and Training Act was just signed into a law this morning. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Duly noted, Senator.
Congratulations to our colleague. So
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
this would look like parang framework laws, no? Akala natin na hindi exciting, yung pala ito pinapalabas natin yung kahalagahan ng mga batas po na ito. Madam Chairperson, using international definition, what would be the definition of a person who is in working age?
15 and up, Mr. President.
There must be a limit to the up. I think 15 to something. There must be a ceiling.
Oo, the ceiling, ano ba yung retirement age? 65 is the retirement age in government,
Yeah.
Mr. Pero alam naman natin, may mga iba dito na lumalagpas.
Hindi, kasi international tayo kanina, so I'm asking ano yung international
Well,
definition.
yeah, in
When
most
is a person of
sectors,
working age?
15 and above.
There's no limit sa above? Okay. Using that definition, what would be the theoretical labor force of the Philippines, Mr. President?
Well, again, one of the strengths of our country is our young population. As we know, the average age of about 23 years old of our population. Now, with regards to the actual breakdown in the labor force, is that your question, sir?
Well, how many Filipinos are of working age using the international definition?
We'll check the population data, Mr. President.
79
million.
million. Okay, 79 million. And then we only use 51.8 million as the figure for our labor force.
Kasi,
Do
Mr.
we know,
President,
do we have an idea how come around ilan to?
yeah.
28? We're not counting around 28 million.
Yeah, Mr. President,
part
I
of
think,
labor.
first of all, I think that others are lucky enough that their 15-year-old focuses on school, on their studies. So, like, for example, many of us here, our kids really go and get a job or a full-time job when they're either interning in college or they're already a graduating age of 21. Now, also, a lot of us, many also are blessed that when we feel a little tired already, marami na dyan mga over 65 have already decided not to work. So I think a number of 40 plus million is actually 28 million did not look for a job. So,
Yes, yes, 28 million did not look for a job. So, uh, is it possible that they cannot look for a job or they do not look for a job because of health reasons?
yeah, some of them health
Yeah,
reasons, some of them quality of life.
Did we dig deeper into the reason why they are not looking for a job?
Uh, I'm surprised they did. The survey data did ask them why they're not working.
Actually, gusto ko lang malaman if we have a lot of people, countrymen of working age, but who are debilitated with illness or disease, and therefore unable to be productively employed, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the bulk of them who aren't working are either in school or doing household chores. So, yun yung data na nakuha. But if you want a particular set
Yes, okay.
diba? O who are incapacitated to work because of their health situation, we can also provide that.
Can we get a figure for that?
Ah.
Yun lang pong the sick of working age not presenting themselves for employment because they are sick.
It's a very specific number, Mr. President. So if we can continue
okay,
on, we
sige
will
po,
provide
sige
that
po.
number in a
Thank
few
you
minutes.
for that, Mr. President. So, and then, can we now go back, can we now go to the committee report? May I ask our chairperson or chairwoman, what are the main changes introduced in our committee report when we compare it with the NEP?
Yes, we will get that figure, Mr. President.
Ano yung gumalaw po na malalaking halaga?
At the top of my head, Mr. President, while we are getting the actual figures, I know that there were some increases. There were a lot of changes that were done for the Department of Health, DOTR as well. We augmented some.
Tapos compared sa GAB, si AKAP ang diferensya niya. Wala po makita.
There were also additions in the Department of Agriculture. We can give you the
So sa amounts lang po, sa amounts, did we introduce a new program, activity or project in our committee report compared to the NEP? Sa second paragraph pala ako ng President's Day.
Mr. President, as recommended by the chairman handling the DSWD budget, the vice chairman, we retained the NEP proposal for the DSWD.
Yes. So, basically, kunyari kaming mga colleagues nyo po, yun lang po kailangan namin malaman na ano ba yung sa committee report mo ng Senado, ano po yung malaking pagbabago from the NEP? Because why, the reason why I'm asking this is because I still remember the President Sona na sinabi din dyan na if possible, as much as possible, adhere to the NEP. Maybe I do not know if he was referring to the NEP amounts, but to the spirit and the main programs in the NEP. Maybe that was what he was referring to. So, yan lang po yung tanong ko. change anything radically in a committee report?
Well, Mr. President, as I mentioned, let's go sa committee report, dun sa DSWD, yun yung binalik natin doon sa NEP.
Tinanggalan na niya si
So, Mr. President, no, sa
With the indulgence of the chair, I think the question was divergence from the NEP and not the GAB.
Yes, from the NEP.
From the NEP.
From the NEP.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Mr. President. So for the Department of National Defense, we added an additional amount from the NEP from 254 billion to 265 billion. So nagdagdag tayo ng 2.9 billion. For the Department of Labor and Employment, from 45 billion, 45 plus, it became 69 billion 370. So an additional amount.
Yes. Siguro that can be presented in a table form, pero yung mga increases po, because we just increased the amount given to a PAP, it's not because we are introducing a new program, activity or project.
No new projects or programs that are being introduced, but actually lahat naman, like state colleges and universities.
So generally augmentation, dinagdagan.
Dinagdagan
Addition,
din.
okay.
And these are like
So-
social protection or
Yes.
national security. Department of Education, dinagdagan din natin
Apo,
from
apo.
748 to 751.
To reflect the priorities of the chamber. Yes. Pero may we know what budgetary entry in the NEP now was deducted? Were these amounts deducted from? Siyempre, alam ko rin yung sagot.
This for MPBF and DREAM, PGF and device.
Mr. President, the initial decrease is from the MPBF, the Pension and Gratuity Fund, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund.
Binawasan po natin si NDR, National Disaster Relief.
Actually, this is a
NDR.
cut from the House of Representatives already. Because your takeoff is from the NEP,
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
President, di ba?
Sige.
Pero actually, ito na yung we carried over also the one that was already rationalized by the HOR.
Yes, pero pag committee report natin, ibig sabihin nun, panindigan din natin yun. So we agree. So, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
it's a change. It's our change also. Okay. It's our change also. We are adopting the House led the way, cut this, and we adopted the.
Yes,
the
Mr.
cut
President,
the house.
but the House allocated it in other departments or in other line items. But as I mentioned, what we increased some parts in education, also for the military, etc. The OTR, that's where we allocated by retaining this rationalization done by the House.
Now, just to be clear, our committee report cut or decreased the NDRRMC No, the F fund. It's the fund.
NDRRMF.
NDRRMF, that's the fund. We cut the amount, we decreased the amount in our committee report.
Mr. President, we did
By how much, ma'am?
by about 9.5 billion
Compared to the NEP.
compared to the
Okay.
NEP.
Okay, pero may press release kahapon sa presidente, speech niya na ubos na daw yung kanyang that particular fund. Ubos na daw because of this. So baka
Kaya nga ma-replenish naman, Mr. President, ng 21 billion. So, and we also have our other unprogrammed funds, for example, that can augment that later on if it's not sufficient.
no, may we know the 2024 level for the NDRRMF. The
Yes,
2024 level. Sige, para lang alam natin kasi ubos na daw siya ngayon eh. So since we're planning for 2025, i-input natin yung 2024 experience, Mr. President.
20.5 billion, the
20.5,
NEP
okay.
in, so may increase pa rin
20.5 is the level of that fund for 2024.
for
Okay,
2024.
kahapon, sabi ng Presidente, ubos na. Ipapakonfirm natin sa DBM kung ubos na or paubos na. Okay, 20.4. What is the plan for next year? How much will we put sa 2025? 21?
Well, 280 million na natira ngayon. So that's
So,
basically
practically,
negligible.
practically.
Okay. Oo.
Ngayon,
Ngayon,
for next year, ang plano natin to give it 21
21
flat.
bill
21 flat.
21 billion.
Okay,
Oo.
so ini-increase
From
lang natin ng
20.5 ay
20.4.
from 20.4.
So, 600 million lang ang in-increase natin. So, siguro i-process po natin. Siguro i-process pa natin. Hindi pa naman to tataga sa bato, sabi ng chairwoman natin kahapon. So, let's process the input from the President yesterday na paubos na daw yung fund na yon. So, this November pa lang po. So, okay. So, we will have to process that.
And also at the proper time, we will also, of course, consider the recommendation of our minority leader.
Yes, yes.
Based on his findings. Kasi tiga Marikina kayo eh.
Correct, correct.
Mr. President, tiga Marikina kayo. So, naintindihan ninyo ang effects talaga. And I know that you have your heart for your constituents. You've seen firsthand.
Thank you.
You've experienced it firsthand. So you know the
Mismo.
importance of these standby funds. But you also know the importance, Mr. President, of securing also certain sectors like our national security, agriculture, and education. Kaya it's going to be a balancing act. And I ask the expertise of our minority leader to how to be able to give to all of these different departments that are equally in need of all of these allocations.
Thank you for the response from our chairwoman.
Saka kayang-kaya niyo
Ah,
pag you're the representative, you'll really fight for your
Yes, ma'am.
constituents.
But Your Honor mentioned tapping the contingency fund. Kaya meron din akong tatanong diyan eh.
Sige po.
Magkano ang contingency fund data for this year is 13 billion. Tama?
1-3.
Tama. 14. And
Correct.
what is our plan for next year, 2025? What is the contingency
The
fund?
same. The same.
May we know the status of the contingency fund as of today or as of the latest data?
Mr. President, there's a standby balance of 7 billion from the 13 billion. That's why, as the President mentioned nga na, wala na talaga dun sa NDRRMF. We sympathize with that, but also this was foreseen that certain allocations will not be enough. That's why we have this contingency.
Yes, correct. Now, maybe as a DBM, from previous years' experience, nauubos ba si contingency fund?
Hindi naman po.
Okay, so siguro nga maybe wag na lang yung ilagay natin sa contingency fund. Kunan na lang natin, lagay na natin sa
NDRRMF.
NDRRMF fund.
Pero, Mr. President, ganun kasi yun, no? Yung contingency fund can also, like for example, during the time of COVID, we used it also, not necessarily for NDRRMF, but for other government agencies that needed to give social assistance like the Department of Health, also DSWD. So at least parang pie lang yan, doon naman kukuha. Pero parang tayo, lahat tayo may allocation. Meron tayo para sa kuryente, meron tayo para sa pagkain, meron din tayong pool pag meron nagkulang dun sa isa. Ang problema lang kasi, Mr. President, pagka kunyari nilagay natin lahat sa isang pie, for example, NDRMF, pag nangailangan yung ibang department, there's no law to justify the transfer from that back to the contingency or to those other departments that might be in need. Conversely, if the NDRMF will need the extra funds, there's a legal basis to transfer that from the contingency to that.
What would be the historical data for the utilization of the contingency fund? ano po yung historical last 10 years, for example, ng contingency fund?
Ano
Usage.
last 10 years ng contingency?
90%, 80%, ano po?
Yeah, average lang po. Pero ito ang start ng 2014.
Ay, natitira.
40. Ano?
74%.
74% of the average.
Ang natitira. Ang nagagamit. 74% are utilized from the contingency on average, Mr.
Sige, pa-advise na lang po siguro kahit ako sa DBM, sa mga experts natin. What would be better? I think can afford si contingency fund to give 1 or 2 billion to the NDRRMF fund. So what would be better? I know the need for flexibility that kunyari, can afford siya to let go of 1 to 2 billion. Let that remain with the contingency fund or give it to that disaster fund because recent experience have shown that we really need to augment the fund. Kasi November pa lang, this year, ubus na eh.
Mr. President, that can be taken into consideration when you make your proposals. But again, I would just like to reiterate the rationale behind it. The contingency fund can be transferred to any department that
Yes,
will be
kaya nga.
in need of
That would
an
augment-
addition. But
that-
you cannot from any department transfer
Yeah.
kung may nangangailangan. That's why we just kept it there.
So-
But I see the reason why the minority leader, kasi 200 million na lang ngayon, November pa, magkakabagyo pa. Wag naman po. Pero
Oh, yeah,
may
we're not sure.
pangangailangan.
We're not sure.
So siguro kung 1 or 2 billion, pwedeng idagdag sa NDRMF. But
Well, as a matter
pero mas
of...
flexible talaga pag emergency, kahit na in the name of the NDRMF, pwede pa rin ang contingency fund ang maglabas ng pera eh. So,
Which I think you will do this year. Tama? Most likely. Pag ma-deplete na si disaster fund, talagang mag-access sila sa contingency fund. Okay.
yes, Mr.
Sige pa.
President.
I understand. Nagano ko lang. Tinitignan ko lang kung ano yung best budgetary practice ko. Alam natin kulang. Bakit pa natin bawasan? Di ba dapat anticipate natin? Dagdagan natin kay konti. But at any rate, we will discuss this off plenary na. Pero since nabanggit na ating chairwoman that the contingency fund can be used to augment any other item in the fund, can the contingency fund be used to augment the confidential and intelligence fund? Alam niyo bakit ko natanong yan, Mr. President? Kasi debate tayo ng debate dito. Nag-guard kami sa plenary. tungkol
Mr.
sa-
President, only for national disasters or urgent needs. Pagka confidential and intelligence fund,
Dapat hindi.
hindi naman
Correct.
talaga.
Oo, dapat hindi. Kasi
And
sige.
sa 2024, binawalan na yan sa GAA.
dapat daw hindi. Contingency to.
Okay, so merong special provision that the fund confidential or intelligence funds for non-security agencies unless the president certifies it necessary.
So it can for those who are already legitimately given CIF. Kasi Mr. President, sabi ko, debate tayo ng debate sa floor, binabantayan natin yung mga
okay.
levels ng level ng confidential and intelligence. Tapos pwede palang i-augment
It-
from the 13 billion contingency fund.
Mr. President, with the if the president deems it necessary, but I was told that this was actually a line added here in the Senate, which we can always
Yes,
amend later on.
Kasi what,
Or be specific
I hope-
about what constitutes a national emergency for the utilization of that fund.
I hope that the chairwoman appreciates my point na, di ba,
I
debate
do.
tayo ng debate rito, binabantayan natin yung level ng mga CIF, and yet meron palang 13 billion na mas malaki pa sa level ng CIF na pinag-uusapan natin na potential source to add. It doesn't
Right.
make sense, Mr. President.
No, it doesn't. This was from last year,
Yes.
which can definitely be amended. And Mr. President, for the record, none of the contingency fund from last year was actually used for this year was used for CF or IF.
No,
Pero
but-
yun nga, tanggalin
But
natin
that's
yung possibility.
That's the actual use. Andun ako sa the possibility nga, the theoretical.
I agree.
So, ang bantayan po
I agree. I already accept even.
Thank you.
No, no,
In
no, no.
principle, in principle, yes.
Let's do this in
Yes,
principle, but let's discuss this in plenary.
And then I think one difference of our committee report when compared to the GAB this time is we took out the ACAP.
Yes, Mr.
ACAP.
President.
Opo. Andito naman yung ating LBRMO na may institutional memory. Last year ba yung ACAP ay kasama sa GAB o hindi? May we know, Madam, the Chairwoman?
Hindi po kasama sa GAB.
Hindi nga kasama sa GAB. So last year, si ACAP wala na sa NEP, wala pa sa GAB, lumabas sa BICAM. Okay, ngayon, sa ngayong taon, si ACAP wala sa NEP pero nasa GAB. Tapos, so improved. Actually, if you look at the basic facts, improved ang situation ni ACAP because it's now part of GAB. So, what is the reason why in some parts of the GAB, sinunod ng committee natin, how come this part of the GAB where there is an ACAP to the tune of, ang ACAP kasi is Ayuda sa Kapos ang Kita program, to the tune of 39 billion. So, on that point, hindi tayo nag-agree sa GAB. May we know the reasoning of the committee?
Mr. President, this is also in deference to the Vice Chair of the Committee on Finance for the DSWD. When I spoke to her about this, what she said is she would like to discuss further and to look into what really is the report on the progress of ACAP. Who has it been disbursed to? Is it really necessary or is this already part of a redundant program
Yeah.
that can be rationalized? So, hindi po nangangahulugan na i-retain o tatanggalin natin. Kasi pagdating po sa plenary at saka yung mga submissions ng mga amendments, doon natin makikita paano na-justify ng Finance Vice Chair yung pagtatanggal o pagbabalik nitong ACAP na to.
Yung 39 billion pesos na budget for a program, mas malaki po yan sa budget ng ibang departments. Tama po?
Tama po.
Tama po. Actually, mas malaki siya sa Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr. President. Tama po? Tama po ba?
Kahit po sa budget ng Congress, mas malaki po yan. Kaya nga po,
Wag sa atin, wag natin i-compare sarili natin. Let's say sa Department of Foreign Affairs.
mas
Tama?
malaki.
Oh.
Alam niyo po, talagang nagulanta nga ang marami dahil nga, syempre hindi naman barya-barya lang ito. Ngayon, kung talaga namang nakakatulong, kailangan malaman din natin, no? Paano ba ito nakatulong? Ito ba ay kailangan o umulit lang sa isang programa na pwedeng doon na lang natin ilagay imbes na dito. So, yun po yung mabuti rin maringgan pagdating sa budget ng DSWD. Pag-explica ng, alam ko naman, very efficient yung ating secretary ng DSWD. Baka mas kaya niyang i-explica kung paano ba nangyari ito, paano ba ipamahagi ito. Tapos, malaman natin sa Finance Vice Chair kung ito ay tatanggapin niya at ano ang dahilan kung tatanggapin niya o hindi niya tatanggapin.
So doon po sa DBCC and the DBM which drafted our the budget, may we know the reason why they dropped ACAP? Because ACAP is in the GAA eh. GAA 2024. So alam nila yun, may historical knowledge sila, o historical data. But they dropped ACAP from NEP. May we know the reason why? What is the economic manager's thinking, Mr. President? To also guide us.
Mr. President, I was just informed that it was not part of the draft proposal of the DSWD for NEP 2025. So,
Hindi kasi paakyat yung ano, wala nga sa lista.
so sa GAB, dinagdag po ito.
Okay, so ibang process po yun. Okay po. Pwede humingi na advice sa economic managers? Is this expenditure, 39 billion peso expenditure, a wise expenditure?
Mr. President, according to our Secretary of Finance, it's a wealth transfer, and personally, he supports it.
But we will take this up more in detail when the DSWD budget is being tackled. Because yun na nga, it's a wealth transfer, but because of lack of particulars, we are not clear on who we are transferring that amount to, Mr. President. And there are definitely siguro more people, there are definitely segments of society more in need of the amounts than those who are actually receiving the ACAP because hindi siya well defined.
Okay,
Hindi siya clear nga sa poorest of the poor, unlike yung ibang programs na talagang 4Ps, you have to be in the registry of the poor households. Ito, subject to. I think, ganun, anyway, wala naman siya sa committee report natin, but if ever if the amount will be restored, then kasama niya yung mga special provisions na kadikit niya hindi rin clear dun who will be the recipients of ACAP. That's the
I agree.
We will bring this up again when we come to the DSWD budget.
Actually, Mr. President, any program that can really be disseminated to those that are deserving and in need, any time that the government has extra cash or the capability to support them, we support it as long as it's something that is sustainable. And I understand and I agree with the minority leader that let us see what the criteria really is and who were the beneficiaries of this. Kasi sino ba yung nagsabi? Depende kung sino ka naka-standby sa munisipyo, yun lang yung
Yes.
nagbibigyan, di ba? Parang kung hindi mo alam, katulad ng sabi ni Senator Alan, kung hindi mo alam, hindi mo makukuha. So dapat malaman ng ating mga kababayan na lahat kung may mga programang bago ang gobyerno. Yun lang naman.
That's why, yes, this representation appreciates the decision of the committee led by our chairwoman not to include it in our committee report. So thank you for lack of clear justification and details.
Before we leave this
Ma'am-
point,
Yes, sir.
With the permission of the minority leader, for the record, may I ask, ang English ba ng ayuda wealth transfer? No, is that how the economic team views ayuda programs of the government as a wealth transfer mechanism?
Mr. President, it's partially true because it's transferring wealth to the poor. There are certain or lower middle class. Kasi nga, di ba, it's wealth because I guess it's an asset that we have, cash reserves or whatever, and the allocation of which we transferred. So,
If it's wealth transfer in part, what is the other part? In part lang kamo eh. What is the other part of ayuda? If it's not just wealth transfer.
so there are other means, free education, health assistance. So they're not necessarily wealth transfers, but they are still assistance.
So
I
wealth
guess-
transfer would only refer to cash transfers,
Yes, Mr. President.
not to transfers or assistance that are in kind.
For now, that's a loose
Educational
loose
assistance,
definition.
health assistance, they're not viewed as wealth transfer mechanisms of the administration.
Yes, not necessarily. So it's a loose definition, but basically what we're saying is it's something that we are imparting, sharing also na makarating dun sa ating mga kababayan.
Thank you, distinguished
It's
sponsor.
1% of GDP.
Minority Leader,
Redistribution of wealth.
All
Minority Leader, madami ka pa. Si Senator Bato, ang last na after you. Hindi kita minamadali, nagtatanong lang ako, ikaw naman.
Hindi, okay.
Maaga pa po, Mr. President.
I'm just
I
asking.
think 1 hour pa lang tayo.
Hindi 1 hour and a half.
1 hour and 15 minutes. Yes, no, but before I forget, Mr. President, ito na muna about the budget na
The
muna.
gentleman will continue.
Yes, yes. Our 2025 proposed budget is 10% higher than the 2024. So
Yes, Mr. President.
may we know what caused the increase and how come it reached 10%, Mr. President?
Well, the highest allocations are, as stated in our constitution, DepEd, di ba? Tapos, actually, 7.4%.
The 7 point. It's in the president's message.
10.1%.
10%. Yes,
Oo.
ma'am.
Now, pero 7.1,
May we get our figures right, Mr. President?
so, okay. So, now, Mr. President, it's strategically crafted to balance fiscal responsibility and the need to boost investment in growth-enhancing expenditures. It was framed on the President's 8-point agenda. So, ano yung mga general expense class? Well, alam naman natin na, syempre, tumataas din naman yung sweldo.
What caused the increase, the 10%
Oo.
increase? Sweldo lang?
Maintenance and other operating expenses will get the bulk of the proposed budget next year at 2.4 billion. The proposed, hold on, Mr. President. Again, going back, the ones that have the particular increases, no? Alam natin the expenditure, the highest is always DepEd. Then we have the SWD. But for DepEd, for example, computerization program from 8.9 billion GAA 2024 to 12.4 billion. Teaching allowance, di ba,
Yan.
dinagdagan natin ito?
Yes, yes, yes.
From 4.8 billion, naging 9.9 billion na. So doon pa lang, makita mo na yung textbooks from 12 to 12.4 billion. Last mile school program. And tapos learning tools from 3. Sorry, Mr. President. Um, yung higher allocation for health sector, the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, PhilHealth.
Siguro itong VP na ano.
Tapos, wait, yung mga hospitals, for example, DOH Metro Manila Hospitals from 18 billion to 23 billion. Other health facilities from 53 to 76 billion. National Health Workforce Support, pareho lang. So, yun po yung mga big items. National procured commodities for family health, immunization, nutrition, responsible parenting from 7 to 10 billion. Communicable diseases prevention and control from 1.7 to 3.5 billion. Ito, Pantawid Pampamilya Program, Mr. President, from 106 billion to 114 billion. Ito, implementation of the Centenarian Act. Di ba? Marami tayong mga friends dyan na
Hindi.
kailangan naman ay from 186.1 million to 3 billion.
Batas po natin yan.
Kasi patas na nga eh.
Po.
So,
Yes, yes. So,
at saka sa infra, marami.
So
Kung gusto
kung-
nyo isa-isahin natin.
so ang iba, ganito po ba, ang iba doon ay conscious decision natin na taasan ang amount ng mga programs. Ang iba doon, tumaas talaga ang gastusin sa operations. Select ng mga hospital, how to...
Opo.
Ganun po ang dahilan.
Well, kasi sabay-sabay po pag sa operation cost, pati po yung sweldo rin ng mga
Sweldo,
Oo.
did we also increase the amount for the salaries
Well,
of government personnel?
Yes, yun nga yung
Where
malaki
is
rin
that
dun eh.
found in what item?
Sa MPBF.
MPBF. And actually ba, meron ba legal basis for the increase in the pay of the government employees?
Well, first of all, may executive order rin yung presidente, Mr. President,
Okay.
which is given in tranches, di ba? Para nag-umpisa na this year, may continuation next year, and it will be adapted thereof. So, this is actually good news for
So
many of
yung-
our government workers.
So yung bulk ng amount sa MPBF will be spent for the increase in the salaries of government workers, and that is based on an EO, not a law.
Yes. But then also like the law of like the salary standardization, which is also what we follow. But there's a jump because of the current EO.
Can the DBM,
And may legal basis kasi EO yan eh.
yes, sige.
And it's still anchored in the law, Mr. President.
But can the DBM educate this representation? Do we need the law to catch up because the last SSL has already expired? Tama po ba yan? Yung understanding ko?
Kasi ang 4G naman siya sa previous SSL. 306
Tama ba? Nag-expire naman SSL?
Mr. President, there's no additional law needed because EO 64 is already anchored on one of the provisions of the SSL, which is actually the schedule of increase.
Yes. Sige, we will study the inputs from Yusek Abuel as of the DBM. Kanina po tinanong ko yung total amount for our overseas travel. May we know now this time what is the total amount for our ayuda programs? Feel free to define what is an ayuda program. Madam Chairperson.
253 billion is allocated for ayuda. At 253.4 billion is allocated for ayuda to provide financial support to vulnerable populations. The DSWD will receive the highest allocation, 205.5 billion. Of this amount, kasama yung Pantawid Pampamilya Pilipino Program, 4-piece, which will get 114 billion.
Sige po, kahit na, okay.
Wala pang akap dito.
Yes, yes. So, we have been given the figure of around 253 billion pesos in our budget for next year will be for ayuda, and the ayuda programs are named what? 4-piece? What else po?
Pantawid Pampamilya.
Yan yung
and then
4-piece.
The other
Ano po?
one is
Social pension.
social pensions for indigent citizens, SOCPEN. And then
Foods, Philippine
food stamp, Philippine food stamp for 1.8 billion. Sustainable Livelihood Program, SLP, 4.4 billion.
Thank you. Yung pong mga tupad ng DOLE at saka Integrated Livelihood Program, do we consider them as ayuda programs? Kasama din po.
Kasama po pala siya dito sa next page. Yung
tupad.
tulong panghanap buhay or tupad and program of DOLE, which is 14.1 billion.
Malaki din. Apo.
Oo.
So thank you for that. So at least alam ng taong bayan na meron po tayong 253 billion pesos for ayuda programs in the NEP. This is in the NEP and also maintained in our committee report. Did we maintain this amount?
Kasamang akap. We retained kasi hindi naman kasamang akap dito sa...
Yes, yes. Opo.
Oo.
So okay. So yung pagdating po sa unprogrammed appropriations, although I have a pending case before the Supreme Court questioning the fourth mechanism. Did we include in our committee report the fourth mechanism?
Wala pa po.
Wala. Ang fourth mechanism is yung
Transfer
to
ba?
to scan for look for idle reserve funds and then kukunin.
Oh.
So may we was this fourth mechanism in the NEP?
No, Mr. President.
May we know from the economic managers how come from those who crafted our 2025 budget, how come they did not retain the fourth mechanism found in the 2024 law, Mr. President? Ito na yung release mo. Ito na yung sa iyo sa PhilHealth. PhilHealth.
Mr. President, they deemed already efficient the excess revenue, especially now that there's an ongoing court case. Meron na namang 158 lang ang prinopose. Oo, for
What does that mean? 158?
158.7 billion or 2.5% for unprogrammed.
Yeah. Okay.
Maliit lang.
Mm.
Likewise.
At saka napadali yung solusyon ng problema dahil wala nang pagkukunan.
Yun na nga. So yun ang tinatanong ko, was that meant to be a one-time exercise of that power, Mr. President?
Pwede rin naman. Pwede rin.
Like a bayanihan tree.
Okay, in the exercise of that fourth mechanism, yung sweeping the excess funds, how much was transferred to the National Treasury, Mr. President? Sweat, ayoko nga ganahan. Bala pang gamitin. Teka, gusto mo mag-break? Pag-break, hindi ka na.
164.9 billion excess income uh,
160,
from fund balances.
164.9 billion. Okay. And then can we get a breakdown from what GOCCs this amount came
Okay,
from?
the first tranche of fund balance, PDIC, 30 billion. Second tranche, 30 billion from the PDIC. Third tranche, 20 billion. And then first tranche of PhilHealth, 20 billion. Second tranche of PhilHealth, 10 billion. Third tranche, 30 billion. And 60 billion CMF. 60 billion. 60 billion PhilHealth. 104.9 billion PDIC.
So only from two agents, from two GOCCs. Okay. Di ba yung PDIC, that's supposed to be the insurance fund to
Yes, Mr. President, they have a reserve fund right now of, I
Yes.
think, 250
so
billion,
250
and they only
minus
use,
100.
4.9.
Balance.
yeah, 250 pa rin yung matitira,
250.
Mr. President. Ngayon, ang ginagastos lang nila for the past 5 years is parang one,
Billion lang in the last 5 years.
in the last 5 years, 1 billion ang ginastos
Total 1
nila.
billion, not 1 billion per year.
Well,
Total of 1 billion. Okay. Sige.
so five,
Ay,
five,
1 billion a
five-
year. Oh,
yeah.
nabasa.
So, Mr. President, it just underscores really the health of our banks. Of course, we're not taking that for granted. We still have 250 billion, but even if we double, triple it based on average, we're still okay, and we have the assurance that we can cover every deposit, the insured amount of 500,000 pesos.
Yes, yun. Well, I do not know the mathematics there. How much should that fund be to enhance the image of a stable banking system in the Philippines? But according to our economic managers, the PDIC could afford the remittance of 104 billion and be left with 250 billion pesos. Sige po, Mr. President. Now, the level of the unprogrammed, 158 billion pesos. Okay. Will the economic team react if Congress, in the final version of the law, will exceed such an amount, Mr. President? Kasi the economic managers, ito yung decision ninyo. You put it to what, 158 billion pesos eh. Oh, ngayon, if Congress adds 300 billion more, would you tell us that that is an unwise move, Mr. President? Not good budget practice, Mr. President?
They will support that move if the revenue source is given to them. Kung saan galing? Meron bang panggagalingan? Kasi sa ngayon parang
Sa budgeting po natin, di ba meron na tayong sources of revenue?
hindi kaya nga.
Yes,
So, well, sources of revenue.
yes.
Or, then give us 300 billion more in cash.
Ma'am, into the mic so that it will be...
If Congress wants to give them, if Congress wants to spend 300 billion more, then they should give 300 more in revenue.
Yeah, but if that's the case, that should be the proper subject of a supplemental budget already, Mr. President.
In other words, the fiscal program can be distorted, Mr. President. Kasi di ba revenue yan is as imports, duties, taxes, lahat yan eh. Sa ngayon na-forecast
Kasi
na.
kung ganun din yung requirement, di ba? Requirement, let's say, ang sagot ng executive branch sa atin through the economic managers, give us a definite source of fund. Hindi ba yan yung principle behind the supplemental budget? Same thing. So I think that should be the proper practice, Mr. President.
Fund by fund. In terms of supplemental.
But the unprogrammed is also seen as a standby fund, just like similar to a supplemental.
Precisely, parang ang nag-shortcut eh. I think in my opinion, I will no longer debate this matter, but in my opinion, the better budgetary practice is, since if, as required by the economic managers, Congress needs to point to the definite source of the funding. That's the principle behind the supplemental budget, Mr. President. Now, let's go to the GAA 2024 na 731 billion yung unprogrammed. I think an increase of 400 plus from the President's proposal. How much has been funded from the 731.45 billion pesos in unprogrammed appropriations?
61 total. So the as of October 31.
As of October 31, Mr. President, 161 billion 848 172 was funded.
So,
The 731.
konti lang. Konti lang. And then yung 161 billion is even lower than the proposed level of the unprogrammed by the President of 281.9 billion. So, yes, we will get the reaction from the economic managers.
Connected, from the fund balances of PPIC and PhilHealth.
Yes, we collected 164 from the fund balances of PhilHealth and PDIC.
Price,
So it's not a surprise that we spent 160 billion as of October 30.
So the 161 billion spent as of October 30, 2024, charged to unprogrammed appropriations, all came from the exercise or the use of the fourth trigger. So what happened to the first three triggers, Mr. President?
There's still available cash of
for example, increase the dividend rate of UCC.
we increased the dividend rate of the GOCC
Collected 100 billion.
and 100 billion was collected from them.
Dividends. Ang dividends ba ng GOCC sa program? May we... Ano yung kasama sa general fund data? Check mo. Check.
Prioritizing the expenditure for that amount.
We're still prioritizing the expenditures for
The triggers should...
the excess revenue for that amount.
May we be guided by the DBM Undersecretary? Do the GOCC dividends fund the unprogrammed appropriations, or do they go to the general fund?
Only excess revenue of the GOCCs.
What was budgeted, 50% dividend? And we collected 75, then there is excess revenue of 25%.
So it depends on the dividend. If we are
So,
if the threshold is 50%, but we increase it to 75, then the 25 is available.
So as a general rule, GOCC dividends are not supposed to fund the unprogrammed appropriation items, but only as to the excess,
The excess.
from the expected,
Yes, yes,
to
from
be
the
declared.
excess,
So, well, thank you for that input, but we will double check, of course, the information that we got. So, okay, so it looks like, okay, pero siguro itong 161 billion na finan po natin sa unprogrammed appropriations, did we prioritize the original items in the 281.9 billion of the President in the NEP, or did we prioritize the 450 inserted by Congress in funding? Yes.
Mr. President, we did prioritize the foreign assisted projects, like the maintenance, repair, and rehabilitation of infrastructure facilities, the Panay Guimaras Negros Island Bridges project, Payment for right-of-way, 1.6 billion. Strengthening assistance for government infrastructure program. Public health emergency benefits and allowances for healthcare and non-healthcare workers, that's 27 billion. Yung mga hindi na
So, yes, pero yung nabanggit po natin yan po ay doon sa original, ilan ba yung sinulat ng Presidente kasi 7 or 8? 8, yes, on program, 8 purposes. The NEP 2024 originally contained only around 8 purposes under unprogrammed appropriations. Yun po yung na-prioritize sa 160 billion na nagastusan na po natin. Yes?
Yes, Mr. President,
Yes.
kasi it falls under
Okay.
the category of, yes.
Yes, unfortunately nga, yun na nga. So yun po yung pinaglalaban namin sa Supreme Court, no, na yung, kasi yung sa, magkano yung nakuha natin sa PhilHealth? 60 billion?
60 billion.
60 billion. In the opinion of this representation, ano po, sacred funds po sana yung sacred funds because contributions from direct contributors and from those subsidized by the government. Pero in the nature of an indirect contribution din nila yun, members' funds. But unfortunately, 60 billion of those funds were now spent for the bridge, etc. But we were trying to remedy this before the Supreme Court. And DBM, ito. In case I win or we win the case before the Supreme Court, and then na-TRO naman yung 30, no? So 30 bang na-TRO? 30, 29.9. 29.9. So
One-third panalo kayo, two-thirds kami panalo.
no, 29.9, at least nandyan pa, no? So hindi na natin nagalaw. But in case we win in the petition before the Supreme Court, what will happen now? It will be, ito ang aking understanding, that the national government will be ordered to return the 60 billion to PhilHealth. What's the mechanism, Mr. President? In case we win, kasi that the sweeping of the funds is, let us say, not sanctioned, or
In the future, G.
Yes, well, Mr. President, the Secretary has always said we will follow the decision of the Supreme Court. Of course, we're hoping that we don't have to. I mean, they are hoping that they
Yes.
don't have to. But should we be required to return it, then we will find a way to do so. Then sa budget yun. We will have to do that for next year, make payment arrangements and appropriations.
nangyari naman to before na eh. Kaya tinatanong ko lang from experience, ano ang mekanismo, ano ang sistema ng ayan.
Or asking the national government to return.
To return?
For now, there is no direct order from the Supreme Court, from what we understand, from what the Secretary understands, for us to return it.
Yes, about the particular case, it's still pending. So we are not claiming na may order na po na panalo. Sabi ko nga, just in case. So it was a theoretical question. So before I give way to Senator Bato, Mr. President, ito muna. During our September 4, 2020, bakit 2020? Aga naman ito. Okay. This was in that September 2022 DBCC hearing. The DOF said that local governments have a surplus position. May I get a definition of what is meant by a surplus position? Pardon my ignorance, Mr. President.
Okay, the local government code does not allow local governments to have a deficit. So kailangan talaga eksakto yung expenses nila dun sa kanilang allotment or income. Unlike the national
Parang sa
government.
Amerika.
For 2024,
10 billion.
the local government will have a surplus of 310 billion.
5
2025,
5 billion.
455 billion surplus for the local government. Usually, these are the ones na mga may surplus, yung mga big cities, di ba? Oo, Metro Manila. So our colleague here will be able to someday see si Makati.
No, I'm asking this, I'm pursuing this subject matter, Mr. President, because yesterday napag-usapan nga yung national debt, GOCC debt, as well as LGU debts. And so I think even here in Metro Manila, merong LGUs na baon na sa utang. What is the rule? What is the rule, Mr. President? What is the borrowing capacity of the LGUs, Mr. President, as a rule, Mr. President?
There is a limit that the LGUs can borrow.
There's a limit that LGUs can borrow. This is also the DOF actually. The local government, in the local government code, will compute the capability of the LGU and the ceiling 20% of their budget of their ERA.
But again, that's the limit of what they-
20% of their ERA budget of their regular income is the amount that they can borrow. 20
Iba,
per,
hindi,
wait,
naghalo-halo na po,
oo
ma'am.
nga.
Kasi, wait, oh.
kasi halo-halo na rin yung mga tanong dito. Teka,
Baka
hold
pagod
on.
ka na.
Let me just
Baka pagod ka na rin. Naghalo nga, naghalo. Or 20% of their budget. Iba yun sa ano na.
Okay. So kung ano man yung income ninyo, Mr. President, sa local government, you cannot exceed 20% of the amount of your income of what you can borrow. So kung ang kinikita nyo ay 100 pesos, let's say, so yung 20% nun, 20 pesos, hindi ka pwedeng lumagpas doon sa paghihiram mo. So kung 1 million ang kita ng local government unit, hanggang 200,000 lang ang pwede nilang hiramin.
And yes, when we refer to the kita of the LGU, do we refer to the locally generated income plus the national tax allotment, or just the locally generated income?
Yes, you're correct, Mr. President.
Which one? Just the
NTA,
local-
NTA plus
Plus
the
the
local revenue source.
More or less the budget nila. What they can spend.
Pero dapat regular income, meaning every year kung ano
Recurring,
yung matatanggap
recurring.
nila. So yung mga taxes. Yung mga meron, yung hindi yung from a windfall. Okay,
Yes.
yung parang expected mo na regular payments to the local government. Taxes, permits, yung mga ganon.
What agency or government body is trying to
diba?
discipline our LGUs when it comes to
DOF
borrowing?
through the Bureau of Local Government and Finance,
Yes,
BLGF.
BLGF.
Actually, ngayon ko lang narinig.
Yun na nga, kasi marami nang na-shock, for example, ngayon na na-involve na tayo sa local politics, Madam Chairperson. Medyo na marami, for example, sa Marikina, marami parang nagulat sila na, ganun na ba kalaking utang ng city, 3.6 billion pesos. Wala po bang, may we know from of course, from our DF Secretary.
Yung sa Marikina in particular,
Yeah,
gusto niyo malaman.
3.6 billion pesos. Kasi konti lang ang konti lang ang population So on a per capita, wala po bang requirement, may we know from the DOF Secretary who is I think the BLGF is under him. Is there a requirement for a public consultation before an LGU can contract loans or additional loans, Mr. President?
Mayors get the approval of the Sangguniang.
Yeah. The mayor should get the approval of the Sanggunian,
Yes.
Mr. President. And the Sanggunian will do the public consultations for you.
Pero generally speaking ata parang merong nagiging delegation of power to the mayor, Mr. President. But anyway, that's just an observation. So I hope that the national government through the DOF and the BLGF will also pay attention to the ballooning debts of our LGUs and guide them. I mean, guide them. Kasi-
Yeah, Mr. President, kaya nga may surplus rin eh. The BLGF is also monitoring that. But of course, it's a case-to-case basis. Although there is a surplus for the LGU funds, there's probably some LGUs also that are overextending itself.
Kasi yung ano eh, yung term. Yung term eh. The term of the loan most likely will go beyond the term of the contracting local chief executive, Mr. President. I think that's the problem.
That's always the case. Parang
Yes,
pag yung
kaya nga, is
presidente,
there-
minamana mo yung utang na ginawa ng like Secretary Ralph has to continue on with the previous commitments. That's why we have these additional payables to mga health workers natin na kinuha na natin kailangan bayaran. Imagine from the time of the pandemic pa ito.
Well, anyway, siguro ano yan, subject matter for possible legislation, no? Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I'm willing to give way to Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Mr. President, before we give way, can we have a
So yes, I will suspend my interpellation and I will
health break?
resume after Senator Bato de la Rosa, but the chairwoman is asking for a break.
unless it's a
One
a
lang.
long interpellation.
One lang si Bato.
Okay, then we'll wait before we take a break and resume.
Tayo, remind mo ko ano.
Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, to ensure continuous deliberation without suspending the proceedings, may we recognize Senator Bato de la Rosa to interpellate, Mr. President.
Senator Bato is recognized and may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader. My question only covers, my question on the general principles covers only on one sector, the defense sector, Mr. President. But before that, I would like to thank DBM for, I would like to commend DBM for, we received an info that the Dangerous Drugs Board received 130 million pesos, which covered the unreleased balances for 2023 and the additional requirements for 2024. Thank you. DBM. Mr. President.
You're welcome daw.
Huh?
You're welcome.
Pasalamat talaga ako dahil malaking bagay yun para sa DDB, Dangerous Drugs Board. First time ganun kalaki yung naidagdag. Thank you. Mr. President, good sponsor, considering the budgetary adjustments made by the House of Representatives and the committee report submitted by the Senate Committee on Finance, may we know what is the total share of the defense sector in our proposed 2025 General Appropriations Bill?
The total budget of the defense sector is 420.8 billion or 1.5% of the projected GDP. So kung anong
1.5.
kikitain natin, about 1.5% nun ang para sa defense.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. I have here the briefer on the 2025 budget priorities framework, expenditure priorities as published in the DBM website. Tama po ba na hindi nabanggit ang defense sector sa 2025 budget priorities na ito? Kaya po ba mababa ang share ng ating defense sector sa 2025 General Appropriations Bill?
Nandun naman daw sa bandang gitna, sandali, para mahanap natin na. In the budget message, hindi ka naman kinalimutan, Mr. President, the defense sector will use its 419.3 billion allocation or 6.6% of the proposed 2025 national budget. So to GDP, Mr. President, mababa kasi ang laki naman ng GDP natin kaya nasa 1 point+%. Pero pagdating naman po sa share dun sa budget, nasa 6% naman tayo, 6.6%. So 6.7%. So kasi naman sa konstitusyon natin talaga ang mga priority, alam naman natin yung education, tapos to be able to spur growth, we're trying to increase expense on infrastructure. Marami tayong mga kailangan. Ito yung pati yung mga ayuda natin. Kaya ito yung naging compromise, 6.8%.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Uh, ito rin po ba ang rason kaya po ang batas na mayroong pinakamalaking funding deficiency ay ang revised AFP Modernization Program or RA 10349? Base kasi sa binigay ng DBM na updates on laws with funding deficiency as of July 30, 2024, 2.138 trillion ang kulang na pundo ng revised AFP Modernization Program. Ang malungkot pa dito, yung original proposal sa NEP na 50 billion for the revised AFP Modernization Program, binawasan pa ng 10 billion sa GAB.
Mr. President, actually, nung 2023, yung revised AFP Modernization Program na 41 billion. 41 billion. Ang actual gastos. Tapos, nung 2024, yung NEP binigay 50 billion. Ang GAA binigay 40 billion. Pero ang proposed 2025 budget natin, 50 billion. Tumataas naman. Pero syempre sa modernization program, marami talaga tayong mga nililista na gusto na kailangan natin. Parang wishlist natin. Pero katulad rin ng mga wishlist ng iba, halimbawa, yung mga karsada tulay ng infrastruktura sa DPWH o kaya para sa edukasyon, yung mga bilang ng mga silid-aralan, hindi natin nabibigay lahat-lahat yung kailangan kaagad.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Because alam ko,
Pero tumaas pa rin.
tumaas ba?
Oo, tumaas. From the 2024, tumaas pa rin yung... Oo. 40 ang gaan ng 2024. Ito, proposed pa lang. 50 billion na tayo. So, 10 billion ang tinaas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pero nakalagay sa NEP is 50, binawasan ng 10 sa GAB. So, sa ating inadap ngayon, 40. 40.
Oo.
40
Pero
ang
ano
inadap
mo,
natin.
di ba, hindi pa naman tapos. So, syempre, pwede ka pang mag-propose.
Kaya nga, mga preliminary ko yan. Mga preliminary. Mr. President, yung good sponsor, ano po ba ang maaari nating gawin para mapataas ang funding ng ating defense sector? Saan po kaya tayo maaaring kumuha ng pundo para po tuluyan na tayo magkaroon ng modernized armed forces, especially now that the DNP adopts the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept? May mahanap siguro tayo, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Sa ngayon, Mr. President, yung mga nahanap ay yung nalagay natin dito sa budget na. Yun nga ang sinasabi ng ating secretary, wala nang pagkukunan sa ngayon. So unless magpalit tayo ng mga ibang items or priorities, nandun tayo sa amount na at the most yung binigay nga ng NEP na 50 billion.
Mr. President.
Na sana hindi na natin bawasan.
Senator
So, pwede
Tolentino,
naman natin.
recognized.
President, if I may just interject a short one-liner. Perhaps, and I've been saying this in several fora, perhaps it's about time for the defense establishment as well as the DBM, Department of Finance, to consider the concept of lease of naval vessels, lease of aircraft, which we cannot purchase through the General Appropriations Act. So, Mr. President, may I ask if the concept of lease, which is being done even by Singapore's Navy, they're leasing a submarine from Europe, even the US Marines, they're leasing a logistic ship, Mr. President. Is the concept of lease open now to the government's finance cluster? Mas mura po yung lease, arkila lang, ginagawa po ng iba't ibang bansa. Singapore is a submarine because they lease a vessel from Slovenia, Mr. President. Can we have an answer on this?
Of course, if the quality is not compromised and it's cheaper. But the proposal has to come from the AFP.
Right.
That's
why the chairman of the Defense Subcommittee is here. Is he likewise open to that concept? It's being
Yes.
done by other countries.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor. But still, we have to consult the end users, the AFP. So,
Even France is leasing several vessels, Mr. President.
yeah, if it's more economical on the part of the government, then why not do it? I'm agreeing to your proposal, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to have that inserted into the records.
Thank you. To continue, good sponsor, Mr. President. Kaya ko nabanggit itong issue na ito because being a former member of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, former member of the Philippine National Police, and now a Senator of the Republic, I can't help but point out a glaring contradiction na nakikita ko. Kasi every time may mangyaring hindi maganda during our resupply missions to the Ayungin Shoal, pag mayroon tayong sailor na naputulan ng daliri dahil tinapyas ng Chinese Coast Guard or Chinese militia, or meron tayong mga maliliit na bangka na gamit ng Coast Guard or ng BIFAR natin or ng Marines or ng Navy, tinangga, our immediate reaction is like this. We condemn in the highest terms this incident, and we have to see to it that we have to modernize our Philippine Navy. Yung palagi ang linya nating masasabi as politicians, as legislators. And now, here comes the budget deliberation. Binawasan pa ng 10 billion yung NEP ng Department of National Defense. So, ang nakikita ko, there is always a contradiction in what we say and what we do. Sana, coordinated palagi or synchronized yung sinasabi natin as politicians at yung ginagawa natin as legislators who have the power of the purse. Kasi ako, mabalungkot talaga isipin, ang ating palaging instruction sa ating mga kasundaluhan, mga sailors, marines, coast guards, tiis-tiis lang kayo dyan. Hindi natin kayang girahin talaga yung China, malaki yan. Please avoid frontal confrontation with them. Please exercise escape and evasion. So kung ako ngayon ordinaryong sundalo, ordinaryong sailor, ordinaryong coast guard na nandoon nakadeploy sa West Philippines, isipin ko palagi okay lang ito. Maghirap tayo na maghirap dito. Because ang gobyerno naman ay nasa likuran natin palagi, sinusuportahan tayo. Pero kung malaman nila ito na ultimo yung kanilang ah, may batas na nga na nagsasabi para dito sa AP Modernization Program, hindi pa natin ma-implement. Kung ano yung hiningi nila, proposal nila na 50 billion, babawasan pa ng 10 billion, ay parang malungkot yung ating kasundaluhan, yung sailors natin kapag ganyan ang nangyayari. I've been in the front line. Alam ko, I'm willing to die for this country if the government has my back. Ganun palagi iniisip namin mga sundalo, mga pulis. But kung ganun man lang na itong mga politiko na ito, magaling lang mag-condemn. Condemn to the highest standards. The atrocities, the bullying being perpetrated by the Chinese to our sailors, to our coast guards. We have to modernize our armed forces. Tapos, pagdating sa budget deliberation, imbis dagdagan, bawasan pa natin. So, nakakalungkot po isipin pag ganun. I hope don't get me wrong. I am just voicing out because nakikita ko in this August body, I am the one representing the army, the sailors, the soldiers, the sailors, the coast guards, the marines, and all the uniformed services of this country. So sana po yung my previous appeal to the good chairman, the good sponsor, na kung baka pwedeng mabalik natin yung konti, yung binawas ng 10 billion. Kahit na kung hindi natin kaya ibalik yung 10 billion sa kanilang original proposal sa NEP, baka pwedeng kahit papaano mabalik natin yung ibang halaga doon. Just to make our soldiers, our sailors feel good, Mr. President, that their government is after their welfare. Because itong AP modernization na ito, major pa ako, andyan na yan, hanggang ngayon, dami nang nagdaan ng mga presidente, sad to say, talagang kulang pa rin tayo sa modernization. And we are not blaming our government because talagang wala man talaga tayong pera. Hindi natin sila biniblame ang gobyerno natin. Hirap tayo sa pera. Pero kung maramdaman ko, being a soldier, being a sailor, na iba pala yung priority ng gobyerno natin, pina-priority pa yung sige pamigay ng akap, sige pamigay ng mga ayuda, tapos tayo dito, yung ating modernization ay napapabayaan. So I am talking about the moral of our people in the field. Mr. President, good sponsor. So yun lang gusto ko iparating. Sana kung with your initiative, makakuha tayo ng pangdagdag, ibalik ng konti, kahit na hindi kaya yung 10 billion. A part of it lang, sana may balik. Para naman masaya yung ating kasundaluhan.
Point taken, Mr. President. Actually, kahit naman sa mga Coast Guard, halimbawa, si Senator JV kasi nagdi-defend ng budget ng Coast Guard under the DOTR, dinagdagan naman for fuel, maintenance, expenses. Pero syempre, nandun na ako na sa 6-point-something% lang of the budget ang sa AFP. Tignan po natin and I'll be willing naman to consider your proposals for the committee report. Thank you.
Before we suspend, for the record, Chair would like to say that the Chair agrees with the points raised by Senator Bato with a caveat. Hindi natin pwedeng tingnan at bigyan ng pondo ang modernisasyon ng pikit mata dahil yung track record mismo ng DND at AFP sa mga nagdaang panahon ay hindi naman pwedeng panghawakan palagi. To cite as an example, the AFP bought missiles from India worth about 8 billion if I'm not mistaken. Up to today, after 3 years, nasa bodega pa rin siya. Kasi hindi kasama sa hiningi ng AFP at pinondohan yung paglalagyan ng mga missiles sa isang base sa bandang Zambales. I hope when we give money to the AFP, we don't simply close our eyes to what they're asking for. I entrust it to our distinguished Vice Chairperson, Senator Bato, na yung bibili nila dun sa pondong hinihingi nila, mama-maximize talaga at tama yung pag-order nila. As of this date, for example, for the information of Senator Bato, we ordered several armaments under our modernization program from a certain country. I will not name at this point. Nearly half have not yet been delivered for one reason or another. And yet the monies are there. Hindi ngayon natin magastos sa iba sanang pwedeng mabili na madedeliver na. So sana mabigay yung report na rin na yon. Kung gusto na lang executive session na mabigay, yun talagang bibili nila. Baka naman mamaya yung iba, hindi naman kailangan fully paid agad, pwedeng hulugan dahil hindi naman agad mabibigay. So mas marami tayong mabibili gamit yung pareho na 40 man o 50 billion na halaga. At sana yung kailangan talaga ng ating mga sundalo. I'll give you an example again, Madam Chairman, Your Honor. Yung pagputol ng daliri, hindi naman yun mapipigilan ng missile na binili natin eh. Ngayon, maraming bansa tinitingnan na ang drone. In fact, marami nang gumagamit ng drone. Pinag-aralan na ba ng AFP natin? Yung paggamit na lang ng drone o unmanned drone kumpara, siyempre lahat ng Air Force natin nangangarap mag-drive ng F-16. Bakit ba hindi? Hindi ba? O yung B-2 bomber. Pero papunta na ba tayo doon sa modernisasyon na drone na tayo? At hindi na doon. Marahil, baka mas marami pa tayong mabili, marahil mas mura. Sana maganda mapakinggan mula sa AFP din yung kanilang plano at balakin. Dahil kada pagpasok ng bagong administrasyon at may bagong chief of staff, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Bato, nagbabago yung components ng modernisasyon eh. Binabago nila, hindi naman nananatiling ganun eh. So kada administrasyon pumapasok yung panibago na namang plano at nagbabago din yung teknolohiya. Kaya hindi pwedeng iplano yung modernisasyon ng isang upuan lang ng isang administrasyon dahil makalipas ang 5-6 na taon, baka may lumabas na bagong teknolohiya, yan ang mas bagay sa atin. Hindi yung nabili natin ang baka outdated na noong mga panahon na nakuha na natin. I hope the committee will consider that when it decides on adding and how it will be spent, the additional and the original budget of 40 billion. Just for the record, Madam Chairman, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just would like to clarify my statement that I'm not basing my statement on a technological point of view. Yes, kailangan natin yung technology, pero malayo pa tayo dyan. My sentiment comes from the moral point of view. Yung moral natin mga sundalo, na sabi mo nga, naputulan ng daliri, hindi mo talaga mapigilan yan. Baka mapigilan kung may technology tayo. Pero from the moral point of view, ako, sundalo ako, maputulan ako ng daliri dyan sa, pag ako hinampas, hinataw ng yan, yung bladed weapon ng Chinese, kahit maputulan ako ng daliri, or maputulan ako ng liig, basta from the moral point of view, high moral ako. I'm willing to die. Yan po ang attitude natin mga sundalo. Basta nalaman ko lang na talagang seryoso yung ating gobyerno sa AP modernization. Dahil imbis na panatilihin yung request natin, dinagdagan pa. Parang ganoon ba? From the moral point of view. Pero ngayon, pag malaman nila na yun ang ni-request, tapos binawasan pa ng lower house ng 10 billion, iba rin ang magiging reaction as far as moral is concerned. Yun lang ang sa akin. At saka, yung nagbabago yung mga specs ng mga in-order natin, Mr. President, ay nangyari po yun dahil pag hindi naibigay yung pundo ngayon sa ni-request nila, hindi naibigay ang pundo, pagdating ng next year or next following year, may bago na namang technology na nag-emerge. So, naturalmente na talagang gusto nila na yung magbago na naman yung specs na hihingin nila para makuha nila yung pinaka-latest na technology. Yun lang po ang pinaparating sa akin. At yung natatanggap na, Mr. President, remember that we should, by this time, sa timeline ng ating AP Modernization Program, nasa Horizon 3 na tayo ngayon. But still, ang ginagawa ng ating AP, nandoon pa karamihan ng mga projects na implement ngayon, doon pa rin sa Horizon 1, Horizon 2, kukunti pa lang nagsimula sa Horizon 3. Yeah, you know why? Because nga palagi, kulang talaga ang budget. Kaya kung kahit bigyan natin sila ngayon ng nakalagay sa NIP nila 50 billion, kahit bigyan mo sila ngayon ng 10 billion, i-times 2 mo yan. Bigyan mo ng 10 billion sila. Hindi pa rin lang mapuli implement yung Horizon 3 dahil ang binabayaran nila ngayon na utang, yung ini-implement pa nila sa Horizon 1 sa Horizon 2. So as we have said, sabi nga, 2.138 trillion ang kulang ng pondo ng revised AP modernization program. So I hope seryosohin natin ito, although kahit na anong modernize natin sa ating armed forces, kahit anong gawin natin dyan, wala talaga tayong panglaban sa China dahil napakalaki nila at napakalakas nila. But sa ating kasundaluhan, sa ating mga sailors, willing yan magpakamatay. Basta alam na nila ang gobyerno nila, nasa likuran nila at inaalagaan sila, lalong-lalo na dyan sa AP modernization at hindi hanggang lip service lang tayo. Ibang sinasabi, pagdating sa budget deliberation, iba ang ginagawa. So, para natin silang ina-underhand, Mr. President. Yun lang. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Madam Sponsor, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, if I may add, just to placate the motions of Senator De La Rosa, the morale of our troops cannot be compared with technological capabilities. Mr. President, a few hours ago, Mr. President, the Armed Forces of the Philippines conducted the first ever island seizure exercise in the West Philippine Sea. And that is considered a first because it involves a retaking of an island within the West Philippine Sea, coming on the eve of the signing tomorrow of two important bills coming from this chamber, the Maritime Zones Law as well as the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Law. So, Mr. President, handang-handa pa po ang ating sandatahan lakas. Mr. President, the chairperson of the Committee on Finance is seeking a 1-minute Senate suspension of the proceedings. I so move, Mr. President.
Session is suspended so that the chair can do what she needs to do. Session is suspended. We are still deliberating the general principles of the proposed 2025 national budget. On deck is the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpolate our minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the permission of our chairwoman. Just as earlier, I asked for the total budget of travel, no, in the total amount for travel in the 2025 budget. May I now ask for the total amount for flood control projects in the 2025 budget? Per committee report.
Ba't nagpunta pa, sir? Ba't nagpunta pa, sir? Mukhang hindi mo sinabihan, nagpunta na eh.
For the total flood control, it's 320 billion, 180 million.
Sige. I'm sure is this under one program only
No,
or
we have
scattered over how many programs?
The biggest chunk is with the DPWH, and then we have the MMDA, and then the OPAP-RU.
Okay, sige po. So pati po si OPAP-RU na for peace agreements, meron siyang flood control project.
Yes, Mr. President, kasama yung
Sige, tanungin na lang natin.
peace and reunification.
Siguro lodge lang sa kanya ang amount, but is it OPAPRO which is also expected to bid out the project?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
So it's about 317 B for DPWH, 2.1 for MMDA, and OPAP-RU, 10 million.
10 million? Sige po. More or less parang symbolic amount, Mr. President. Okay, may we know also from our economic managers how much taxes were paid by those involved in POGO? Okay, and then and the
Less
nature
than 1%
nature of
of
the tax.
GDP ang alam kong dati. So the actual taxes, parang
Kasi it's a chapter about to be closed eh. Patapos na po ang the story of Pogo in the Philippines. So more or less, magkano ang total taxes na nasingin natin from the Pogo industry during their lifetime? Yeah, dito naman sila.
Assume that most revenue from Pogo and taxes that they pay went to PAGCOR, and then we just get a share from PAGCOR revenue.
most of the revenue that was generated from Pogo was paid to PAGCOR. On the other hand, while we are looking for the exact figure that was returned to us through taxes, I remember the past DOF secretary was saying less than 1% or point something percent lang ang contribution, including downstream industries ng Pogo sa atin, sa economy.
Yeah. With regard to BIR, it's 10 billion.
With the BIR, about 10 billion was paid by the Pogos. Total,
Yes. Over how many years po ito?
how many years?
That's for 2020.
For 2023.
For 2023.
Yes.
Sige po. And then the DOF secretary is informing us that maybe some other fees or taxes were paid to the PAGCOR. So we will also ask the agency. No, the BIR gave the figure of 10 billion for 2023. Wala na po silang figure for the past years?
We're checking, Mr.
Sige po. Para
President.
lang po makita natin yung when we were debating that particular bill on taxing the Pogo industry, kung yung mga projections ba ay natupad. Tandaan natin, when we talk about the budget, puro projections din po ito. May mga pinag-usapan din po tayong projections dito. Well, hawak ko kasi ito, going back to the flood control projects, may hawak kasi ako rito parang report ni Senator Robin Padilla because he went there and conducted an ocular inspection. Parang nakita niya na I think he went to the Bicol region. Sabi niya Albay, Camarines Norte, Camarines Sur, Catanduanes, Masbate, and Sorsogon. And he flew over these areas on a helicopter. So nakita niya. And then observation niya is nawasak ng buo at sira-sira ang ating flood control projects. Wala itong naging pakinabang. So siguro po pagdating na lang ng tamang ahensya sa harap natin like the DPWH, we will ask lalo na sa specs because if flood control projects are not expected to withstand floods, so what were they for? Di ba? Kasi yun po parang ang conclusion po ng ating colleague na nagbigay po sa akin ng report na nasira po sila lahat. At any rate, Mr. President,
From Pogo,
sige. Yes.
total from Pogo from 2018 to 2024 45 billion.
From 2018 to 2024, ang
Yes.
POGO
Paid.
earnings for taxes,
45 billion.
45 billion with the BIR.
Yes, paid through the BIR. Thank you. Thank you for the information, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, ito po ay phoned-in question about the BSP sale of our gold, Mr. President. Who is that BSP representative po? Deputy Governor? Just to follow up the issue or the matter raised by Senator Amy Marcos yesterday. The Philippines sold 24.95 metric tons of gold. Is that an accurate statement, Deputy Governor?
Can you repeat again how many metric tons?
24.95 metric tons. Tama po ba? In the first place, tama po ba yung ating unit na ginagamit? Metric tons? Do we use metric tons?
This is for just this year.
And then I will ask for the time period nga eh.
Number is 40.5 metric tons.
Ganyan, ganyan. September, January to September, 40, 40.5 metric tons.
So 40.5 metric tons. So thank you for updating our information kasi sa news report po ito, first half of the year, 24.95 metric tons. So that's January to June. So ang binigay sa atin ni Deputy, may we know the complete name of our resource person, Madam Chair?
Francisco Daquila Jr.
Who is an Deputy Governor? Yes,
Deputy
thank you,
Governor.
thank you. So thank you, Deputy Governor
Daquila.
Daquila. January to September 2024, 40.5 metric tons. So are we the central bank which sold for year 2024 the biggest volume of gold in the
world?
market? Is the Philippines the number one seller, Bale, of gold? Yes. Yes.
For 2020.
For 2024.
For
So far,
2024, yes.
yes.
We
And do we know who is the second placer and how much is the volume of that second placing central bank?
We are getting that information, sir.
Our guess is it must be Thailand.
You have,
So okay, so
you're correct, sir.
you're correct. May we know the volume,
Thailand.
the volume of Thailand as far as the BSP knows?
Until June now.
9.6 metric tons, but
Until
it's
June.
only
Yeah.
until June.
So the
Yung
same-
Sa atin po kasi hindi. Hanggang
Apa.
September tayo.
I have the same figure for June. Okay. So it looks like, let us say Thailand also sold. So, but hindi naman siguro lalapit sa 40 metric tons yun. Or Thailand could even have stopped selling. So it's at 9.6 metric tons. So, masyado pong malaki ang ang agwat na between the central banks. What do we know that they don't know, or what do they know that we don't know?
Ng gold to reserves. Ang Thailand is 8.4%, tayo 10.3%.
Mr. President, our share of gold reserves is about 10 10 point something percent, 10.2%. Yung Thailand, nasa 8.4%. So,
Nung nagbenta tayo, mas pinaka pa yun.
kahit nung nagbenta tayo, mas malaki pa rin yung reserves natin.
Yung share.
Yung share natin.
The share of gold in the GIR is 10.2% even after we sold the 40.5 metric tons. What would be our, I don't know, what would be the volume of gold that we have in our GIR? Right now, after selling the 40.5 metric tons.
Yung 4
We are verifying
Sige
the
po.
figures.
Sige po. And what was the decision-making process? Why? Kasi pareho, whether gold or dollar, GIR siya eh. So, why did we decide to convert gold into paper and ink called the dollar?
Going back to your question, sir,
Sige po.
it's 1.128 metric tons.
So we
You-
still have left with us now 128 metric tons of gold.
Correct. And nabawasan na doon yung 40.5.
So meaning to say around mga 25%, gano'n ba? Around 25% of our gold holdings we sold.
Yes. So
More or
you'd
less,
like
di
to
ba?
know,
Kasi 160 something metric tons siya.
yeah, 100.
Sige.
yes,
So
61
25% of our gold holdings we sold, converting the form of the GIR from gold to dollars. What's the thought process, sir?
It was converted to US Treasuries.
US Treasuries. Pare, di ba halos ano lang yun? Di ba replaceable yun? I mean, that's
interest earning percentage.
Treasury, so bonds. Bonds, yes.
bonds. But when the bonds are redeemed, dollars. Tama, I mean.
Yes.
Kaya, what's the thought process?
What's the process?
What was the idea? Kasi sir, yesterday, I think yesterday you reported that our dollar position is 112 billion.
Mr. President, because it's been invested, it's actually earning interest now. In the past, obviously, we are holding on to the value of gold,
Yeah.
and we were questioned, why would we sell, especially when the value of gold is so high? That's precisely when you sell. But of course, with the guarantee that you also diversify and you leave a sizable portion in reserve, which we have done. But again, it's also a calculated risk, your appetite for risk, because of course you can hold on to it dahil sabihin mo, ang laki ng value, tatago ko to. Pero pwedeng bukas makalawa, bumaba rin yung value niyan. Ngayon, pag sinabi, pero ang gold, it's more stable. But we've seen gold prices dip also. It's not a guarantee that it will be constant. But if we put it in certain bonds, there is a guaranteed rate of return.
What is the average rate of the bonds that we exchange our gold for? 4.2%.
So there's a 4.2% rate of return, which still higher than inflation.
When you talk about bonds, may pati ba period? You need to take into account the period. May period ba yan? May mga period.
10
Diba?
years.
10
10
years.
10
10
years.
years.
So siguro sir, ganito, we're just auditing your kasi this is the chance for us to audit, for the Congress to audit the actions and decisions of the central bank because you're before us now eh. You don't normally appear before the Congress eh. You don't ask for, there's no GAA amount for the central bank, diba? So siguro if we can just ask, for example, when you started selling gold, magkano siya per, how is the price of gold measured? Troy ounce, as yesterday mentioned by Senator
Yes,
Marco.
per ounce.
Troy ounce. So kunyari, sir, when you started selling in January, how much was the price of gold? And then January to September, what would have been the average price of our gold that we sold? And then may I ask, what is the price of gold now?
Right now, it's about 2,700. 2650 today, 2,650
$2,650 per anong unit?
per ounce.
Ounce, per ounce, okay. And then when you started selling gold, how much, January, how much, sir?
$2,257.
So,
Average.
average. So over 9 months, nag-increase siya ng $400 per ounce. Can we make that parang conclusion?
January, 43. So, September, bakit na siya sa 247?
Yes, Mr. President, that is correct. It was at about 2,400 average. And now it's about 2,650. But that's not an average. Today, the 2,650 is as of this time.
As of today, yeah. Kaya. Sige, who were the buyers of Philippine gold from the BSP? Are these also central banks?
It's an international market.
So traders could have bought, gold traders could have bought from us?
Banks.
Huh?
Banks. Gold
Hindi, banks alone? Only banks could have bought our gold?
investment banks. Mostly.
Investment banks are ano ba yung investment banks? They also trade gold siguro? They trade gold. Okay, sige. Sige, so yun, medyo, pinalabas lang naman natin yung facts eh. And then the golds that we have in our central bank vaults are all locally mined gold. Tama po yan? Hindi, or binili rin natin sa international market ang iba dyan?
All the gold that we have in the Philippines are locally mined, but we also have a vault apparently in London that we also buy gold from the international market.
So the gold that we have sold, mix of locally mined plus the gold that we have bought from abroad, from the market.
We only sold the local.
Local. Okay. Sige.
I'm sorry.
Hmm?
Oh, we only sold the gold in our London vault.
And then, what's the gold in our London vault? Foreign gold din yun?
Yes.
Sige. Okay. Pero maganda kasi, Madam Chair, just want to share with all of you na the Central Bank invited me and they showed me our, ano ba, how do you call it? The gold, ano ba process? We turn gold into the bars.
Melting? No.
Yeah, the gold bars. So I saw it for myself. And those are the gold mined here in the Philippines. So yan yung parang metallic resources natin from the ground, now converted into bars, and now tradable items, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, as I recall and confirmed by our secretary, we're the 5th most mineralized country in the world. Of course, it's not, there's always a trade-off. I mean, we only want responsible mining and then giving back to the community that they mine. But there, if it's just about the reserves of minerals here, we are one of the top 5.
Yes.
1.9 trillion US dollars daw.
So yung ating pong binanggit na figure for our GIR in gold includes the London Vault. Okay. Yes. The answer is yes. I just made some computation dito. So if we fail to maximize the price of gold at $400 per ounce, medyo malaki-laking halaga, but I will leave you to also compute that for yourselves, Mr. President, the BSP. Okay. So at any rate, we just wanted to understand the thought processes of our decision makers in the Bangko Central, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, Bangko Central, just one more question on the polymer notes. Is that still an experiment, or is that already your final decision? It's already a program.
I suppose the question is about the actual
Yung-
money, right?
yes, yung
Imbis na
1,000.
yung abaka, abaka
Yes.
fibers. I don't know if it's true, but I know I'm not supposed to ask this question, but what are the advantages of polymer, right?
Durable po. Okay. Paper money. Tapos, mas maraming security features, so mahirap siya counterfeit.
So is this still just a program or is it already?
Parang tingin ko yung
Okay, so while they're checking if it's just a program, actually itong mga currencies na paper currencies man tawag natin doon. Notes, paper notes, mas mas durable ang polymer, and I guess it's more flexible in the addition of security features. In terms of it being a
Yes, Madam Chair, as explained to me kasi, they were conducting an experiment.
oh,
Now, but I think ang laki na nung order, ang laki na nung quantity, number of pieces released into the market. So, is it still an experiment or pilot testing?
So basically, meron dito on polymer banknotes. I guess this is a is this the memo circular findings?
primer lang ngayon.
Yung national.
So ano na to? Agree?
Positive results na, ma'am.
So meron na bang
Yes.
Magkano i-feel ba? Hindi pa nasasagot sa akin. 70? No, 74 billion.
Okay, so the circulation test provided positive results that are consistent with studies and results from other countries. In view of the results, the positive ones of the circulation test of the 1,000 piso polymer banknote, the BSP is planning the release of polymer banknotes in other denominations.
Yun.
This is consistent with global best practice of updating currency designs and materials about every 10 years. This is also in response to the public need for banknotes that can be safely sanitized, more durable, and more cost-effective. With this, we submit that polymer banknotes are smarter, cleaner, and stronger. This is from the release of the findings of the central bank. So they're already continuing with this, Mr. President.
So, ano na siya, there's already a decision made by the central bank na that's it. That's the future now direction of our banknotes. Polymer na po siya. From 1,000, ang next is 500. Gagawin natin polymer.
So most countries, well, at least the ones that I asked, like Singapore, Australia, Malaysia, they are using polymer. The US is not.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Yeah, but basta, we make it a record that that's already the decision of the BSP. That's your decision to make, no? That's yours. That's your exclusive domain. Kayo lang nagde-decide diyan, di ba?
Yes, the Monetary Board approved it,
Yeah.
Mr. President. Just also to remind us, we don't really, the central bank is not really part of the budget.
Yeah, right, precisely.
No budget allocation. On the other hand, they also have to answer questions on fundamentals and the macro overview. That's why they're currently present. But that's part of their mandate is also to decide on monetary notes.
Yes, okay. So thank you for the reminder that thank you for the reminder, Madam Chair. So I just took advantage of the fact that they are right before us kasi normally
I agree with you,
mahirap
sir.
mapatawag ang BSP, Madam Chair.
Kaya wag natin silang paalisin kahit pagkatapos na tanungin
Sige
na
po,
natin ang
sige po,
tanongin.
sige po. Sige, I'll go back to the budget because I have been gently reminded by our chairwoman that we should talk about the budget. So, can we go to the yung PhilHealth, sabi social services ba tawag doon? 'Di ba isa sa mga by type of expenditure, we have social services, and I think according to the President's budget, and kasama dito si PhilHealth eh. PhilHealth, under NEP, will be given a subsidy ba ito? Of 74 billion pesos. Under our committee report, ginalaw po ba natin ito? $74 billion? Subsidy ba tawag yan?
5.7 ang ating
Binawas.
was realigned to the DOH, Mr. President.
Yes, okay.
So it's still with regards to health,
Mm-mm.
but we realigned 5.7 to the Department of Health, particularly in-increase natin yung lung center, yung kidney institute, yung Philippine Children's Medical Center, at saka yung Philippine Institute of Traditional Alternative Healthcare.
Yes, linipat yung 5.7 doon.
Mm-mm.
Opo.
Pati
Pero-
yung heart center.
Yes, but ito yung question ko po eh. Sa NEP ay 74 billion. Therefore, si DBM must have used a formula or followed some mandate by under law to compute the 74 billion.
Yes.
Paano po ba how did DBM arrive at the amount of 74 billion pesos to be given as subsidy to PhilHealth?
That's a good question. This is a good learning experience for all of us.
Okay.
The subsidy for health insurance premiums of the following 6.6 million indigent members identified under the National Household Targeting System, for the poverty reduction, 4.15 million senior citizens pursuant to RA number 10645 or the Act providing for the mandatory PhilHealth coverage for all senior citizens, 360,995 financially incapable point-of-service patients covered, 54,951 persons with disability, and 20 enrolled yon, and 25,512 families under the Pamana program.
Yes, thank you for that. So yan yung parang raw numbers ginamit ng DBM to arrive at 74B. So how did you arrive at so the total number you multiplied by a certain amount to arrive at 74B? May we know?
We're getting
What
the total
what
number.
formula did we use? Kasi ang next question ko, Madam Chair, is kung may formula yan at yan ang na-yield na amount, pwede ba natin bawas-bawasan lamang? Ano ibig sabihin nun? May maapektuhan.
Well, technically, may maapektuhan kung walang reserva yung PhilHealth. Eh yun nga, meron silang 500 na hindi nga namin alam ba't hindi nila ginagamit. So,
Sige, yung formula muna, ma'am.
at merong
So, kunyari, yung suma total ng 6.6 million, 4.15 million, 360,000, 54,000, 25,000 families. Isusuma total sila, then times a certain amount?
So it's times 5,000
Ah,
pesos.
times 5,000.
Oo. So itong mga nabanggit natin na numbers, times 5,000 yun. Like ilan sa PWD, ilan dun sa senior citizens, ilan yung indigent senior citizens, times 5,000.
So 5,000 would be their annual. Annual na po yun? Annual
Annual premium rates.
contribution nila being considered as indirect contributors, gobyerno ang sumalo.
Mm-mm.
Oh, so and then that formula, we reach 74 billion. So if we reduce the amount, if we touch the amount and reduce it, are we not now affecting the number of members that we are enrolling as indirect contributors?
No, because of the reserve that they have.
Sa universal.
And the universal coverage. Yeah, they have enough operation costs and also costs, I mean, subsidy for all of their beneficiaries. As I mentioned, yung total na,
Sige.
so it's about 74.4 billion, no?
Mm-mm.
Even if it was less, for example, even if it was less than that, remember the reserves is like 500 billion. So if we do this and we increase it every year, even a partial amount that we add, it will certainly cover the required subsidy for the PhilHealth.
No, that is the per head approach ginawa nyo. Again, then but what if we apply what is in the law? For example, Section 288A of the NIRC, hindi ba nakasulat dito that revenues from excise tax on sugar sweetened beverage, alcohol, tobacco products, and heated tobacco products and vapor products, etc., 50% to 50% of the total revenues collected from excise tax on sugar sweetened beverages shall be allocated and used exclusively for the following: 80% to PhilHealth for the implementation of the Universal Healthcare Law, and then 50% of total revenues collected from excise tax on alcohol products shall be allocated and used exclusively to the following: 80% to PhilHealth for the implementation of the UHCA. So what if we don't use the per head approach but use this approach? What would be the amount which should have been given to PhilHealth, Mr. President?
If you follow the law, it should be 69.8 billion.
Actually, 74.
Allocation 74.
In NEP, yes, in NEP.
Yes.
Has a surplus of 4.6.
So that is the, yes, please make it a record.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the NEP allocation has a surplus of 4.6.
So that means that the economic managers have the figure for the total revenues collected from excise tax on sugar sweetened beverages. May we know the amount? What is that amount? Take note. Sugar sweetened lang po muna.
Sweetened beverage 18.7.
May we know the total revenues collected from excise tax on alcohol products? Percent.
0.5.
Tobacco 68.5. Sweetened beverage is 18.7. Hindi kasamang alcohol. Only sweetened beverage and tobacco.
Excise tax on
Those two.
alcohol products are not, a portion of this is not meant to fund the universal health care? Check nyo nga, check.
We're checking just to be certain.
Okay, so hingi na lang siguro kami, Madam Chair, ng figures on the excise tax meant para klaro, meant to answer for the universal healthcare law on sugar sweetened beverages. Magkano ba yung total na yon? So we can also apply the formula sa alcohol and sa tobacco products, kasama na po si heated tobacco products and vapor products. So tatlong categories po. So we can also apply the formula and see if we arrive at the same figure, Mr. President. Sa iyo, concern mo to, par?
Para sa tama ba? Total incremental sales tax from 14 to
So the alcohol portion, 60% of the alcohol portion.
60% of the alcohol portion in taxes go to DOH, not PhilHealth. As part pa rin of universal healthcare.
Okay. Okay, but to be very clear, ito po bang, we need guidance from the DBM, ito po bang 74 billion pesos nga na subsidy determined by the President's budget to PhilHealth, did this follow a formula based on the excise tax collection, or did this just follow a per head formula times an amount? Ganun lang ginawa ninyo?
Is it both?
Yeah, here, this one. Okay. So 50% of tobacco.
Makinig tayo, makinig kayo mabuti. Sige,
Okay, let's start with this. 80% of the 50% of tobacco goes to PhilHealth.
Okay.
And then 20% of the 50% of tobacco goes to MAIP and HPEP. 60% of the 100% vape products goes to UHT, which is DOH. 20% goes to MAIP and HPEP, so DOH still. And alcohol, 60% goes to UHT, which is DOH. 20% MAIP and HPEP. And then SPG and NETA, 20%. Written beverage, 80% of the 50 goes to PhilHealth.
Gulo nitong chart na niya.
Batas ka rin.
Oo. No, but his question, ito yung formula na 5,000 for PWD, 5,000. Ano ba talaga yung ginawa? So, yeah. So, Mr. President, actually, yung guide lang para we know exactly how much will go to the beneficiaries. But the automatic allocations are from this. We didn't say 5,000 times how many people. We just want to know how many exactly are there that will have to be funded by this, and what's the minimum that we can accommodate. So kung 5,000 yan. So parang 80% of the 50% from tobacco
Yes.
goes to PhilHealth.
Okay, correct.
Then
20% of the 50% of tobacco goes to MAIP and
Yes.
HFEP.
Okay, iba pa yan. Yes.
You want me to go on?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So
Okay.
tobacco yun. Opo, tobacco.
60% of the 100% of vapor products go to UHC.
which is DOH.
DOH pa rin yun. 20% of the 100% from HTP and vapor products, MAIP and HFEP. 20% of the 100% earmarked for SDGs and NEDA.
Yeah, and then alcohol.
Alcohol naman, 60% of 100% go to UHC, that's Universal Healthcare. 20% of the 100, MAIP. 20% SDG, NEDA. And then sweetened beverages, 80% of 50% goes to goes to PhilHealth. No, 80% of 50% go to MAIP,
No,
di ba?
PhilHealth muna.
80% of 50% go to PhilHealth. And then
20%
20% of 50 go to MAIP and H.
Is that the law? The law? Is
Yeah.
that the law that the secretary is pointing to?
Yes,
Yeah, that's the law. Yeah.
7467.
So, kaya nga, so,
Amendment.
that's the health under RA 11346 as amended
yes.
by RA 11467.
Yes, and are we being informed that that's the, in following the law, we arrived at 74 billion pesos? Is that it?
Yet, as the secretary said,
Yan
we
na
are
yun.
actually
That's
in
it.
excess pa. Based on the NEP.
Ate, is that it? 69 lang, Mr. Secretary? Dapat.
Dapat
So-
69 tapos naging 74. So merong surplus.
Can we get nga can we get the thought process of the DBM? How come dinagdagan ng 5 billion? If the formula yielded 69 billion, bakit natin dinagdagan ng 5 billion? Kasi ang ating committee report, binawasan din natin ng 5 billion eh. So gusto ko lang po maintindihan bakit po ganun ka arbitrary ba yung number?
Law lang. Kopya ng law. Law lang. Pero hindi, yun, law, pero yung amounts, ano ba nila yung amounts? Hindi na sila amounts.
Okay. So, Mr. President, actually kasi may additional pa na galing sa PCSO and PAGCOR.
Yeah.
Kaya medyo nadagdagan.
Correct. So kaya nga,
Expert
so
dito eh.
that's the point. So yung 74 billion pesos, we were following the mandates found in law. Our committee report, binabawasan natin ng 5.7. So shouldn't we go slow on that, Mr. President? Kasi we are being informed now by the executive branch that they were applying the law and they reached the amount 74 billion. So hindi ba dapat hinay-hinay tayo, bawasan?
It's a prerogative of Congress, Mr. President. And also, I think the rationale also for what we did, at least, is that we put it anyway in health-related items.
Sige.
For
Pero at least
example-
it's out. I mean it's
Right.
out. It's now out. Our colleagues know now.
Kasi yung iba, di ba, meron
formula.
universal healthcare, ganyan-ganyan.
Sige.
But may MAIP, may, di ba, meron
Yes,
category. So, if you want to really be particular about it, yung mga nilagay din naman natin doon na galing dapat dito sa total 74 billion, napunta lang particularly for a specific program, which is MAIP. But if you take it all out, it will still be with the health sector and according to the guidelines of the law.
Sige, just to help us also follow the computation of the executive branch, may we get na lang from the economic managers in writing the total revenues collected from the three main groupings yun, ano? They are collected from sugar, sweetened beverage, tobacco products, and then alcohol products. Yan na lang po yun. So we'll also do our own computation. Thank you.
Just a
can-
gentle reminder, Mr. President. This is still the DBCC, right?
Right.
And then we're going to go next to the DOF.
Yes.
Okay.
Pero kung natanong na, hindi na namin ulitin. That's our promise. So, just last item na lang siguro, Mr. President, kasi medyo mahaba na tayo sa general principle. So, our total level for programmed new appropriations is 6, ano ba tayo yun? Ilan ba tayo? Ano ba total? Tama ba?
Program,
Hindi,
Senate Republic.
yung total budget.
Total budget.
Teka.
Pinandun.
A minute suspension, Mr. President. Medyo like, kalito-lito na.
Session is suspended. Si Rafi.
Mr.
So
President,
I will withdraw my question, ma'am. I want the figure is the total expenditure amount, program amount. 6.352 trillion. Tama po ba yun?
6.352, yes.
Yes.
With the
so-
total budget,
Total
national
budget,
budget.
yes, sorry,
Oo.
sorry. Because that is now the program appropriations plus automatic appropriations.
Yes.
Just to be very clear, okay. Program plus automatic appropriation. And our total revenues would be
4.63. That's why about 1 point something is
so
actually loans.
the so-called
4.644 trillion national government
4.6
revenues. It's
Four-
374.5 billion higher than last year. So our gross borrowings are 1.6 trillion.
Hindi po. Ang ating total projected revenues for 2025 is 4.64 trillion? 4.63 trillion. 464, okay.
4644.
So, if I subtract the total expenditure program, I subtract the projected revenues from that amount, our deficit is not in percentages but in amount 1.71 trillion pesos.
Yes, about that amount.
Expenditure and disbursement.
So there's a difference between
Projected deficit. This is just projected deficit.
What you mentioned.
Okay, po.
Deficit.
the deficit.
Sige, ma'am.
The deficit is 1.517 trillion.
May we know why doesn't this follow the normal mathematics, Mr. President?
Difference between expenditure and disbursement. Disbursement is cash.
Okay, there's a difference between expenditures and disbursement. Disbursement is cash. So ito, expenditure pa lang yung sa budget. Appropriations.
Yes, yes. Everything is projected, Mr. President. Lahat ito projection for next year. So the authority to spend is 6.352 trillion pesos.
Yes.
As far as program plus automatic. Kasi
Pero ang
may standby pa. Alisin muna natin si standby yung unprogrammed. Okay. That's not yet spent.
Correct.
The projected revenues, wala pa rin yan. 4.64 trillion. So what's the projected deficit?
The maximum SARO.
the 6.352 sa maximum SARO. Hindi naman lahat yan. The cash that you will need, 6,182
Sige, may continue.
trillion. Therefore,
1537.
the deficit is 1,537.
537. So that's still we call that projected deficit?
Yes.
Projected deficit kasi hindi pa naman nangyayari lahat, no? So okay, so the projected deficit is 1,537 trillion pesos. Okay. What is our planned borrowing for 2025?
1.6 trillion.
Only-
About.
I'm
I'm sorry.
I don't think so.
2.545 trillion.
Okay, so it looks like we will be borrowing 1 trillion for next year, more than our projected deficit. So may we know why?
Difference
The difference,
paying principal on the principal rollover.
for the.
Yeah, we're already paying the principal, so it's a rollover. This is just to repeat, for the record, what our secretary has confirmed.
So now we,
Iba yung gross borrowing, iba yung net borrowing.
yes, yes. So in effect, okay, we will be borrowing more than the projected deficit because we want to borrow money to pay for our principal debt payments. Tama? To the tune of 1 trillion is that's the plan. For 2025, we will pay principal of our debt to the tune of 1 trillion pesos. Tama po ba yun? From the answer of our economic managers? Tama ba?
I don't know if that's all for towards the principal, but as mentioned, the total deficit is the total borrowings is 2.545 trillion.
Correct.
I don't know how much is the
1 point sa documents ko po, 1.2 trillion pesos actually is for principal. So,
That's correct.
okay.
so
So,
1.2 trillion principal.
Gross borrowing,
Gross.
2545,
mm,
less amortization. It's in page 2 of the
Right.
BSF.
right. Okay, ganito, Madam Chair. In the President's budget message, President's budget message, ano page ba to? Page, if you ask our staff to help us, look at page 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth paragraph, it goes like this. A total of 876.7 billion pesos or 13.8% of the proposed fiscal year 2025 national budget will go to debt burden for the servicing of government debt. This will cover net lending and interest payments on both local and foreign debt. And then can I now bring your attention to page 13, 1 to the third paragraph. The remaining 848 billion pesos or 13.4% of the proposed fiscal year 2025 national budget will go to creditors for domestic and foreign loan repayments. Okay. Now, if my question is about how much is the interest payment for our national debt in the 2025 budget, which figure should I look to? 848.
848.
Okay, thank you for that. 848. So in effect, just to summarize everything about debt, for next year, we intend to pay 848 billion pesos as interest on our debt, and we intend to pay 1.2 trillion pesos as principal payments on our debts. So,
Yeah.
that makes it more than 2 trillion pesos na po ang mabayad natin. Apo. Ngayon, what would be our, after the execution of the 2025 budget, what would be our projected level of national debt? After nagbayad, kasi mag-uutang din, tapos magbabayad eh. So, magkano po ang level niya?
17.3 trillion. From 15 trillion, 17.3.
Trillion pesos. Kasi I noticed yesterday, Mr. President, ang pinag-uusapan natin when we talk about debt, we talk about ratios, mga percentages. Pero, how about the actual value of the debt? Isn't the best proof that the economy is doing well, the fact that we are able to, ano ba tawag mo doon? To lower the level of the actual debt, the amount, not percentages. Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Don't
The
we?
economy will also be bigger by the end of 2025.
Right. I remember that the economy will also be bigger by the end of 2025. That's why this is one of the first that we discussed earlier. It's not a matter of just trying to pay down the debt, but encouraging growth. So the growth sectors that we need to invest in. Kasi minsan, kahit nga mababa yung debt, ano ninyo, obligations pero wala ka namang growth eventually, hindi ka rin naman makakabayad nung obligations.
But since the economic managers are right before us, ito na lang po yung question ko. Does this administration intend to pay down our debt?
We plan to make the economy grow faster than the debt.
Sige,
Yeah.
make it a record.
For the record, they plan to make the economy grow faster than the debt. So the
So
debt to
we-
GDP ratio will decrease.
So we're always back to the ratio. But you know, the ratios mean siguro little. Mean something siguro, but not really a big deal to the people. So
I
basta that was a very direct question, and that is the answer I got from the economic manager. So
Mr. President,
not,
I think it's also like this. There are many of us who are, let's say, straight employees and we don't have any businesses. We have, let's say, savings. We put money in the bank. That sustains our family. Now, if you have a business, you take risks, you borrow, so that you can expand, you can have a bigger manufacturing plant. In a way, you hire more people. I mean, I'm sure, I'm just saying this for the record. You understand what I'm saying. But to be able to expand, you need to borrow. So you have a choice. You can stay put while your population is growing and you cannot create more jobs, but your debt is low. Or you can invest more in infrastructure and be able to sustain your growing population. So instead of just playing safe, most businessmen will expand, whereas ordinary citizens who are employees like us, well, I mean, some of you have businesses, but I'm just saying, you have your savings account, but you cannot really hire more people to benefit from your wealth.
okay, just facts, Mr. President, just for the record. So under this administration, what was the level of the national debt at the start of this administration?
Not here.
Pero, ano ba
Okay. 2022. Okay.
In 2022,
Yes, 2022, at the start.
4 trillion.
the total debt was 13.4 trillion in 2022. Ito yung minana
Hindi,
niya.
sa start po, June 30 yan. More or less, June 30.
Don't have June 30, but start 2022,
Ah,
13.4.
2020, January 1, 2022 or December 31, 2022? What is this?
Ano, June na to, June. June doon.
June.
13.4.
June
June
1.
2022.
2. Okay, 13.44 trillion. What is the plan of the economic managers by the end of this administration? What would be the projected national debt?
20.7 trillion.
20.7 trillion
Ano,
by
by June
June 2028.
June 2028. So I'm just
Pero yung debt to GDP ratio,
The
again,
economy in 2022,
the economy in 2022, 22 trillion in 2022.
the economy in 2028 will be 37 trillion.
In 2028, it will be 37 trillion.
That's a projection also. Okay, so I think, Mr. President, okay, so I think we have done everything humanly possible for on the topic, Mr. President. Actually, marami pa, pero pwede na siguro.
Marami na yun.
Marami pa, pero
Alam namin,
pwede
magtatrabaho.
pwede na siguro pag-usapan na lang, Mr. President, in our kung how to interpret the president's budget.
Oh, tsaka
message.
may interpellation pa po
Sige pa,
tayo.
sige pa.
With
Sige.
the
And then of course I'm not
meeting.
I'm not asking on the national ID yet because pagdating na sa NEDA ang national ID PSA. So we thank our chairperson, Mr. President, for her patience and of course also the patience of our resource persons. We have really tested our former colleague, Mr. President. Talagang he has shown us his patience with us. But we have learned a lot. We have learned a lot from our former colleague, and we want him to come back here, Mr. President, kasi we miss the the wisdom and the guidance of our numbers and economics expert here in the Senate. So maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you
Mr.
for-
President, meron pa tayong DBM, DOF,
Correct.
NEDA.
Yes, yes. Meron pa.
Okay.
No, we need to call the agency
Yes.
first, and we have to end this first.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Ano yan?
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for any interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation on the general principles of House Bill number 10800. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: the Department of Budget and Management and its attached agencies, other budgetary support to government corporations, allocation to government units including that of the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority, special shares of LGUs in the proceeds of national taxes, local government support fund, formerly financial subsidy to LGUs, special shares of LGUs in the proceeds of fire code fees, barangay officials, death benefits, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or the BARM, contingent fund, miscellaneous personal benefits fund, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund, or the Calamity Fund, pension and gratuity fund, and on program appropriations. Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, and to interpolate the Honorable Minority Leader, indefatigable Minority Leader, Senator
Mr. President.
Pimentel.
May we ask that the DOF be called first? DOF muna.
Kayo naman sa haba ng binasa ni Francis, biglang session is suspended.
Tapos na taon dyan.
Mr. President, I move to amend my previous enumeration to include the Department of Finance.
There's no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, following our tradition, considering the presence here of the Secretary of Finance, I move to consider that we tackle the budget of the Department of Finance and recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpolate Senator Coco Pimentel.
Hearing no objection, consideration of the budget of the Department of Finance is now in order. Now, the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, is recognized, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel.
Before I proceed, Mr. President, I would like to acknowledge and give my warmest welcome again to the DOF family headed by our former colleague and pro temp, Secretary Ralph Recto. And I would also like to apologize to our Majority Leader for not having caught on immediately to what he was reading. I was reviewing something at the time. So, Mr. President, it is my duty to present to the body the budget of the Department of Finance and its attached agencies and corporation. Based on the Senate Committee report, DOF's total agency budget for fiscal year 2025 amounts to 36,208,230,000. May I ask the gallery to please settle down before I proceed?
Yes, can we ask the OSAA to please maintain order in the plenary?
Again, the DOF's total agency budget for 2025 is 36,208,230,000, composed of 29,120,548,000 as new appropriations and 7,087,682,000 as automatic appropriations. With that, this representation is now ready to accept questions from our colleagues regarding the budget of the DOF and all its attached agencies.
Yes, can we recognize our minority leader to interpolate our chair of the Committee on Finance?
Ito sir yung mga
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, I forgot to ask when I was asking about the government revenues, Mr. President. May I just continue with my fact finding for the government revenues projected at 4.64 trillion next year. How much would be coming from tax revenues, Mr. President?
From taxes, 4,332,000,000,000.
And then
603,000,000.
from the non-tax, Yeah.
311,000,000,000.
Okay.
809,000,000.
Kahapon po, parang may comment ang ating Senate President na kahapon na increasing revenues but not creating new sources of revenue. So parang ang ibig sabihin basta't no new taxes. So dito ako nakatingin sa non-tax revenues natin na 311 billion. Is that possible? May we ask the Secretary of Finance, is it possible to focus energy on increasing the non-tax revenue compared to increasing tax revenue?
One, you can tax revenue without new taxes. It's like going there.
There's a way of increasing tax revenues without increasing taxes by increasing, growing the economy. Kasi syempre kung mas maraming bumibili, yung VAT mas tumataas.
Same
yung collections
percentage,
natin.
bigger pie, so
Oo.
bigger slice, yes.
Tax revenue,
On the non-tax revenue,
government-owned corporations perform better,
if the GOCCs perform better,
more dividends.
more dividends come in.
Dividends from GOCCs is a non-tax revenue.
So dividends from GOCCs, non-tax, as well as non-tax revenues, as well as the increase in economic activity.
Which is the biggest contributor to non-tax revenue? Which GOCC?
DSP,
BSP.
Bangko Sentral, Land Bank, PAGCOR,
Yes, thank you.
and PAGCOR are examples of the ones that have the biggest revenue remittances from non-taxes.
Okay, for our tax revenues, alam ko yung dalawang biggest sources natin would be BIR and BOC. May we get the figures, sir? BIR?
475.
BIR, 3.33 trillion, 232,000,000,000,
32, okay.
475,000,000.
For the customs,
Customs, 1 billion,
1.0.
1,064,000,000,000.
Okay, sige. And then, meron bang third tax collecting agency na worthy of mentioning?
Other offices.
The balance would be collected by the others. Maliliit lang po. Apo. So, kumusta po ang trend? What's the trend in the BIR collections as well as the BOC
Actually,
collections?
we would like to congratulate the BIR. I believe they've surpassed their targets. They've met their obligations.
For the year,
For the year. For the year, they are
BIR is,
on target.
Okay, 2024 on target.
target.
Okay.
Total revenue is on target at 1.920 trillion, So that's 92.28% of the target 2.80 trillion. Eh hindi pa naman nagtatapos yung year eh.
So overall, for 2024, total revenue collection is on target. So parang yung projection natin nung last year makakamit. BIR is on target, and I suppose BOC is on target?
Little below target.
Okay.
You surpass the target for non-tax revenue.
They're a little bit below target, the BOC and the BIR. However, the year's not over. But then we surpassed non-tax revenue sources.
Okay.
So for
Yun
the,
na nga.
we are on target with the full target of 4,269.
Okay, so for the year, we are on target with our projection of 4,269 trillion.
So hindi natin masyado tuloy napapansin o mapapansin ang below target ni BIR and BOC because of the non-tax revenue. So what's happening, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chairperson? What has happened in 2024 which made our GOCCs parang outperform their projected output?
We increased the dividend rate from 50 to 75%.
Okay. And what would be the effect on the GOCCs, Mr. President? Kung dati pala, the old rule, 50%. So they got to retain the 50%. Now they will retain only 25% of their earnings. So what would now be the expected effect on our GOCCs?
To perform better.
They're being pushed to perform better, Mr. President.
Perform better with less.
Not with less, because that's their income. They still are able to cover their expenses.
The reason for many, for their being, provide dividends also to the national government.
Their main goal
Yeah.
is really to provide dividends for the government. So now, a lot of them have already been in operation for many years. So we can expect an increase in their remittances.
Exception of a few, right?
Yes.
Yeah, with
I was asking Senator Risa Ontiveros. She mentioned yesterday that we have around 250 GOCCs. How many of them are expected to be earning for the government?
Only probably 10 really.
Ang not.
Only about 10 out of the 250 GOCCs will give about the threshold of $1 billion and above. So 10 out of the 250.
No, yes. And then some of the 250 are not expected to earn from the government, not expected at all to earn for the government.
1 billion.
I'm sorry, to be corrected, instead of 10, 53 of the GOCCs will, 17 will give $1 billion and above.
Okay, thank you for that. And what would explain the BIR and the BOC failing to keep up with their targets, Madam Chairperson?
Number one, BSF.
The BSF.
Congress was not able to pass the tax laws on time.
Yeah, we weren't able to pass the tax laws on time. So now we're paying. And so there's a shortfall in collections. But will we be able to meet our target?
Yes, but the BSF.
Okay, so let me now go to the President's message because the answer brought this idea to my mind. No? Page 9, last paragraph. Ang sabi po ng ating Presidente, we will also usher in key tax reforms that will revolutionize our tax system and ultimately enhance revenue, including 1, value-added tax on non-resident digital service providers. 2, 2, excise tax on single-use plastics. 3, package 4 of the comprehensive tax reform program. 4, the rationalization of the mining fiscal regime. And number 5, the reform of the motor vehicles users charge. May we know among the 5, ilan na po ang na-achieve na? Number 1, si value-added tax on non-resident digital service providers. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that answer. So, I think these are all laws, Mr. President. So, sa atin pala ito naka-address. 4. So the President's budget message mentions 5 measures. So,
Congress can pass the remaining 4.
A message from our secretary.
Yes.
They will appreciate if we pass the remaining 4 bills that have to do with being able to generate more revenue for the government.
how much is that value-added tax on non-resident digital service providers projected to bring to government?
Roughly 80 billion in the next 4 years. So
80?
Yeah, so about 20 billion per
20
year.
billion a year. So, Mr. President, ang BIR po ay bibigyan natin ng 16.8 billion pesos. Tama po ba? And then ang Bureau of Customs, 4 billion pesos. Tama po? More or less, rounded off?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, more or less. Committee report ba itong atin?
Yes, in the
yes.
NEP BOC 5.7 billion. Pero sa committee report,
Yes.
nilagay natin 9.2 billion. We increased it because of the, di ba, yung mga incentives nila because of the surpassing their
4.0.
Oo, because of meron sa kanila na with the excess collection in 2022, I believe. Ngayon lang natin mabibigay sa kanila, di ba? Oo, kasi we needed guidelines for it.
Sa report sa akin po, 4.083 billion ang customs.
New appropriations.
Yes, and then
Oo.
ano po yung nabanggit po natin na
Hindi.
magiging 5 something?
Oo, kasi actually, dun sa NEP, Mr. President, 5.7 billion.
Oo.
Okay. Niretain niya ng GAB. Pero tayo, kasi meron silang request, meron silang incentive program for having surpassed their collections in target in 2022, no? 2021. Ngayon lang lumabas ito kasi the DOF, I think, asked from them certain guidelines before those incentives can be released. So yung difference ng 9.2 at 5.7, yun yung para sa mga incentives nila.
Based on law,
It's based on law. Lateral attrition law passed by us.
Siguro, Mr. President, magpapaguide na lang kami sa LBRMO saan makita yun because automatic, okay. Automatic, sige, can we mention the amount of automatic appropriations for the Bureau of Customs? Mga 1.7 billion siguro?
I'm sorry, Ms.
Automatic.
3.6 yung
Okay. There's a special provision from the DOF that rewards and incentives fund. In addition to the amounts appropriated herein, 3,609,000,000 pesos shall be used for the grant of rewards and incentives to the officials and employees of the Bureau of Customs for exceeding its fiscal year 2021 revenue target sourced from 15% of the collection of BOC in excess of its revenue targets pursuant to Section 4 of RA number 935, Attrition Act of 2005. The grant of rewards and incentives shall be subject to the provisions of the said law its implementing rules, and release of funds shall be subject to the submission of a special budget request and other relevant budgetary requirements in accordance with applicable laws, rules, and regulations. So siguro kaya natagalan dahil may mga relevant documents pa na kailangan na certifications.
And that amount is to be handled by what agency?
The customs.
It's the
customs.
commissioner who will decide the disbursements from that fund? Reward, sabi, ang pagkaintindi ko po, reward.
Rewards. That's why
Yes, so,
there's a committee that will decide on
Yes.
how it's going to be spent. But I was asking also the commissioner if, kasi 2021 pa to paano ngayon yung mga wala na doon na empleyado in 2021? Are they meron bang mga employees ba makakuha dito?
are these bonuses, bale? Bonuses? Kasi ang alam ko reward is in 4 months reward, but
Rewards.
For surpassing their target in
Ah.
2020.
reward, you also use the word reward. Okay, yes, I remember the law. May mga incentives tayo dyan. Okay. Yes, I remember the law. Meron tayong incentives for for both BIR and BOC, I think. So is there a similar entry for the BIR?
None yet.
Why next year next year most likely meron si BIR?
No, I don't think
None yet.
may law ba for the incentive?
Yeah.
There is.
So, yeah.
Sige,
There's no reward yet.
But, so hindi pa nasa-surpass yung target?
Wala pa.
Oo, wala pa kasing, hindi pa nasa-surpass yung target, so wala
Yes,
pang
okay.
reward
Thank you.
na pending.
Well, Mr. President, I do not want to wash our dirty linen in public, no? Pero I just want to tell the two agencies na hanggang ngayon may natatanggap pa rin tayong mga reklamo siguro. Sometimes you can say na you cannot satisfy everybody, pero sometimes meron din worrisome portion of the complaint, or part of the complaint. So
Mr.
I just want to
President,
inform the two agencies na meron pa rin, just continue na lang your siguro vigilance, internal vigilance ninyo, crack down on the misbehaving members of your agencies.
We are working on it.
actually, Mr. President, that's an age-old problem, but also I'm not saying it's a lot minimized now, but what I'm saying is the effort of the BIR now, meron silang e-filing system na marami nang nag-a-avail. In fact, I think ilang file online? 90%. Yung mga personal. Okay. So the total filings now are electronic, 90% are electronically filing. Of course, if there are certain discrepancies, they can still be audited, no? But that lessens human intervention. Pero yun nga, marami pa rin, like a lot of businesses, of course, di ba? This is approach us because they still feel the I guess the pressure. Now for the Bureau of Customs, meron na yung single window. This is the first time. Okay. So now the Bureau of Customs actually has a program where they open their offices to stakeholders to be able to share their feedback with regards to how the Bureau of Customs is being run. And tsaka meron din.
We're starting that.
It's difficult because there's a number of complaints from previous last year, from certain narratives. Now,
Laki pa ng BOC capital.
Complaints sa inyo.
so,
Nababawasan yung ano.
Well, supposedly, sa kanila, out of 700 complaints in the past, ngayon na bumababa na sa 400. Baka naman takot lang sa inyo.
but you don't do next step from parang maybe
Where we go.
Government agencies. So the complaints are not, were not addressed directly to them. This comes from mga action centers, yung mga 888 and Presidential Action Line na 888.
So I have been informed that customs will enjoy a substantial 580% increase in capital outlay in the 2025 budget. May we know where the CO will be spent on?
Ano yun?
Customs.
Yeah, no, I know per one.
Tama po ba?
From last year, 900.
Okay,
PLGF na lang.
the 900, the 2025 budget of 700, the Bureau of Customs, an increase of 893.6 million. The year-on-year increase in the PS allocation is due to the higher number of field positions, which has risen from 3,500 to 3,700 in 2025. The increase in MOOE for 2025 compared to 2024 is primarily due to the higher allocation for subscription expenses, particularly for information and communications technology, subscriptions which are necessary to maintain and ensure the stability and performance of the BOC's ICT infrastructure. The capital outlay, the 2025 budget of 742.86 million for CO, almost 6 times the allocation for 2024, will cover the funding requirements for the construction of the new BOC building at Iloilo Commercial Port Complex, Phase 2, 48.70 million procurement of 17 motor vehicles, 57.2 million purchase of office equipment, 41.7 million acquisition of various ICT active equipment, 595.8 million for the BOC's Regional Data Center District Ports, structured cabling and infrastructure, and fraud analytics.
So thank you, yung CO. Okay. May building pala na gagawin sa Iloilo. Well, I'll just appeal to the two agencies, Mr. President, Madam Chair, that they should institutionalize parang a complaints desk or window kasi para ma-address po natin yung mga reklamo pa rin.
With the
Pero,
indulgence,
hindi
with
ko
the
naman-
indulgence of the
Yes,
minority
yes.
leader, siguro I'd just like to ask, point out also, yung you're asking about the capital outlay, the construction. I had the chance to visit the Port of Manila last year for an event. And napansin ko po, Madam Chair, is that yung Port of Manila burned down. They're still holding office in the gymnasium right now. Probably that can be planned also in the next coming years kasi nandun pa rin ho sila. Nasa gymnasium nag-o-office ang Port of Manila.
Oh,
Office.
is that BOC concern?
That's BOC.
Yes. Bakit wala po sila? When did the fire occur, Mr. President? Kailan ba 'yon? Kailan nasunugan yung sa Port of Manila?
2019.
Oh, you're not. Bakit nauna po yung Iloilo na request?
We will be requesting today.
Sige.
What you see is about 2.5 billion.
So about 2.5 billion is needed for this.
Oh,
Yes.
So it was submitted to the NEP, for the NEP, but it was not included.
okay.
So
Yes.
this is something that we
Yes.
can really look into.
Yes.
Anong mas priority ninyo? Nabasa na o? Yung mga na-include na? O ito? Yung mga binigay na ng NEP o ito?
Equally important.
Okay.
Pareho.
I was asking, Mr. President, what's more important? Maybe NEP, in the NEP, there might be an item that's not as important as this one, but they said it's equally important.
Sige. Hanapan na lang kung talagang if the chamber feels that it is that important, Mr. President. Sige, but Ito na lang, parang purihin ko rin yung dalawa nating ahensya na although may natatanggap tayong reklamo, hindi ko naman masabing dumami ang reklamo.
Okay.
So, well, i-address lang po natin yung mga reklamo. And then, Mr. President, talking about the Bureau of Local Government Finance, I hope, may I know the mandate of this office, Mr. President?
Yeah. Okay. Essentially, it exercises administration, supervision. Yeah.
Essentially, the Bureau of Local Government Finance, BLGF, is assigned to assist in formulating and implementing local government revenue administration and fund management policies and exercise administrative and technical supervision over local treasury and assessment operations, among others. Yun nga sinasabi natin na binabantayan, hindi pwedeng more than 20% of their revenue yung utang nila, yung mga ganun fiscal responsibilities.
Yes. So yun lang, reminder na lang po sa BLGF na to be also be proactive, vigilant, and then guide our LGUs na hindi po sila mabaon sa utang. Kasi ang buong mundo ngayon, well, I do not know if my talk with the Secretary of Finance was confidential, hindi lounge, but ang buong mundo ngayon, parang nababaon na sa utang. Kaya nga ayaw natin maranasan din ng ating mga LGUs po yan na they will find it their debt levels to be unmanageable or uncontrollable. May I just know from the experience of the BLGF in analyzing the financial statements of our LGUs, ang utang ba ng ating LGU ay all peso denominated loans? All.
And in fact, meron pa nga silang surplus yung local government.
Yes, pero basically ano yun because of Metro Manila, I think Metro Manila.
Yes, mostly, correct.
So with that, Mr. President, I just wish the Department of Finance family all the best and all the luck in the world, and you are under good hands, Mr. President. Malaking tiwala natin kay Secretary Recto, is a visionary. And he holds his beliefs strongly. Talagang napag-aralan na po niya lahat yan. It's not necessary that we all agree with his siguro ano ba tawag mo doon, solutions to our problems or his vision, but what is important is he has basis and he has studies to back up his conclusions, Mr. President. Yan naman ang importante sa lahat. So, Customs and BIR, siguro par for the course ng inyong ng inyong ahensya talaga, merong magrereklamo. But please, pay attention to all of the complaints, treat them seriously, and keep on improving. Keep on improving the delivery of your services, and then also the level of honesty among your people, among your employees in how they deal with the public, with the stakeholders. So I wish you all the best. Good luck, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, everybody.
President,
Thank you to our minority leader.
Mr. President, next to interpellate is none other than the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, the Honorable Sherwin Gatchalian.
The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, Senator Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just have a few items, and this is in continuation of some of the topics that a good minority leader propounded earlier. Actually, there's another tax measure that we enacted, Mr. President, that is not on the list that our good minority leader mentioned, and that's the Real Property Valuation Reform Act. It might not contribute directly to national coffers, but it will improve the financial capacity of the local government units. And the intention there is to make our local government units financially independent, hopefully so that they will not request numerous subsidies from the national government. So I'll focus on that. And the good minority leader also opened up the topic of BLGF because BLGF is tasked to implement the RP Vara law. So may I just ask the good sponsor on the status of the implementation of the RP Vara law? Is that law, where are we in terms of the implementation of that law? And what are the challenges in terms of implementing that law? Because admittedly, that's a sweeping reform on how our local governments will value property and as well as collect taxes from those property, Mr. President.
Well, the exploratory talks with the World Bank is October 2024, but I mean,
IRR next week.
the IRR will be ready by next week.
Oh, okay. That's congratulations in advance to the Department of Finance for releasing the IRR in the next few weeks. And Mr. President, the good sponsor, in the law, it also requires the creation of the real property valuation service, and this is a key office in the BLGF in order to fully operationalize this law, Mr. President. And in fact, this representation requested an additional budget of 89 million to operationalize this. Unfortunately, and I understand the good sponsor because budget is really tight, this was not accepted. Will it hamper will the non-creation of the RPVS hamper the implementation of RP Vara?
Yes, it will.
And at the proper time, I'll request from the good sponsor that additional 89 million because that 89 million is crucial in the implementation of RP Vara, Mr. President, as stated earlier. What? Ano? Ito nga yun, di ba? Ano ba yun? What are you saying? Where? Ang haba kasi. My next question, Mr. President, and this is in relation to RP Vara, and I saw this account. There's a project called Local Governance Reform Project, Mr. President. How is this project related to RP Vara? Because what I understand is RP Vara will be implemented by from ground up, and in this project will have any contribution or relation to the implementation of RP Vara?
It is part of it.
It is part of it, Mr. President.
And I also saw that the allocation is quite substantial, about 436 million pesos, Mr. President. So is this 436 million pesos?
Yes, about
36 million pesos.
436.
And Mr. President, is this the entire amount to complete the local governance reform project?
Is the entire amount needed? Yes.
Yes, it is.
To complete. And how will this contribute to RP Vara, Mr. President?
Yun yung mga breakdown.
No. Yeah, this particular one Local governments reform, how will it?
Hindi natanggap to, diba?
That's the question.
Hindi natanggap.
Hindi
So magkano natanggap? Magkano yung? Zero.
foreign assisted siya, sir. So mag-accumulate lang siya ng commitment.
Okay.
Okay. This project will
Yeah.
help the
This project will help the real property assessment. It will help the real property for information system and the computerized appraisal.
Mr. President, I understand there's no allocation for this coming.
For now,
2025.
there's no allocation for it.
I understand this is also a foreign assisted project.
There is an 11.6 million allocation
Okay.
out of the 400 plus.
Okay. And obviously the 11 million is going to be not enough for the 436
It's not
million.
even 10%.
Yeah, correct. And how will this be a problem in the implementation of RPVARA?
yes, it will be.
It will be.
So at the proper time, Mr. President, will also make some requests and amendments on how to allocate some amounts, maybe not the entire amount,
Priority.
because
Maybe
all of
we can ask them for a partial amount
Yes.
that is really necessary for it to be operational. Diba?
Because we have 2 years under the update to the end of systems.
Kaya may sumpa. Perhaps at the minimum half of it.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the point I'm trying to make, Mr. President, because RPVARA will be implemented next year. The IRR will be promulgated in the next few weeks. So the amounts are needed to make sure that in 2025, the implementation of this law will be unhampered and efficient, Mr. President. And we want to see the success of the implementation of this law, because this is one of the tax measures, albeit it's not similar to the other tax measures that were proposed here that will contribute to national coffers, but it will help our local governments become more financially independent. And with that, the hope there is they will not require as many subsidies, because they can collect their own taxes and be empowered in doing so, Mr. President. So it's important that we see RPVARA implemented to its fullest. Mr. President, another topic related to a law that we implemented, we also implemented the ease of paying taxes, Mr. President. And one of the core objectives of ease of paying taxes is digitalization. In the law, in RA 11976, Section 44 in particular, it calls for the creation of a digitalization roadmap that will be submitted to Congress. May I know, Mr. President, what is the status of that roadmap? And the BIR is tasked to come up with that roadmap. Ano yung allocation for the digitalization?
Then you budget will be for the digitalization.
1.82 billion.
Then the give me also that our budget will be.
10% of that's 152 for
Page. Okay.
ano naman, lahat naman ng system.
Medyo marami yan.
Mr. President, this is more like a chart, no, for the roadmap. Is it okay if we just submit this
Yes,
to you
Mr.
for your
President.
perusal?
Yes, Mr. President,
Okay.
we'll just request for a copy. And in the list of amendments that we submitted to Her Honor, to the good sponsor, is an additional of 152 million.
Maybe to assist lang.
But as
BIR,
the BIR
35 ICT projects.
has 35 ICT projects.
And Mr. President, I was saying earlier that we requested an additional 152 million to enhance the digitalization project of BIR. And this is connected to the comment of our good minority leader earlier na marami pa siyang naririnig na hindi magaganda at mga controversies. And I truly believe that digitalization is a way to improve the delivery of service as well as the collection of taxes, as well as also to eliminate human intervention and eliminate those that are sources of corruption and, of course, controversies, Mr. President. So I fully support the digitalization effort of the BIR. And I also took note that the 152 million that we submitted for an additional amounts to the digitalization efforts of BIR was also not accepted. Will that hamper the digitalization efforts of the BIR this coming 2025 in relation to the digitalization roadmap? Because meron hong roadmap, of course, to operationalize that roadmap, we need amounts. But will that deficiency hamper the implementation of the roadmap, Mr. President?
Wala. Another one. Baka yun. Okay, that's the one. Okay.
Call center, 3 million,
For the
3 billion.
Yeah, for the EOP,
Magkano call center?
for the ease of paying taxes, the budget is sufficient.
Ito.
For the ease of paying taxes, the budget is sufficient.
But there is an appeal of the BIR with regard to the contact center,
The appeal is with regards to the contact center,
which is
I think, is a very good idea, Mr. President.
which is at 297
Yeah,
million.
to outsource the contact center, because I understand that they only have 22 agents answering the nation's complaints in terms of tax collection, tax computation. So with the estimate of how many taxpayers do we have? How many registered taxpayers do we have right now?
60 million
60 million, 60. So
of 50.
50 million. Just imagine, we have 50 million taxpayers and there are only 22 people, agents, less than 20 agents answering issues on computation, issues on documentation and others, Mr. President. So we submitted also an augmentation of about 297 million, and this is geared towards outsourcing the contact center, which I believe is a much more efficient way rather than government hiring all the call center agents and answering phone calls. I think outsourcing is the more efficient way, Mr. President. And will this 297 million answer all the complaints that the BIR, or all the, not complaints only, but all the questions, the queries, the calls that the BIR is receiving, Mr. President? And will this also be in line with the EOPT goal of enhancing the experience of our taxpayers?
Yeah, we will try to make do with 250 to begin with.
To begin with, 250 may be sufficient. Although in other countries, there are more than 1,000.
Wow.
But also, there are certain things, I don't know if we notice, with AI also, for certain basic questions, if we modernize our ICT system, there are certain things that can already be auto-generated. Like if your question is, what is your balance. You can put in a PIN number that's with your account. It can tell you that. If you have questions, press 0. Then that's the only time you will be referred. So we could devise something like this.
I think that's a good idea, Mr. President, with the age of chatbots. Mr.
Yes,
President.
exactly what the BIR commissioner was saying. They already have it, but it's a very basic application. But that's how we are able to compensate for not having that many physical bodies attending to the call.
I think, Mr. President, a mixture of physical phone calls and also chatbots.
Correct.
I think that will be a good combination, Mr. President. Kung Apple meron Siri, sa BIR pwedeng Ralph ang chatbot. No? Ang pangalan para matandaan ka agad.
Revi?
Revi, meron na pa.
Revi.
Revi.
Oh, cute Revenue.
Revenue, short for revenue.
Si Revi.
Oh, Revi. Meron na pala, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, at the proper time, I'll make an appeal to augment the budgets of BLGF, BIR for the proper implementation of the laws that we enacted here, like RP Vara and EOPT, Mr. President. So, thank you to the good sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing this representation to propound some question. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for your positive.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, Majority Leader.
President, we have 3 more interpellators, namely Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Bongo, as well as Senator Pia Cayetano. I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Let me go first for a bit. Ready to resume?
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be very brief. Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, the Secretary of Finance and I have always been allies in public health, especially allocations to the LGUs. We only had differences and very serious differences on the role of tobacco in this country, but I'm not going to go there.
Thank you.
I won't. But I wanted, and by the way, the Supreme Court has ruled with finality and finality and finality again that tobaccos are health products, which should be regulated by the FDI. FYI, Mr. Secretary.
Okay.
So my question is for the Secretary. So despite knowing that His Honor has been an ally in funding health and the syntax, we passed it together, why again, just for the record, did the Department of Finance under the leadership of the Secretary instruct the agencies, including PhilHealth in particular, to transfer funds that are meant for PhilHealth benefits to the National Treasury?
Well, first, it is because of a mandate from
In the GAA from last year, there's a
mandate.
for 2024, there was actually a mandate from Congress. We'll give you the
Yeah, it was a
exact
special
word.
provision. Actually, I know
Special
the answer. I
provision,
just want to
yeah.
hear it. So His Honor is saying that there is a provision. There's a
They follow the instructions of Congress.
Okay,
Mhm.
but may I clarify further that was that the Secretary's personal desire to remove the funds from PhilHealth? Was His Honor surprised that there was idle funds there?
I was not surprised
He wasn't surprised.
that
But
there were idle funds. Okay, but when we
by doing an audit of the PhilHealth, there's about 500 billion excess income of PhilHealth. I mean,
Reserve funds.
reserve funds that they haven't utilized.
Okay.
Now, it's not even earning what is considered a respectable
Reasonable.
amount because it's not even within what do you call it? Sorry, it's the lateness of the hour.
It's okay.
Within the what do you call this? The inflation.
Yeah.
To beat
It's earning-
inflation.
It's earning lower than the inflation rate.
Exactly. So so they decided instead of borrowing money, because actually during the pandemic, PhilHealth didn't cover a lot of, like, for example, some of the unprogrammed funds that were funded through the PhilHealth supplementary budget was for health workers.
This is the predicament.
That's the predicament.
One, we just came out of a pandemic.
There was, yeah, we just came out of a pandemic.
The president, June 1, katatapos lang ng pandemic. In fact, hindi pa tapos, di ba? June 1, okay.
June 1 of 2022.
22.
Mhm.
Okay. Naturally, that all available resources.
So all available resources are evaluated.
Understand?
Yeah.
And Congress saw it fit to take a look at GOCCs,
And
including PhilHealth, PGIC, among others.
yeah.
And found out that you have 500 billion in excess resources.
So yes. So basically, when they found out there was an in excess of resources which wasn't being utilized, and remember that PhilHealth has more than enough to cover all of their beneficiaries for years, even if by taking out that amount, that initial amount of
90 billion.
90 billion, they still have, but the initial na tinanggal magkano na?
60 pa lang.
60 billion pa lang yung natatanggal. Meron pa silang reserve fund na 500.
The reserve fund of PhilHealth, if we compute it properly, should only be 280.
Because of the contribution lang.
No, dapat tayo. 280.
The reserve fund should only be 280 based on their spending, but they haven't been spending.
More than 500. Okay. What we took out was the fund balance of the government subsidy. We
So,
did not touch members.
so members' contributions weren't touched to fund this program. What was taken was the government subsidy portion,
Which was not utilized.
which wasn't utilized. Now, also for clarity, what gave them the authorization, just for the record again, Mr. President, fund balance of the GOCCs from any remainder resulting from the review and reduction of the reserve funds to reasonable levels, taking into account the disbursements from prior years. The DOF shall issue the guidelines, shall
Date yun. In May.
issue the guidelines to implement this provision within 15 days from the effectivity of this act. So it's not on a whim. This was actually stated in the GAA. Now, of course, we go back to the
One point lang. Because of the pandemic, the government borrowed 7 trillion.
because of the pandemic, the government borrowed 7 trillion.
And that's why our debt ballooned to 13 trillion in 2022.
That's why our debt ballooned to 15 trillion, 13 trillion in 2022. Imagine.
PhilHealth did not spend a single centavo during the pandemic.
PhilHealth did not spend during the pandemic,
Not even one vaccine.
not even a vaccine.
No, but it's not PhilHealth's mandate to pay for the vaccines. It's
The
DOH.
reserve fund.
It's DOH.
The reserve fund of PhilHealth is exactly for the purpose of a pandemic.
The reserve
We
fund.
have a reserve fund.
So it could be used for that. But again, going back to the commitment of our secretary, he will adhere to the decision of the Supreme Court.
Okay,
Which,
because
yeah.
actually, Mr. President, Madam Chairperson, as Her Honor knows, I am the vice chair I am your vice chair. So it is not by desire to pose questions, but when I chair the budget of, when I defend the budget of health next week, both DOH and PhilHealth, I will not be able to answer the questions without DOF's presence. So may I ask the secretary to be sure that you have at least a USEC here who can answer all those questions, because we have colleagues who will be asking questions about those PhilHealth funds. I'd like to end on this note. DOF secretary is a member of the board of PhilHealth. So regardless of the provision, and I will be submitting an amendment that the health fund should not be touched for future, not in addition to the Supreme Court TRO, but it's going to be my recommendation that any measures taken by DOF to take excess funds, idle funds, should not include healthcare agencies, DOH and PhilHealth, because the DOF secretary now, because you were new in 2022, obviously, sits on the board of PhilHealth, and you will have the ability to tell PhilHealth now that use these funds properly. Spend it. Ang tagal-tagal ng rollout ng Consulta, which is the outpatient program, not because of the lack of funds, but because of the lack of planning. Nababayaran naman ng technical experts to create these programs so that ma-roll out yun. So we all know, I don't think anyone will disagree that those funds are needed, but they were not spent. No? So it is a sad reality that we have now, and the assurance that I want is that, because when I chair this, I will only have health officials in front of me. So I want the DOF secretary to assure us that there will be a responsible person who can respond. And do I get his assurance that moving forward, the work that you need to do to find idle funds should be done at the board, can be done at the board level. I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you my opinion that do it as a member of the board. Make them spend that money for healthcare. Yun lang naman po, Madam Chairperson, Mr. President.
Intend to do that.
Yes, thank you for your commitment and recommendation, Senator Pia. Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pia Cayetano. Likewise, I'm concerned being one of the authors, the sponsor of the Universal Healthcare, and I'm pretty sure also that our Secretary Ralph Recto, being the principal author of the UHC, will not allow that the UHC will fail. I'm sure that to his stewardship, that the Universal Healthcare law will gain traction, especially the program. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next to interpellate would be the chairman of the Committee on Public Services, Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized. Next to interpellate our chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang gabi po, Madam Chair. Tatlo lang po ang issue ko rito. Number one, yung Bugatti, and para makapaganda ka, Madam Chair. Number two, ay yung tungkol sa vape. And then number three ay tungkol sa ukay-ukay. Let's start with the Bugatti. No March 1, 2024, BOC seizes 4.6 billion worth of vape products sa ilang mga warehouses sa Metro Manila. Ano nangyari po doon sa mga na-seize na mga vapes?
On vape products and e-cigarettes, the Port of Manila issued 4 seizure orders for a total of 42,300 boxes of vapor products with an estimated value of 15,346,600,000. 3 of the seizures were fully condemned on separate dates from April to August 2024. So I suppose ito ay sinira. Fully condemned, while the remaining seizure is currently undergoing condemnation proceedings at the Manila International Container Port. 10 seizure orders were issued for various vape products consisting of 15,018 boxes and 50,177 pieces with an estimated value of 1.836 billion. 7 of these seizures have been forfeited and are now undergoing condemnation proceedings. The remaining 3 seizure orders are currently in different stages or forfeiture proceedings and will be disposed of through condemnation once finalized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sino-sino po yung present na mga tao o other agencies of government during condemnation? Meron ho ba tayo mga pictures and videos nakuha habang ginagawa po yung condemnation? Madam Chair?
There are other agencies present during the condemnation activity.
There are pictures
Um,
and documentation.
There are pictures and documentations.
It's just not available.
Is it okay for our colleague, Mr. President, for those pictures to follow for submission? Because they don't have it right now.
Okay. Okay, Madam Chair. Okay ako dyan, Mr. President.
Okay.
Recently, nag-ikot po yung mga staff ko at nagbili ng mga vape sa different stores in Metro Manila. At napansin po namin, karamihan sa kanila ay walang mga selyo ng BIR. So meaning, taxes were not paid. Paano ba yung sistema run us through from the time na parating pa lamang itong mga container na naglalaman ng mga vapes up to the time na na-release po ito sa BOC?
Bakit may mga, ibig sabihin kaya, may mga nakalusot dun sa, is that what we're trying to infer?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Baka may nakalusot dun sa mga dapat na condemn na.
No. Tapos na tayo sa condemnation.
Hindi, pero dapat
Pero
daw
pwede rin,
doon nga sa seizure tsaka yung...
tinulungan mo ako rito. Thank you.
Oo.
Nakalimutan ko na yan, pero tama ka.
Hindi nila sinira.
Maring hindi na sinira at nakalusot nga. Tama. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. If I didn't mean to... So the procedure is,
First, they have to buy stuff from BIR.
They have-
Register with the BIR.
dapat mag-register muna sila sa BIR. Tapos bumili sila ng stamps. Tapos dun sa panggagalingan na port,
If it's,
kunyari galing sa China o kung saan man yon,
they install the stamps,
sasalpakan ng stamp bawat produkto
yeah, and then it's brought to the Philippines.
at saka dadalhin dito sa Pilipinas.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Ang pagkakaalam ko, yung kargamento parating pa lamang o in-expect na parating, yung importer ay magpa-file ng ATRIG, Authority to Release Imported Goods, bago ito ma-release sa BOC. Base doon sa bill of lading na meron itong importer from the na ibibigay sa Bureau of Customs. Now, yung bill of lading na meron sila, dadalhin ito ng importer sa BIR and then magkakaroon ng bilangan kung ilan ba yung number of cartons and vapes
For the stamp.
na pinaparating at doon babayarang excise tax and then bibigyan ng number of selyo. Tama ba? And then pupunta sa customs, ipapakita yon, and then once nakita ng customs na everything is in order, saka i-release yung kargamento.
Tama po kayo, Mr. President.
That is the old procedure.
Yan yung lumang procedure.
Starting when? September ba? June? Starting September? Or
Ah.
June? Starting June,
Nung nag-umpisa po ng June,
you cannot import it without the stamps anymore.
sa port of origin na po, nilalagyan ng seal, Mr. President. So, ganun yung
Okay,
sa
good.
June pa lang.
So ang tanong ko po, Madam Chair, bakit napakarami pong mga vape na wala po mga selyo? So ibig sabihin, hindi po sila nagbayad ng tax sa BIR. Ito po yung mga puslit. So tulad sinabi niyo mismo, galing na sa inyo. So maaari ito kasama doon sa 15 billion pesos na mga vapes na na-seize ng Bureau of Customs noon. Na ibis na sunugin,
I mean,
itinabi at ibinenta ulit. Recycle, parang gano'n.
Kasi nga yung inventory, depende nga po sa isusumite sa inyo, Mr. President, na pruweba ng pagsisira ng mga produkto na yon at saka kung sino ang naging saksi sa pagsira ng mga produkto na yun. Kasi di ba, yun nga yung nagiging problema, pati yung mga drugs noon, di ba? Kinukumpiska tapos binibenta ulit. So, hindi natin alam kung ano bang nangyari. Paano nakapasok? Either nakapasok yan or yan yung na kumpiska. Ano bang...
From what I know today,
Mm-mm.
laki na ang pinagbawas ng vape products in the market.
Oo.
Okay? Now, there are two now, so in the importation, you have the customs, and today even the BIR does raid in all the establishments that are selling vape products. Kung walang stamp tax included in BIR.
Actually,
Warehouses, right? What's the value now of your?
na-confiscate. Nasa 15.
BIR naman.
Abia. Paano siya magkakakoleksyon?
So kung pinaka-different info, yung sarap naman kasi wala dito lang din sa bagay ay siguro na action. Yeah.
Would be like, even June 1, new reputation.
Yeah, yeah.
Only gets versus 1. But it couldn't be important that.
Yeah.
So, then I'm not
matagal na siya lang important. Itong physical pag-ilan sila sa may mga pag-ilan
Even the BIR,
Kahit sa BIR, may mga nahuhuli na po, Mr. President.
about 1.2 billion worth.
About 1.2 billion worth, Mr. President, was confiscated. And then they're subject to destruction.
Right now, the BIR has a warehouse
May warehouse yung BIR, Mr.
with
President,
lots of vape products
na maraming vape
na
products
hindi pa na-destroy din.
na hindi pa nasisira, hindi pa sinisira.
So
Pero-
can we make sure na yung mga vape products na yan na nasa warehouse ng BIR ay talaga ma-destroy at dapat meron po mga witness na nakikita yung pag-destroy talaga? Kasi ang kinakatukutan ko rito, galing sa kanina sa inyo din, Madam Chair,
Okay.
na in fact, balita rin po ito na yung mga nakukumpiska, hindi naman talaga dinidestroy at binibenta. In fact, may mga information na yung nagbebenta ng mga vape na walang mga selyo, galing daw sa mga tauhan ng BIR at Bureau of Customs.
Tama po kayo na maging mapagmasid. Ngayon, ang sabi naman po ng ating BIR Commissioner, nakaschedule for destruction ng mga produkto na yon. Iniintay lang nila yung COA, yung guidelines, at saka yung presence din ng COA habang sinusunog nila kung ano man. Huwag yung
Siguro bukod sa COA, kailan siguro may mga taga-media and other members.
and other, pwede naman.
Yeah.
Pwedeng bang padalan kami ng notice kung kailan yung para makapadala kami ng representative?
At para inspection na rin kung yung susunugin ay yung karton na yun may mga laman at baka naman blanco na yung mga
Tama
karton.
kayo,
at
tama.
nailabas na yung...
Magsuot lang kayo ng mask kasi pag sinunog yon.
Magkano do we have figures as to how much lost in revenue as a result of these vapes, their excise taxes not being paid? May figures po tayo.
Your estimate.
My estimate,
Annually?
we're losing 35 billion
35 billion.
on tobacco. The vape would probably be about 17 billion.
17 billion po.
Oh,
Okay.
so
That's a lot.
35 for the record, vape 17 billion lost revenue, 35 billion lost revenue for tobacco products.
So yung sa 17 billion na loss from revenue sa vape, so ano po yung mga programa meron tayong inilaan para yung 17 billion ay mabawasan man lang at masiguro na makapagbayad sila ng tamang buwis at makakumita ang ating gobyerno ng tama?
Two things. One,
Mm.
hinuhuli ngayon ng Bureau of Customs at ng BIR all these illegal vape products.
Okay.
Second, we will introduce a bill in Congress because the vape law has two taxes. Pag yung salt nick and free base. I think so. Ang mataas na tax in salt nick, yung mababang tax in free base. So they could smuggle in by saying it is free base and not salt nick. So baka mas mabuti.
Pag isa yun na lang.
Distinguish
Oo.
free base and salt nick, isang rate na lang.
So amendment na lang yan. So aside from apprehension, which they're now proactively doing, they propose to amend the law to remove the distinction of the type of vape products so that it's easier to monitor and also to collect an average amount, one rate.
Okay. Na-appreciate po natin lahat yung pong ginagawang pag-raid ng personnel ng Bureau of Customs sa different warehouses na meron po mga vape na misdeclared or underdeclared, etc. Nakakatuwa po marinig yon. Ibig sabihin, masipag po yung ating mga taga-Bureau of Customs. However, sana yung kasipagan nila, doon pa lamang po sa pinto ng Bureau of Customs, naharang na nila yon at hindi na po nila napayagan na mapunta pa po sa mga warehouse. Kasi lumilitaw po, ayon po sa mga nakausap ko mga negosyante, doon pa lamang doon po sa gate, meron na po silang in under the table at syempre identified na agad kung saan po pupunta yung vape. Pagdating doon sa warehouse, titirahin pa rin, doble ang kita. The fact na alam ng mga taga Bureau of Customs kung ano yung warehouse na re-raidin, ibig sabihin, alam nila kung sino-sino mga pinayagan nila na wag na magbayad ng buwis. Baka yun po yung isang i-address na issue na masiguro.
Parang hugas kamay na rin, di ba? Kasi
Correct po.
ano man yun, di ba? Thank you.
Tama. Sana po, doon pa lamang sa loob ng Bureau of Customs, maghigpit na po sila na para hindi na po makalabas yung mga vapes na hindi nagbabayad ng buwis, na hindi po na pumunta sa BIR para magbayad ng excise tax. So maghigpit-higpit po siguro yung Bureau of Customs. Otherwise, kung patuloy pong mangyari yan, so magtataka ito mga negosyante, bakit palaging merong nare-raid ang Bureau of Customs? At ang sagot din mga negosyante nagtataka ay sapagkat pinagpiperahan lang po yung sistema.
Actually, kung sinasabi natin na tinatayang 17 billion ang nawawala dito sa vape products, ang daming mga proyekto. Halimbawa na lang yung nasunog doon sa customs na pwedeng ayusin, yung ICT project at saka yung call center ng BIR. So, I mean, di ba, hindi mabuti din na napansin ito na para naman maigihan natin ang pagbantay.
Okay. Sige po, okay na ako dyan. So maghigpit na po tayo sa Bureau of Customs para masiguro na monitored po lahat ng mga vape na makargamento papasok at maharang po yun at hindi na kailangang pang raidin sa mga warehouses. Let's move to Bugatti po. On February 9 and February 21, meron pong na-seize na red and blue Bugatti. At yun po ay in-auction, I believe. Ano pong nangyari doon sa auction? Ito yung red Bugatti na hindi po nagbayad ng buwis. Na in-expose ko po rito, if I'm not mistaken, last year din po.
Actions, okay. Status of one used 2019 red Bugatti and one unit used 2017 blue Bugatti. On September 30, 2024, the Port of Manila offered the said vehicles for public auction. However, there were no interested registered bidders on the posted sale lot. Subsequently, the Auction and Cargo Committee declared a failed bid pursuant to provisions 5.15.1. Anyway, the second public auction is scheduled this November 18. Actions taken against the individuals involved in the smuggling of two Bugatti Chiron units on September 6, 2024. After a thorough case profiling and build-up, the Bureau's action team against smugglers, Batas, filed 2 complaints against the registered owners and sellers of the forfeited Bugatti before the Department of Justice. The first complaint is against Tu Trang Nguyen, the owner of 2017 Bugatti, and Su Yong Chang, the seller of the said vehicle, while the second complaint is against Meng Jun Jie, the owner of 2019 Bugatti, and Su Yong Chang, the seller of the said vehicles. Status of complaints for preliminary investigation of the DOJ.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Meron na ho ba tayong result sa ginawa ninyong investigation sa Bureau of Customs kung saan pong customs port pumasok po yung Bugatti na hindi po nagbayad ng buwis at sino pong responsible ng mga tao doon sa pagpayag na ito'y makalusot?
Okay, LTO relied on electronically submitted CPs, a certificate of payments, which do not exist in BOC's database. Yun po yung naging problema.
And ergo, what they're saying is that they don't know what port it entered.
Yeah. Ito. So ito na. So the MISTG's corrective measures enhance electronic certificate of payment. The BOC has developed its current ECP mechanism by introducing additional features thereto now known as the Enhanced Electronic Certificate of Payment, EECP, which includes, among others, validation of the goods declaration is subject for an EECP, and if duties and taxes are already paid. Number 2, audit logs to record all activities done in the system. And number 3, online monitoring of the EECP status by the stakeholders. So again, EECP's Enhanced Electronic Certificate of Payment.
So in other words, hindi pa po identified kung saan talagang exactly yung port na kung dinaanan po ng Bugatti at sino-sino po yung mga tao na possibly involved na pinayagan yung makalusot. Yan po is still under investigation.
Oo, kasi ano pala, preliminary investigation pa lang sa DOJ. Oo. Pero for now, the only probably consequence for them is hindi nila nakuha yung sasakyan. Nandun, nakapark kung saan. Sa Bureau of Customs.
Yeah, pero siguro, Madam Chair, kailangan continue pa yung investigation. Kasi mali natin, baka tuloy-tuloy pa rin po ang papasok ng mga sasakyan tulad niyan, Bugatti, mga high-valued luxury vehicles. Na hindi po
A system will be a system will be introduced, Mr. President.
Hopefully by next year.
By next year.
That meron na tayong yung
Pre-inspection.
pre-inspection.
The pre-inspection process. Yung bang dun pa lang sa port of origin, iko-kompleto na nila. At saka ang naintindihan ko yung seller mismo ang magsasubmit ng description ng items sa isang database where about 117 government agencies, how many? 17 government agencies na will be able to
Then so we will be introducing para mabawasan ang smuggling.
Oo, para mabawasan ang smuggling.
Third party inspection.
Third party inspection.
Electronic invoicing.
Electronic invoicing. So bago pa lang pumunta dito, yung magbebenta o yung mag-e-export, i-fill out na yung invoice para hindi mapalitan nung importer pagdating dito. Kasi minsan, kung ano man yung nakalista doon, yung importer ang nagsasubmit ng kung anong detalye na ayos nila. Okay. Tinanong ko, Mr. President, kung yung seller naman doon ang magdoktor ng ng contents ng cargo, 'di ba? Pwede rin nilang gawin 'yun, 'di ba? Pero we're hiring pala a third party inspector. Ano to like SGS. Parang SGS, it's a company na that's what they do, pre-inspection, third
Do you
party
still rely on
pre-inspection.
SGS? The fact na several years ago na involved yun sa maraming scandal and controversy?
Not necessarily.
There are many other companies doing it already.
Okay. All right. Sige po. Let's go to ukay-ukay. Nag-file po ako ng Senate Bill 1778 to legalize and regulate the importation of ukay-ukay. Bagamat meron pong Republic Act number 4653 na ipinagbabawal ng ukay-ukay, meaning itong mga second-hand clothing or used clothing. Marami nakapasok ng mga ukay-ukay. And I'm not against ukay-ukay. I just want to make it clear to everybody. It is socially accepted. So we have to follow the will of the people. That's why I passed a bill legalizing it. Habang hindi pa po ito naging batas, ano po ang ginagawa ng Bureau of Customs para masiguro na nagbabayad ng buwis itong ukay-ukay? Kasi hindi po nagbabayad ng buwis itong ukay-ukay. Itong mga importers na ukay-ukay, not a single penny were being paid. Ang kumikita po dito, yung mga importer. So wala pong kinikita ang gobyerno ni Singkong Duling.
Mr. President, supposedly, hindi talaga nakakasingil ng taxes ang customs dito kasi nga illegal. So kung ano yun, kino-confiscate lang. Pero yung mga ibang ukay-ukay rin, nanggagaling din daw, minsan sa mga free zones, mga free port zones. For re-export. So parang mga overruns na...
So they use the special economic
So ginagamit yung special economic zones,
facility
sorting
and
facility.
then it's re-exported.
Pero, Madam Chair, ganito na lang po para to simplify things. Alam naman po ng Bureau of Customs kung sino itong mga tinatawag na ukay-ukay king. 3 tao naman po yan.
Sino? Ngayon, alam mo, para ako nasa show ng Tulfo eh. Bigla ako naging curious. Siguro mamaya na lang. Patawag po natin sila dito.
Kasi po nakakahiya naman po, parang sampal po sa ating mga otoridad sa Bureau of Customs.
Oo.
Lalo na merong batas na pinagbabawal yung ukay-ukay and yet left and right, tumingin ka, ang dami mga ukay-ukay nagkalat sa mga tiyangge, sa mga tindahan, etc. Although again, I'm not against ukay-ukay. Sana man lang magbayad sila ng buwis itong mga importer kasi wala nga sila talagang binabayad na buwis. And I'll tell you why. Kasi minimistik lang nila yun as used rugs. So, meron bang suggestion ng Bureau of Customs para naman kahit papaano habang wala pa ito, hindi pa naging batas itong bill na pinasa ko na legalizing and regulating ukay-ukay, makapagbayad man lang ng buwis at para kumita naman ng gobyerno. Kasi sa ngayon, ang kumikita lang ito mga hinayup, mga masasama na mga importer. Ito mga gahaman na importer, sila lang kumikita at ang gobyerno ni Singkong Duling hindi po kumikita rito.
So if it's declared, makes sense. We don't allow it because you always physically it's part of our parameters. But then if it's declared as government, rely heavily on selectivity. But then we still do random checks, physical check.
Iba-iba yung sizes, iba-iba yung style. Yan lang. Yan lang. Okay.
So the customs admits
So, they admit, customs,
may nakakalusot
na meron talagang nakakalusot dahil nga mahirap to determine kung
the garment.
if it's a regular garment or yung
Rug.
or a rug.
Yeah.
Tulungan ko lang Bureau of Customs, Madam Chair. Use rugs.
User,
Yes.
di ko,
Yun
I
yung code
wasn't
doon, use
familiar
rugs.
eh.
Alam
I
nila
wasn't-
talaga Bureau of Customs. Kaya kung use rugs, buksan nila yung container, ukay-ukay ang laman noon.
Correct.
Mm,
Tama?
So they admit na may nakakasot.
oo.
Right? But having said that, we agree,
Yeah.
I personally agree. I will support the bill.
Yes.
Senator Tulfo to legalize the importation of ukay, regulate it and collect taxes.
Yeah,
Okay.
pero for the meantime, kasi yung bill po pending ngayon sa committee. So dapat gumawa tayo ng way na kasi ang pasok ng ukay-ukay weekly by the containers, by the hundreds of containers to So paano natin magawa ng paraan Bureau of Customs na magbayad man ito ng buwis para naman kumita ang kaba ng bayan?
Well, hindi pwede mag-kolekta nga sa kanila kasi nga illegal. On the other hand, siguro,
So therefore, ang gagawin na lang po natin, pag nakita niyo yung used rugs, di patawad niyo na magandang ng tamang buwis kasi yun naman ginagamit, used rugs. Taasan na lang siguro ang buwis sa used rugs because yun yung coding nila.
kasi pag binuksan po, at nakita, Mr. President, na ito ay damit,
Yeah.
hindi sila pwedeng magpikit mata at sabihin, use rugs natin, itatax yan. Hindi pwede.
Kaya nga po, ito nalito ako. Kaya ayusin natin ito dito. Yeah. So, dapat hulihin. So,
Oo.
ibig sabihin, hindi nila hinuhuli dahil sapagkat nakakalusot.
Ayun
Kaya
na nga,
that time,
nakakalusot
nakikita
talaga.
mo nationwide, nagkalat po yung mga ukay-ukay. Again, ulitin ko for the end time, I'm not against ukay-ukay. That's socially accepted. Wala akong problema dyan kasi yan yung mga damit na binibili ng mga mahirap nating kababayan.
Tama.
Because it's affordable. However, gusto ko naman na kumita yung gobyerno, wag lang yung mga importer. Kasi mga importer, ito mga naging bilyonaryo sa pamagitan ng hindi pagbayad ng tamang buwis. Pinagkakitaan nila itong sistema na kung saan hindi silang sisit ng Bureau of Customs o nagbubulag-bulagan ng Bureau of Customs, dito sila kumikita.
Tama po. And then
So
thank you
can
for
we have come up
raising.
with a system until yung bill na pinasa ko ay maging batas para makakolekta tayo?
Next time. Okay. Mr. President, I think there's a suggestion just to collect VAT on the value of all used drugs. Lahat. Pero it's almost like- Pero para kung mandatory.
Kasi ka po, Madam Chair, kung ginagawa lang talaga ng Bureau of Customs yung kanilang trabaho, wala po mga kalabas na ukay-ukay.
Illegal item. Drugs. Okay. So anyway, I think this is something that can be discussed on the side. I don't want to be a party to this, but I see the frustration also. But kasi nga kailangan ng ating mga kababayan ng mas murang bilihin. Nandiyan si Senator Raffy Tulfo na nag-propose ng isang batas na illegalize ito kasi sa kaligtasan rin nila, imagine kung mag-i-import tayo ng damit na may disease, hindi maayos ang pagkaano, may mga lice or kuto or whatever, di ba? Na mapupunta sa ating mga kababayan. So, dapat merong responsibilidad yung importer na laban muna ito or ayusin muna ito. Dapat na aayon yan sa batas. So,
Kaya nga, pero for the meantime,
Mm-mm.
like I said, almost every week, by the hundreds of containers na ang laman ay ukay-ukay at hindi po nagbabayad ng buwis, paano po natin ma-resolve itong problema ito? Hindi po kumikita ang gobyerno
So
by the hundreds of millions.
decision is either hulihin nila
Either hulihin nila.
o magbayad ng VAT based on the value.
Pero paano po magbabayad ng VAT? Illegal naman po yun as of now because of RA
Based on their declared
4653.
Declaration of used drugs.
of used drugs.
Okay, so magbabayad po sila based on declaration ng used drugs. Magkano ho ba ang bayad, yung computation assessment po para sa isang container na nakalagay po used drugs?
Pero legal yung used drug, di ba? Hindi.
Magkano nga yung
Magkano
extra?
yung depending on the container, the value. Yeah, yeah. Pero in-import yan, sigurado, may invoice yan.
Magkano
But
nga?
based on the invoice. Hindi naman mas mahal pa yung transport ng actual cargo. Di ba?
Okay. Dami nagkalat po kayo. Ha? Kasi
Mr. President,
illegal niya, paano mo taksan? Illegal.
okay, wait, the matter will be studied, Mr. President. Kasi ganito yan, pag used drugs in declaration, na kumokolekta naman talaga sila ng tax. Kasi di ba, kasi used drugs naman, so pinapalabas niya, you just collect taxes. And the estimate is 1 million per container. Okay. So, kung dineclare nilang used drugs yan, di ko nga alam, may ganun
1
pala.
million pesos?
1 million isang
tax?
container.
I don't think so. I think 50,000 isang container natin pag used drug.
Oh, yan, 50.
The value of
Depende po sa kung debente ba,
Kung
debente
1
or
million yung
50.
cargo, 12% of 120,000. So 120,000. So ganito yon. So lahat naman na kunyari nag-declare, Mr. President, na ano ba?
Hindi, ganito po yan eh. Debente o di 40 lang po.
Nag-declare ng rags, trapo. Okay, kala ko carpet
Okay.
rags.
Hindi carpet, parang trapo po.
No, rags. Rags.
Yeah.
Rags. Okay.
Rags and riches. The rags to riches. Yung rags na dinideklara sa Bureau of Customs nagiging kayamanan sa mga importers, smugglers.
So kung nag-declare naman po ng rags, may tax naman talagang binabayaran doon. Kasi yung declaration, yung hindi naman tax-free ang rags. So in a way, indirectly, nagbabayad rin siguro ng tax.
Pero hindi appropriate po yung taxes na binabayad for the rags. Kumpara doon kung talagang susukati mo magkano kinikita ng importer kapag nabenta na po yung mga ukay-ukay na yun.
Tama po. Tama kayo
piece.
doon. Correct. Okay. So, for now, what they can do is apprehend, to be more vigilant in their inspections. But the best really is to pass the bill that you proposed para there's a differentiation. Kasi kung hindi ngayon, pagka nahuli nila, nakita nila mga ukay-ukay na damit, hindi nila pwedeng i-tax yun. That's for confiscation kaagad.
Narinig niyo na po yung 5 huli, lusot 20. Madam Chair.
Hindi, ngayon pa lang. Oh, pero
5 hulihin, 20 palulusutin. Ano?
so publicity lang, parang ganon. Kunyari,
Yeah, baka pwedeng imbestigahan niyo po itong practice na ito sa Bureau of Customs.
Yes, okay.
At
Yes.
isang request ko na rin po sa Bureau of Customs, from now on, mas maganda po yung sa loob pa lamang ng Bureau of Customs compound, maharang na po yung mga kargamento na hindi nagbabayad ng buwis o yung mga kargamento na illegal. Kaysa naman payagan pa yung makalabas at pagdating doon sa warehouse, alam nila kung saan warehouse, uhulihin at tatarahan. Sabi pa nga po ng mga ibang negosyante, doble tara raw. Tinarahan na po kami sa gate bago naman mailabas. And then pagdating po doon sa warehouse, tatarahan na naman kami. Ang masama na, 2 beses na kami tinarahan, kinukumpiska pa yung kalahati ng kargamento namin na tinarahan na at ibibenta pa nila. 3 times kumikita.
Grabe.
Grabe ano po, Madam Chair.
Opo. Yun na nga yung problema. Siguro, ewan ko kung alam ng ating commissioner yung mga nangyayari sa baba. Yun nga yung problema doon. Siguro, syempre ngayon nangangako naman lahat, no? Kasi budget hearing natin. Pero babalik pa naman sila uli dito next year. So, kayo nang bahala mag-follow up.
Okay. Sige. So magkita-kita ulit tayo next year. Mukhang sumakit din ang ulo mo, Madam Chair, ano? Para masalimuot. Tama ba?
I'd like to point out that
Okay.
the revenue target of the
Yung revenue target ng Bureau of Customs sa susunod na taon
is much, much higher than this year.
ay magiging mas mataas kaysa ang taon na ito.
Mhm. Okay.
Kasi daw,
We want them to be more efficient.
oo, kasi mas magiging efficient daw dahil kailangan ng gobyerno ng pondo dahil tataas na naman ang budget at siguro minimum traditionally 10% every year. Kaya
Ito double digit for next year.
double digit yung kanilang prediction for forecast for next year.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, Majority Leader.
Finally, Mr. President, the last to interpolate will be the chairman of the Committee on Sports, Senator Bongo. Help.
The gentleman from Davao, Senator Bongo, is recognized for his interpellation.
Last, not on last.
Mr. President, first of all, I want to underscore the importance of the 2025 budget in our path towards recovery. We must build back our lives and learn from our experience during the pandemic. In this regard, as chairman of the Committee on Health, I want to continue to emphasize that we must invest more in improving our healthcare system. Having said that, Mr. President, I would like to propound some questions regarding the Department of Finance. Will the good sponsor yield the floor for a few questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. President. As we know, the DOF directed PhilHealth to remit to the National Treasury a total of 89.9 billion unutilized funds of PhilHealth. Nakaapat na hearing na po tayo sa Committee on Health at naabutan na nga tayo ng temporary restraining order o TRO from the Supreme Court against the transfer of the remaining unused funds of PhilHealth to the National Treasury. Naintindihan naman natin na kailangan talaga ng pondo ng Department of Finance. Kailangan nila magwalis ng pondo. Gaya nung panahon ng pandemic, kinailangan talagang magwalis ng mga pondo para magamit sa pandemic, no? Trabaho naman po ng finance manager yan, especially our Secretary of Finance. The DOF said it will respect and abide the Supreme Court's order. May we just know if the 60 billion already transferred to the National Treasury can also be returned? Ano ho bang plano ng DOF dito? Na gastos na ba ito? Pwede pa bang maibalik ito? Gaya ng parati kong sinasabi, maybe it's legally lusot, no? But morally, it's unacceptable po sa akin dahil marami pa pong naghihingalong mga pasyente na hindi nga po halos makalabas sa ospital, walang pambayad sa ospital. At na-discover po natin sa ngayon na sobra-sobra po ang pondo ng PhilHealth. During our first hearing, which our Secretary of Finance attended, doon po natin na-discover na meron pang 500 billion na reserve fund ang PhilHealth. Habang naghihingalo po ang ating mga pasyente, hindi makalabas sa ospital, yung iba ayaw na pong magpa-hospital dahil takot sa babayaran sa ospital. Hindi po ito katanggap-tanggap sa atin na naghihingalo pa itong mga pasyente at sobra-sobra po ang pera ng PhilHealth. Kaya nakaapat na hearing na po ako sa Senado, Mr. President, sa Committee on Health. At pinipilit natin, pinipiga natin ang PhilHealth to improve their services. At marami tayong nadiskubreng polisiya ng PhilHealth tulad ng single period of confinement policy na bawal pong magpa-admit sa same na sakit within 3 months. Kalokohan naman po yun. Mapigilan ba natin magka-diarrhea, bleeding, pneumonia? sobra-sobra nga yung pera ng PhilHealth. Na-discover rin natin itong 24-hour admission o requirements nila na kailangan magpa-admit ka ng 24-hour para i-cover ng PhilHealth. Kalokohan rin po yun. But hindi mo na lang gamitin yung pondo kung magpapa-admit ka ng 24 hours, yung pambayad mo sa kwarto, pambayad mo na lang sa mga medisina. So nangako naman ang PhilHealth na pag-aaralan nila itong pulisiyang ito. At nakiusap rin tayo sa PhilHealth to expand benefit packages including dental, yung sa mata, check-up, early detection, at iba pang mga sakit. No? Expand benefit packages, increase case rates, at meron rin tayong naipasa dito sa Senado with our presiding officer, ang principal sponsor. Ito pong amending the Universal Healthcare Law. Sana po ma-reduce na po ang premium contribution starting next year. Kung pumasa po ito, I'm sure dadaan rin po ito sa Department of Finance na from 5% to 3.25 kung maisabatas po itong amending the Universal Healthcare Law. Babawasan po yung premium contribution from 5 to 3.25% dahil sobra-sobra nga po ang pera ng PhilHealth. Anyway, ang tanong ko naman po sa inyo, yung 30 billion na hindi pa po na-transfer sa Treasury, maaari po ba itong gamitin pa ng PhilHealth para sa health, para ma-improve pa ang kanilang serbisyo at hindi na tuluyang makuha at mawalis pa ng Department of Finance? Mr. President, patuloy po ang panawagan natin sa PhilHealth na huwag hayaan yung matenga po ang kanilang pondo at gamitin nila ito na mapalakas pa ang kanilang serbisyo. Expand medical services, gamitin niyo po ito sa mga mahirap nating pasyente. After consistent and continuous appeals and numerous Senate Health Committee hearings, PhilHealth has officially committed to assure implementation of its promises, such as recommending the reduction of premium contributions, increasing case rates, especially for the top 10 mortality diseases, expansion of benefit packages, provision of free medicines and assistive devices, such as eyeglasses and wheelchairs, inclusion of dental, visual, emergency, and preventive care, as well as updating policies to meet the needs of our people, such as their promise to remove its 24-hour confinement rule. Our relentless scrutiny has already led to the scrapping of PhilHealth's flawed single period of confinement policy. Aside from that, Mr. President, PhilHealth is asking Congress for additional subsidy amounting to 74 billion for 2025. The committee report reflected a decrease of 5 billion, which was realigned to be used primarily for additional support to specialty hospitals. In line with this initiative, may we ask from the good sponsor if we could also realign additional budget for the operations of DOH hospitals. Marami po mga DOH hospitals ang nabawasan po ng pondo. Marami po akong nakakausap sa kakaikot ko po sa mga hospital. Ang reklamo nila, nababawasan po sila ng pondo, sa lalong-lalo na yung pantulong sa mga mahirap. While sobra-sobra naman po ang pera ng PhilHealth, bakit natin sila bibigyan ng almost 70
Tama. Actually,
Mr. President.
Mr. President, actually, thank you for displaying putting all of those things out in the open. And thank you to our secretary here na dahil sa kanya nalaman natin may reserbang pondo at sa inyong suggestion, Mr. President, kay Senator Go, kasi nga sinasabi nga niya itong PhilHealth hindi ginagastos. Bakit hindi lagay sa mga specialty hospitals? Ang sagot po doon, kahit naman kami frustrated, kasi nasa batas kasi na a certain percentage of collections from tobacco and also high sugary drinks dapat mapunta talaga sa high beverages, sweetened beverages ay mapunta sa PhilHealth. So parang nandun tayo nakapako dun sa batas na yon na kahit ginagamit nila o hindi, pero siguro pwede tayo magkaroon siguro ng special provision na PhilHealth should be able to disburse this much to specialty hospitals?
Not only to
Immediately,
specialty
diba?
hospitals, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, pati po sa mga DOH hospitals, andun halos yung mga mahirap nating kababayan, lalong-lalo na po sa Mindanao at Visayas, mga DOH hospitals. Wala nga silang kulang yung MOOE nila. At yun po ang parating reklamo nila. Sa sobrang dami po ng pasyente, nagre-request po sila ng additional budget para dito sa mga DOH hospitals. Not only limited sa mga specialty hospitals such as NKTI, Heart Center. Nabasa ko nga, nabanggit nyo po na you realign some budget from PhilHealth to specialty hospitals. Baka pwedeng isama nyo rin po yung mga ibang hospitals, government hospitals, mga DOH hospitals, nabawasan sila, na-slash po yung budget nila. Bakit tayo magdadagdag ng pondo sa PhilHealth?
Na ang daming pera.
Ang dami nilang pera, 500 billion, Madam Sponsor.
Hindi, kaya ganito nga po Mr. President. Kahit na ayaw natin na dagdagan, nasa batas kasi na yung porsyento ng kinikita doon sa mga sugary drinks at saka sa mga vape products at tobacco, meron silang per porsyento. So kahit na gusto natin bawasan, hindi pwede. Pero ang pwede natin sigurong gawin dahil ang ating Secretary of Finance ay miyembro ng komite dito sa PhilHealth na sinasabi, a certain amount from the PhilHealth savings should be allotted to the following hospitals in the fiscal year 2025. Pwede kaya yun? Pwede. So, imbis na idadagdag natin dito sa budget, doon na sila kukuha.
Naintindihan ko naman kaya lumulobo po yung pera ng PhilHealth. Sabi niya, meron ngang 500 billion na reserve fund.
Tama.
Dahil ito sa mga taxes na pumapasok. Ang tanong ko, bakit natin bibigyan ng 74 billion ang PhilHealth
Kasi
na pwede natin i-allocate dun sa mga hospitals?
Mr. President, kasi nga nasa batas na hindi natin pwedeng babaan ang ibibigay sa kanila kung mataas ang koleksyon ng buwis sa mga tobacco at saka sugary drinks. Kahit na sabihin natin hindi pwede, ayaw natin ibigay, nasa batas na nakalagay, kailangan bigyan nyo sila ng 50% na kinolekta ninyo mula sa buwis ng sugary drinks.
Correct, Madam Sponsor.
Pero pwede natin...
But last year, Madam Sponsor,
Baka pwede naman...
last year po, 40 billion po ang binawas ng Congress sa proposed budget ng PhilHealth. Hindi ba natin pwedeng gawin rin po dito?
okay, so special provision.
Opo.
Pwede
Ilagay natin
ninyong...
sa health talaga, diretsyong tulong sa mga mahirap.
sige po.
Kasi ang takot ko rito, Madam Sponsor, baka next year, pag sumobra na naman ang reserve fund ng PhilHealth dahil sa collection ng taxes, dahil sa batas na ipinasa natin, baka mawalis na naman po ito.
Okay, so yung suggestion ninyo, Mr. President, oo, maraming salamat actually kay Senator Bongo, Mr. President. So ang sinasabi ninyo, kasi nga naintindihan ninyo na talagang wala tayong choice, kaya nilagay natin yon initially, pwede ngang amyendahan na maglalagay ng special provision or yung allocation mismo.
Gaya ng ginawa
I-propose
niyo-
na lang ninyo.
Opo, Madam Sponsor, gaya ng ginawa nyo, pinropose nyo po to specialty hospitals, baka pwede naman po aside from specialty hospital, isama po natin yung mga government hospitals, DOH hospitals.
Sige po.
Dahil sila yung nakakala. There are around almost 72 DOH hospitals sa buong Pilipinas, aside from these specialty hospitals.
Maganda yan. Siguro at the proper time, dun sa period of amendment, or isubmit na po ninyo yung, Mr. President, yung inyong amendments para doon, para ma-incorporate na natin sa budget.
Alam nyo, Madam Sponsor, ang guro natin yan dito full support naman po ako always sa ating Department of Finance at malaki po ang tiwala ko sa ating Secretary of Finance. Taas ang respeto ko po dyan. Ang pakiusap ko lang po, Madam Sponsor, and also sa ating Secretary of Finance, sana po itong PhilHealth talaga, PhilHealth, kaya nga po may health eh. Gamitin po natin sa health. Habang naghihingalo yung mga pasyente, nakikita ko talaga, pumunta kayo sa mga hospital, hindi makalabas, nagmamakaawa. Bakit sila nagmamakaawa sa mga hospital billing? Tayo na didiscover natin, 500 billion reserve fund, natutulog. Nawawalis na lang po habang namamatay yung mga pasyente.
If I may interject with the intelligence of Senator Bongo, being the principal sponsor of the UHC and with our our secretary Ralph Recto as the principal author, hindi naman natin masisisi ang DOF no in this whole controversy. I think it's really PhilHealth who is at fault kasi dapat po ginagastos nila yung pondong yan. And I would think that if they have improved the case rates, yung pong 70 billion, kulang pa ho yun kung lahat ng pasyente, alam niyo po yun,
Kaya
na nangangailangan ay talagang binigyan nila ng tamang pondo. I think they have failed in the adjustments of case rates. So I think it's about time that we really have to convene our oversight committee as to where the shortcomings were. So
Correct. Actually, naka-4 na hearings na po ako dito sa Committee on Health no sa Senado. At nangako sila expand nila yung case rates nila, 9,000 case rates. Pinag-aaralan pa raw nila. Marami pong mga pulisiya sila na 2013 pa katulad ng single period of confinement policy.
I agree.
Ba't tayo pa ang makadiskubre dito? Sila nga yung mga doktor, dapat sila yung mga nakadiskubre. At ang membro naman po ang DOF ng PhilHealth Board. Pakitulong na lang po, Secretary Recto, para gamitin nila yung pondo ng PhilHealth para hindi nakatenga dyan at natutulog habang yung mga pasyente naghihingalo at nangangailangan po ng tulong. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Yun lang po yung tanong ko kanina. Yun bang na-transfer na, mababalik pa po ba yun o nagastos na po ito at may babalik pa ba ito?
Hindi kasama sa utos sa Supreme Court.
Hindi kasama sa utos ng Supreme Court. Kung ano man ang sasabihin ng Supreme Court, susundin naman natin.
So, ibig sabihin po na part na po ito ng naibalik sa National Treasury at maaring nagastos na.
Nagamit na actually para sa pagbayad sa mga healthcare workers nung pandemic na hindi nabayaran. So, at least kahit pa paano may porsyento pa rin napunta dun sa...
So, itong 30 billion na hindi pa na-transfer, patuloy po itong gagamitin ng PhilHealth?
Yes.
Yes.
Since
Patuloy pa rin nakatengad sa kanila.
Nakatenga.
Matutulog pa rin.
Kaya nga, sana po, Secretary Recto, tulungan niyo po ang PhilHealth. Bilang membro po kayo ng PhilHealth Board, along with the Department of Health Secretary. Pakitulungan na lang po sila. And I'm sure, being the one of the authors and sponsor ng Universal Healthcare, we are very, very, very far yet sa full implementation ng Universal Healthcare habang nakatenga natutulog yung pondo ng PhilHealth dyan. Kawawa yung Pilipino. Thank you. This would enable us to progressively realize universal healthcare in the country and to ensure that all Filipinos are guaranteed equitable access to quality and affordable healthcare. That is all, Mr. President. I am confident that under the capable leadership of Secretary Ralph Recto, we will be able to manage our government resources more efficiently. Full support naman po ako sa inyo, sir. Thank you po, Mr. President.
thank you to our Chair of the Committee on Health, Senator Bongo. Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
President, there being no other member of this chamber who will interpolate, I move to close the period of interpellation and consider the budgets of the following agencies: the Department of Finance and its attached agencies, the Office of the Secretary, the Bureau of Customs, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Bureau of Local Government Finance, the Bureau of Treasury, the Central Board Assessment Appeals, the Insurance Commission, the National Tax Research Center, the Privatization and Management Office, and the budgetary support to government corporation, particularly to the Philippine Tax Academy, deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
there is a motion of the majority leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted aforementioned budgets. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a minute suspension.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that may we ask the OSAA to implement silence within this plenary hall.
Yes, the members of the OSAA is directed to restore order in the plenary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the Department of Education and its attached agencies and recognize the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to interpolate initially, Mr. President, just to make a manifestation, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Hearing no,
I'll make my opening statement first so the gentleman can sit down.
yes,
first.
hearing no objection, the consideration of the aforementioned budgets, including Department of Education, is now in order for interpellation. Our chair, Senator Pia Cayetano, is recognized and to interpellate Senator Win Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am ready to sponsor the budget of the following. Department of Education, Office of the Secretary, with total new appropriation of 748,947,766,000 pesos. 768,000 pesos. National Academy of Sports with total new appropriations of 375,100,000 pesos. National Book Development Board with total new appropriation of 264,608,000 pesos. National Council for Children's Television with total new appropriation of 123,947,000 pesos. National Museum of the Philippines with total new appropriations of 1,427,503,000 pesos. And Philippine High School for the Arts with total new appropriation of 150,334,000 pesos. And Early Childhood Care and Development Council with a total new appropriation of 394,980,000 pesos. Mr. President, in the past years, during the budget season, we have always tried to be sustainable but also resilient to future challenges, all while considering intergenerational fairness. This is the idea that the needs of the present generation should be met without compromising the needs of future generations. I extend our gratitude to our chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Poe, for granting some of the committee's proposals, some of which include additional funding for the increased teachers' allowance, additional funding for the department's 8-week literacy and numeracy program, additional funding to support our teachers and learners who are also granted for textbook and other instructional materials. And as part of our goal of improving learning outcome and access for education, electrification of our schools was also made a priority by allocating more funding. There's also more funding for feeding programs, Mr. President. We acknowledge the presence of our former colleague, now DepEd Secretary Angara, who is making so much stride in the few months that he has held the office, and we're very honored to defend his budget, knowing fully well that our colleagues will also honor that and not ask too many questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Yes, we would like to welcome our former colleague, Secretary Angara, and likewise, I'm very proud of him. Probably when he left our alma mater, he took it to heart to become a real man for others. Thank you and welcome back.
We're ready for interpellations, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greetings to the Secretary of Education, Secretary Angara, and of course to the good sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano. First of all, let me thank the good sponsor for accepting our amendments to improve the budget of the Department of Education. Some of our amendments that were approved was an increase of 500 million for the school electrification program. As we all know, some of our schools are still left in the dark, and I'd like to thank the good sponsor for adding 500 million to the school electrification program. Would like to also thank the good sponsor for adding 300 million to textbooks and other instructional materials. Being a former member of the EDCOM, Senator Pia knows exactly the problems of our textbooks, and I thank her for increasing 300 million to that account. We also thank her for increasing 500 million for the training of our teachers for the implementation of the Matatag curriculum. We are now in the middle of implementing the Matatag curriculum, and we are expanding it this coming school year. And during our school visitation and our interaction with our teachers, one of their requests, and remember this clearly, is training so that they will fully understand and be fully equipped in implementing the Matatag curriculum. So I thank the good sponsor for adding 500 million to the training program for the Matatag curriculum. And then would like to also thank the good sponsor for adding 200 million to the school-based feeding program. And I understand that the desire of the Department of Education is to have universal feeding program for kindergarten and stage 1, no? Or kindergarten. For kindergarten. And this is actually a commendable achievement to roll out a universal feeding program for our kindergarten students. And I remember experiencing, when I was a mayor, experiencing this phenomena we're in when students are stopped being fed during summer holidays. Their nutrition regresses, and they go back to their malnourished state. So this universal feeding program will enable them to withstand that 2-month summer slide in terms of nutrition. Oh, Mr. President, good sponsor, would like to just appeal a few items, and this will come in the form of a manifestation, Mr. President, and the good sponsor can give us some of her thoughts on this. Would like to thank the department for now fully implementing one of the most important laws that we enacted here in the Senate, and this is the Excellence in Teacher Education Act, wherein we empowered the Teacher Education Council and gave it more powers to make sure that the pre-service education and also in-service training are aligned, and in-service teaching are also aligned to the pre-service curriculum. And I'd like to thank the department for operationalizing this through the Teacher Education Council. However, when we were looking at the budget to fully roll out the Teacher Education Council, to fully empower the Teacher Education Council, they would need additional positions. And when we consulted with the Teacher Education Council, they requested for additional 28 position. In their request to DBM, they requested 28 additional positions so that they will effectively do their job. And this amounts to about 28 million pesos, Mr. President. And of course, in addition to that, they also requested the DBM an additional 30 million pesos for their operations and for their activities, Mr. President. So an additional of 58 million pesos was requested to the DBM. Unfortunately, that was not carried by the DBM. So, Mr. President, this representation is appealing to the good sponsor and to the good sponsor for this additional 58 million pesos to fully equip the Teacher Education Council. I truly believe that this is a low-hanging fruit and an immediate reform in terms of strengthening and empowering our teachers, especially when it comes to training, also in locating good potential teachers to come into the system. And the Teacher Education Council has a lot of powers to improve the teaching capabilities of our education system, Mr. President. So I would like to put that on the table, and hopefully at the proper time we will submit our recommendation to her honor, to the good sponsor, Mr. President. Mr. President, another manifestation, and also this is quite close to the heart of Senator Joel, unfortunately he's not here with us, is to fully operationalize the Philippine Qualification Framework as mandated by law in 2017. And they also requested an additional of 35 million pesos to the DBM. Unfortunately, it was not carried. And the 35 million pesos supposed to hire 35 additional personnel so that they can beef up their team and they can operationalize a secretariat. This operationalization of the secretariat has been delayed for many, many years. And I remember, I'm sure the good secretary remembers this, whenever we talk to Senator Joel, this is one of his requests to already implement and operationalize the secretariat of the PQF. And I'm also happy to hear from the department that they have now plans to fully operationalizing the secretariat, but unfortunately, the funds are not adequate to do so. So, Mr. President, at the proper time, I will also request Her Honor an amount of 35 million pesos to operationalize the PQF Secretariat. Mr. President, I have a few more items, but I will just send to Her Honor in writing those requests that we feel that is also necessary to improve the budget of the Department of Education, but those two are actually the most immediate and the most important that we feel that we should augment so that these two important laws will be fully operationalized this coming year, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I don't have any more manifestations. And again, I thank the good sponsor for accepting our suggestions and augmenting some of the most important programs in the education sector. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. We assure His Honor that we will prioritize these two, well, at least the two that he mentioned, and we'll take a look at the others in the list he intends to submit to us. And we'll make space for whatever we can. Those two are very much aligned also with our priorities. So we're happy to give whatever support we can.
Maraming salamat. Thank you to
And the Secretary extends his support, his gratitude.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian.
Oh, yeah.
Pinanik. Basahin ko? Okay. Sige.
I believe the next to interpolate is our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco-Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, we know the department is in very good and capable hands. So our interpellation on the department's budget would be simply for transparency's sake. Kasi marami naman nakasubaybay na mga kababayan natin. Can you check ilan ang nag-review sa live streaming natin? So at least this is for them, no? For them.
Minority Floor Leader, si Secretary Angara, very active siya sa Instagram.
Yeah.
Yung asawa niyo mas active kaysa sa inyo. So nandun lahat ng update niya, mababasa niyo doon. Ako na nagsasabi. Transparent siya doon.
So in the interest of time then, because I want the Filipino people to be involved in the budget process. They should be interested. They should also understand the system more kasi hanggang ngayon nga hindi pa naman natin 100% naintindihan tong ating budget process, Mr. President. So in the interest of time, This representation also received a transmittal from the Second Congressional Commission on Education. It's dated today, so November 7, 2024. With some proposed amendments. So siguro if the sponsor will allow it, I'll just forward this letter to her. It contains 5 proposed amendments. Basahin ko na lang yung general topic. Number 1, the same raised by Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Teacher Education Council Secretariat. Number 2, the same raised by Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Permanent Secretariat of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council. But here, number 3, special provision for the 206.7 million added in the budget of the National Nutrition Council. Number 4, special provision for the NC3 in early childhood education under TESDA. Number 5 is construction of childhood development centers in 48 barangays located in priority 5th and 6th municipalities that currently do not have a single daycare center as mandated by law. So I will just be submitting this to Her Honor in the interest of saving time. Is that okay with you?
It is okay. I just have very quick response
Yes,
for His
please.
Honor. I'm happy to inform you that they're all, of course, you have no issue with our also recognizing those as priority items. The Secretary will be very happy with all of this if we can find fiscal space. But I do want to point out that with respect to the item on nutrition, that is under the budget of the National Nutrition Council, which I will also be defending and be happy to support. It is one of the items that I also was supporting when I was still in EDCOM. So that's in the
Is that
DOH budget.
DOH budget,
Yeah.
yes.
And then one last item on the support for the 5th item, the support for child development centers in the 48 barangays located in priority 5th and 6th municipalities. Every single year we budget for this, no? Because I started sponsoring the budget of DepEd during the pandemic, most of the reasons given for the delay in the implementation was the pandemic. But I think even last year there were still delays. So I'm very happy to support it. It's just that we have to make sure that they get built. But I do have exciting news for everyone. Secretary Kiko Benitez has made a special request for a certification program to be put together by TESDA for daycare. I don't know the exact title, but the National Certification for Early Childhood Education under TESDA, which is again something I've been pushing for because we cannot fill those daycare centers overnight. But we will now be certifying senior high school students who are interested in an education track to have qualifications to run this, or eventually, maybe they'll take the certification, then through ladderized education, which is also a law that we passed, they can become full teachers. So there's a lot of things happening to address this need, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. As member of the EDCOM 2, Mr. President, I'm also taking my responsibility seriously. So I took the initiative of meeting with the teachers, public school teachers in the city of Marikina, and had a no-holds-barred dialogue with them. I actually summarized, I may not have captured all of the issues that they raised, but at least some of the issues that they raised in a letter to our secretary. But for the record, one concern is, for example, the guidelines for promotions are not being followed properly, with instances where individuals have secured high-ranking positions without passing the required qualifying exams. Is that possible, Mr. President? So, for example, siguro we'll apply it a principal. A person can be appointed principal without taking the national qualifying exam for school heads. Is that possible?
So, they do have guidelines specifically to address this, to prevent this from happening, but it has happened. And when they find out, they deal with it as precisely those guidelines are there so they can be followed. And they're happy to look into this Marikina incident or
Thank you.
cases.
They also expressed concern over the school division's lack of transparency regarding financial reports, particularly those related to the Special Education Fund. The Federation President has disclosed that sometimes she has been asked to sign financial documents without sufficient transparency as to their contents. May we know what role the DepEd or the secretary can play in increasing transparency related to the Special Education Fund?
Mr. President, the control of the fund is with the LGU.
Correct.
But given that it is a special fund for education, the DepEd really has instructions to the teachers. They give them basic rules, no? Like do not sign anything in blank. In case of any questions, magtanong muna kayo bago kayo pumirma. And if there are any concerns, of course they can report to them. But it is an LGU fund and it is subject to COA din.
Di ba the chair is an employee of the DepEd or a ranking member?
Co-chair po ang superintendent, but I think the reality is it would be the mayors who would call the shot. So pag may inutos na okay, edi okay. Pag may inutos na hindi okay, then I guess naiipit sila. But DepEd is assuring us that they are instructing
Thank you.
the superintendent and all to be non-partisan.
Yes.
And not to sign
and
this,
maybe
those
to also value that concept of transparency,
Yes.
of the right of the other members of the board to know, to meet, siguro. Not do everything via referendum, na pirma-pirma na lang. Siguro the actual meetings must be held, Mr. President. Kung pwedeng ano lang ba, yung exhortation from the Department of Education.
It's duly noted and the secretary
you.
said they will push for that.
Is there a maximum residency rule on the tenure of school heads? Because the allegation also in Marikina is that some have exceeded the maximum residency rule, and this has been disregarded on many occasions.
Yeah, there's a 5-year residency rule, Mr. President.
Is that a very
5-year
strict rule? Is that a
residency, 5-year
strict
cap.
rule?
Strict
ba yan na talaga no one should exceed the 5 years? So sometimes you allow service beyond the 5 years?
Very well. Minsan walang magaling. It is a soft rule, Mr. President, because sometimes the school is performing exceedingly well, or there may not be anyone capable in maybe in the far-flung areas. It is an old law, so of course it can always be revisited by the new. It's not a law, no? It's a rule. It's an internal rule. Department order. So of course they can revisit that anytime, but I think at the end of the day, what's best for the school and the students. Oo. If there is negative feedback, of course, then they will act on it and enforce the 5-year rule firmly.
Hindi, my point is kung may nababasa kasi nila may 5-year rule and then
Tapos hindi
may
nga
napapansin nila na
so it is a
may
soft
lumalampas, they might feel
Oo.
na may favoritism or whatever,
Yeah.
may
So maybe-
connection na ginamit. So in a nearby in a place near the center or in a city in the center of the country, siguro we should apply the rule because if it's applied in the far-flung areas, there must be some other reasons why we cannot get a replacement.
Yeah. The whole. They look kasi the reality is they look at the whole division because they do rotations. I mean, assume
Yes,
there's
oh.
no reason. It's not meant to be a demotion. It's meant to just follow the rule and rotate them. But sometimes the rotation is not a practical step forward because a small school principal may not be able to handle a big school. So then they have to decide what's best for the students.
But I'm sure hindi sila nakukulangan sa tao or willing to take on the challenge. Sige, pakitingin na lang po, Mr.
Yes.
President.
They will.
And then I will not name names because I don't want to embarrass people, but there are also charges of nepotism because ano daw mga family members have secured positions within the division. If we can take a look at this, Mr. President.
They will take a look at that, Mr. President.
Yes. And then some additional concerns. Ito, applicable siguro to kahit sa outside of Marikina City. Teachers with full teaching loads, 6 hours per day, are still being assigned ancillary services, contrary to regulations. So, number one, is that the full teaching load, is it 6 hours a day? Tama po ba yun? Yung feedback sa akin. And is the assignment of ancillary services really contrary to regulations?
For DepEd Order Number 5, series of 2024, teacher ancillary tasks refer to work incidental to a teacher's normal teaching duties like preparation of lesson plans and checking of exercises. This is performed by our teachers in the remaining 2 hours that complete their 8-hour day. So I think that's one that should be clear, no, na
Okay, so
pasok pa yan.
Yeah, pasok pa yan.
Then the overload is applicable to excess in teaching loads of teachers. In such cases, they are compensated by teaching overload pay. Regardless of whether a teacher has overload hours or not, they are all expected to perform teacher ancillary tasks since these are incidental to their teaching load.
And full teaching load is 6 hours. Tama po yun?
Is 6
Tama.
hours.
Maximum. Okay. Ang second additional concern is that ito po, iba to ha, paki-relay na lang po rin. At i-raise din natin ito pag humarap sila sa atin. The Department of Information and Communications Technology public Wi-Fi in schools is not functioning properly. So, of course, siguro within the DepEd, meron ba kayong feedback system na do you also get that feedback? Ano, so it's functioning? Oh, no, okay. So that's part of what was shared to me, Mr. President. So. Nag-work sa inyo? Sa Valenzuela, nag-work?
Yeah. So, the vice chairman handling the budget of DICT is hereby notified of DICT's lack of performance.
But yes.
And of course, I joined the secretary in his appeal for DICT to prioritize these areas with high student populations because they are very much affected. And sila talaga yung gusto nating makinabang sa Wi-Fi, hindi lang yung entertainment, no? I mean, with all due respect, we all deserve our entertainments in whatever form, but the purpose of that Wi-Fi is really for education purposes and perhaps work purposes. So I'm looking at the vice chairman.
At least we have been given this feedback, Mr.
Yes,
President.
thank you for the
Madam-
feedback.
Yes. And then the teachers are requesting a 1-to-1 ratio of teaching resources, particularly laptops or computers. So relay lang po ako ng request.
Trabaho na po ng congressman yon na susunod na congressman sa distrito ng Marikina.
wala tayong wala tayo sa budget na ganyan program.
Meron
What is
po.
the ratio? What's
We
the
actually
ratio?
have. We
Yeah,
have,
but is it one to one
Hindi
na?
pa. I mean, parang school building din yan. We have a big backlog kasi recently pa lang naman tayo nagko-computerize, Mr. President.
And then one more observation shared with this representation is that the selection process for training and seminars has been in favor of individuals based on personal connections rather than qualifications. So we just asked the department to take a look into that. Yung siyempre parang ano yata yan eh, when you attend a training or a conference, it's a plus for you in your record. So siguro ang observation nila paulit-ulit or may pabor-pabor sa pagpili kung sino yung makaka-attend sa seminar.
Yes, noted. The secretary will make sure that they look into this and have a fair policy, implement fair policies.
So, Mr. President, just to save time, kasi my staff noticed a lot of entries in the COA report for the year 2023. Hindi naman po time ni Secretary Angara yon. So, kung pwedeng hingi na lang kami on how the department intends to address the issues raised by COA in the latest COA report, diba?
Yeah.
Okay po.
The secretary said they will
In
furnish
writing,
us also with the response or how they're responding to that.
So I just noticed in the budget for the DepEd, I noticed a 30 billion increase. So saan lang po saan po to papunta, Mr. President?
3 billion lang po, 3.
3?
From last year, I think he's talking about.
From last year.
GAA 2024, 715 billion, Office of the Secretary, and now NEP, unless NEP 745, so 30 billion. Pero sa committee report pala natin, 748 billion. So a 33 billion peso increase from last year's. Okay, sorry, from last year's GAA level. So may we know where the 33 billion will be placed, Mr. President?
From last year? This is mostly PS. So hiring, is it salary increase? So it's mostly salary increase, not new hires. New hires and salary increase or mostly salary increase? Yeah, mostly PS salary increases in particular.
Okay. Hindi pa masyado malaki yun.
Pero pang malaking item. What?
Po yung 30 billion na
Okay.
Ito po yung lista.
Okay. We have a list. We can give His Honor a
Sige po.
complete breakdown.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, okay
Just
na.
give you the
Yes,
breakdown.
submission of the
I have
list.
here a breakdown.
Yes,
Okay.
But I noticed also some decreases. Tama po ba to?
Pero tama, Mr. President, the biggest is really the
Sweldo.
personnel benefits, 579 million of the
Yes.
of the 30 billion. But we, as I said, we can give.
Yes. In
Medyo
writing.
ang dami. There's like a 1.5 page
Apa.
of different programs, but that is the biggest.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor. So,
Pabigyan natin ng kopya.
in the inclusive education program, I noticed a decrease in the indigenous people's education. 154 million, now 74 million. Tama po ba yun? GAA to NEP yun. GAA to NEP.
So the gap. So tapos yung Senate version same as that. So restore tayo to NEP version. Yeah. So we're back to the NEP version, Mr. President.
GAA to NEP.
Nagbalik tayo.
What did we do with the NEP level in the committee report? In-increase natin?
We added 80 million.
So bumalik nga, bumalik.
Bumalik,
That's the,
yes.
okay, so thank
Yes.
you for that clarification. And ito siguro isang good news naman. Was this maintained in the committee report? Implement under support to schools and learners program. Implementation of the grant of cash allowance, hardship pay, and reclassification of positions. Last year, 9.8 billion for 20, this year, 2024, 9.8 billion. For next year, 19.7 billion. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
additional 10 billion.
Yes.
Yes, okay. For the,
Kasi ang hirap talaga magpaano
yes.
eh.
For the teachers ito, sa teachers to pupunta.
Oo, yes.
Sa teachers, yes. Very good. Very good news for our teachers.
And partly is to implement the career progression. So new positions were created. Teacher 4, Teacher 5, Teacher 6. So yun nga. So parang mga exciting naman yung career path nila.
As announced by the President in the SONA. Ayan po. Yun po ba yun ang mangyari ngayon? You can have a career running the school or governing the school, and then you have a career teaching. Ganun po ang mangyari.
Or both.
Or both.
You can be a principal and still choose to teach, unlike before.
That wasn't possible
It's
before.
one or the other.
So then before you either run the school or teach. Yun yung before. Now may hybrid tayo that you can be both
If they want.
Okay. So thank you for the clarification. Now I understand it better, Mr. President. Ito pong ating special needs education. Ito ba yung ano? Is this special education? Ito ba yun for the special children?
Yes.
Children with special. So what did we do here, Mr. President? What are the budget levels for this?
Sorry, 1 billion siya. 1 B. 1 B nga po siya POC.
Same ba tayo as GAV? 1.04. So we kept it
12 billion.
Yeah. So to compare, Mr. President, the 2024 GAA is 999 million. And then the NEP was lower by, it's 843.85 million. But the GAB now that we support is 104 billion. So we increased by about 200
Thank you.
from the NEP.
Thank you. Maganda po yan kasi that's in the implementation of the Inclusive Education Act.
Yes.
Yung for a very long time ang budget natin for textbook and other instructional materials mga 1 billion. Then I think for 2024 ba yung naging 12 billion? For 2023 was it 1 billion? Only 1 billion?
Tama ba yung recollection ko na? Maybe 23 billion lang. Maybe 24.
Well, rounding it off, 1 billion.
Is it the same? Is it the same?
Okay, so okay.
Slightly higher.
Okay. So what happened in 2023, they were reviewing the curriculum. That's why there was no there was no request for a big budget. And then in 2024, we implemented it. So the budget was 12 billion. And now it's almost the same but slightly higher by about 400 million. 400 million higher, Mr. President.
Sige po. Sige po. I just hope that yung mga problems in the procurement of textbooks na overcome na po ng DepEd kasi alam ko maraming problema diyan eh.
Yes.
May away-away pa ba? Mr. Secretary, nagkakasuhan pa ba yung mga losing bidder versus the winning bidder diyan? Hindi na. Sana hindi na nga. Okay. But ito po feedback lang to sa akin kaninang umaga na ito known to us ang nagreklamo. Mayroon daw silang nagpaparinig daw yung PTA ba nagparinig? PTA school. Ha? Hindi, sino nagparinig sa parent? Na meron tayong isang magulang na napaparinggan na kailangan mag-donate sa pagpintura ng classroom. So kung yung parang yung nagsumbong sa amin, talagang ang feeling nila pwersa na force hindi. So ano po natin yan, i-discourage po natin kung pwede, Mr. President.
Yes, the secretary said that, these things cannot be compelled. If they want to volunteer, they're welcome, but otherwise, no, no force, no pressure. Okay, and they even have a DepEd policy memo number 41 reiterating the no collection policy in schools.
So okay, so tsaka paulit-ulit na rin po yata yan. Dapat alam na ng teachers yan, but PTAs are not expected to follow the spirit behind the circular.
Yeah. The teachers know that they should also not be compelling the parents to have to do anything beyond what they want to do.
Yeah.
Pero wala na tayong control sa parents.
Parents to parents.
Oo.
That's the anyway, sige. Ayun, the teachers are members of PTA. So when they hear the parents saying this, siguro suggest na lang tayo sa teachers na i-discourage na lang po nila kasi meron po talaga kaming kilala ng office namin na na-pressured. Tinanong ko yung nanay, na-pressure daw talaga sila. Nagbigay ba? Hindi naman. Ha? O nag-donate nga, sir. Nag-donate. Well, anyway, sir, the Teacher Education Scholarship Program under RA 11713 financially supports aspiring teachers. This law was passed in 2021. Do we have funding for this in the NEP 2025? Teacher Education Scholarship.
Nasa CHED siguro yan. No?
CHED.
Nasa CHED, which I also
Yes.
chair. So we can, can report to you on that. But I'm pretty sure we have.
Yes, thank you. So sa CHED pala ito. So that would be all for the DepEd for me.
Thank
but
you.
for the other agencies, I still have questions.
For the attached agency.
Yes, for the other
Yes,
attached
go ahead.
agencies, but-
Please proceed.
Secretary will stay. Okay.
Yeah, he will stay. Of course.
The budget for the establishment of the National Child Development Centers will increase by 55 million. Okay, so these are meant to be given to LGUs for them to build the centers. Ito pa ba? 55 million. So
Yes.
the total amount will now be 276.9 million pesos. Tama po ba yan?
$394.98 po sa commitment. Tama po.
Compared to.
GAA by 25 billion.
The 2024 GAA is 315 million. The NEP for 2025 is 353. The GAB is 375. Of course, iniisa-isa ko to because the highest is our committee report, 394.98. Yeah, so that is our proposal. It was carried. Yes, so that was carried by the Committee on Finance.
Are the LGU recipients already predetermined?
Yes, we do not
Nandiyan
recommend if they do not go through the checklist kasi from our experience with all these agencies, babalik lang yan sa atin na hindi pa prepared yung
So,
lupa, may problema pa sa location, etc.
So may listahan na po. Apo.
Yes.
Thank you. Now going to the National Academy of Sports. It has already been 4 years since the National Academy of Sports law was passed, but the NAS System Board of Trustees has yet to comply with the mandate to formulate the policies, guidelines, and criteria to rationalize the establishment, administration, and operation of the sports high schools. Actually, this was one of the issues I quietly raised with Senator Sherwin Gatchalian in the bill on the Baguio City sports high school na wala pa. Is it a fact? Is it a fact that wala pa pong policies, guidelines, and criteria from the National Academy of Sports?
This is for the operation of the out.
Ano ito? Saan ito nanggaling? Saan galing? Based on your performance indicator, saan galing? So, wala pa siya. Wala. No.
So right now, they are in consultation with the various stakeholders, the different LGUs, the parents, and they hope to have, what do you call it, the first initial policy formulation by first quarter of next year.
Okay. O kasi just so they will know na aabutan na sila because there are now bills on the establishment of sports high schools.
Yeah.
So,
Mga
baka-
inspired ho dahil sa Olympics.
Yes.
We will help in any way we can, and with our secretary who has been an ally in sport. Kasi mahirap ho talaga yung, how do I say this properly? Basta I have full confidence in the secretary who is a basketball champion. Hanggang ganun lang sasabihin ko. Kasi kung nakakaintindi ka ng sports, nandyan din yung puso mo to help our young people who choose to use their talent, dedicate their talent to improving their sport and probably even a career in sports. So I'm very confident now with the support also of the Office of the Secretary that we can get this done sooner. Na delay man, I'm sure maayos na natin to, Mr.
Pero
President.
si NSA System Board of Trustees, buo na yan. Buo na
Buo
sila.
ba kayo?
Buo na kasi yeah, buo na. Okay.
Yes,
thank
buo
you.
na.
So based on the performance indicator of the National Academy of National Academy of Sports, there should be 2 NSA campus sports facilities certified to international standards. Yun yata yung commitment ninyo way back in the 2023 budget system. But as of the moment, 0 pa rin. There are no...
Certified what?
International certification po.
Kasi nag-CCD kasi sa Turkey, CCD naman ang sa LCC. These are the world class facilities.
Oh, yeah. So wala mong problema. Are you non-compliant?
Hindi. Kasi sila pa naman yung facility nito. Nasa ang work kami na. So, sino man ang sabi niya ito? Kung sino sabi niya, who's
Targets po nila lang.
Target nyo.
target kasi hanggang nag-delay yung turnover sa amin. Nang alin.
Kano ito? Magkano itong to?
But you already signed it.
123 million. Hindi, yung
So, ayun pang plano.
sila mismo, wala pa silang mas sila? Ano ba sa Clark? Hindi ba international?
So, NAS is located in BCDA, and that I'm going back, Mr. I'm adding to the background here because I'm very familiar with it because I and our former colleague were both sponsors of that bill creating the NAS, and by the time that we were passing it, we already were building or had already built the facilities in New Clark City, which was used in the 2019 Southeast Asian Games. So the easy win, and also to prevent us from having a white elephant there, is for these gifted athletes to be based there and to use the facilities. So they already have access to these world-class facilities. There are no others in the country. Unless we want to budget, which I don't personally recommend, because nandiyan may access na sila. So I think more what would be more accurate is i-clarify yung target na yun because they have access. They do not own it, and I don't think they need to own it because they have access to the world-class swimming pool, the world-class track oval, and we're happy to support more. Mas mabuti ho yung ganun if well, that's my opinion because then you can have elite athletes and events also using the facilities, multi-use facilities, Mr. President, in other words.
Okay, so one thing is clear, the sports facilities being used by the NAS are world-class.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
okay, okay.
that is
That's it,
clear.
okay, that's clear.
Yes.
Thank God. I got worried. But if that is the case, then that's good news, Mr. President.
Yes, yes, it's great news actually.
And then can we now go to the National Council for Children's Television?
Yes.
What has been the greatest achievement of this agency in the past 3 to 5 years, Mr. President?
Good question.
They already established
At the-
standards and they have research and development.
Well, their mandate is to create child-friendly, is it to create or to monitor? To ensure that we have child-friendly content. So in 2019, they launched the child-friendly content standard. And they've had a series of dialogue with content creators. And then they also have research and development in cooperation with FEU and roughly 2,880 children, parents, and teachers combined participated in the data gathering part of the research.
They also have yung mga documentary.
Okay, so they also have a documentary called DocuBata.
Documentary. Yes.
It's a contest. Okay, it's a contest to encourage content creation. And then they have a Global Media and Information Literacy Week to increase awareness, National Children's Broadcasting Day, and so on and so forth. We can give His Honor a
So,
copy.
yes, the council is not expected to
Create.
come up with content. It is expected to come up with guidelines that on what are child-friendly content. Yun po ba yun? They are,
Both, Mr. President.
pati material sila, but okay.
But really, I don't think we give them enough budget to
Yes, the
produce.
budget. Tumingin ako sa budget, 123 million.
exactly.
So, baka sweldo lang po ito? Tama
No,
po.
we have a budget. I don't think we give them enough budget. Yeah, there are grants given to them, but we have, alin dito?
So content. They also, yeah, 123. Hindi nga, sinulat nila.
Meron nga tayong budget, okay? It is a grand amount of 3 million. So, hindi naman sila makapag-create ng ganyan, di ba? Yung budget nila for research is also 3 million. They're monitoring, I mean, really, they're monitoring child-friendly compliance, 280,000. So, we can do better than this for sure.
Sige.
Yeah.
Tulungan
But
natin
I guess,
sila.
but the
siguro.
question also is, I think the research should include, what are children watching? Are they watching TV or are they watching TikTok? What should they be monitoring?
Pero malaki-laki na rin yung 3 million. Sige, tatanungin natin sila. Ano po ang content na nagawa nila sa 3 million pesos? Mapapanood din ba natin sa YouTube to para ma-appreciate din natin?
Pasample
Sige.
niyo po sa anak
Ganun
niyo.
na lang po.
Ganun na lang.
Ganun lang
Sige.
po. Paki-inform na lang po ako. So, for the 3 million pesos, ano ang nagawa nating content at saan naman natin makikita yon para
Yes.
ma-appreciate natin?
Yes. We will send it to you
Siguro,
later.
Ang nakita kasi ng aming, yes ma'am, baka sabihin kayo?
For Knowledge Channel?
You made it for knowledge channel.
Nagbigay kayo ng grant. Okay. So yung 3 million, so hindi talaga kayo unit to create. You give it as grants, no? Grants, okay. I thought you were saying they receive, they use it pala as grants.
endowment fund.
Okay. So basically, they've given grants to a couple of, what do I call these?
So they gave the
Creators. So like meron sila sa Knowledge Channel.
So they gave the 3 million away in, okay.
Yes.
Sige po. Pero
Yeah.
sige, ano pa rin yung bunga nun? So yun pa rin yung
Yes.
gusto natin
So,
makita.
give us a copy. Yeah. Of the actual. Okay. I'll give us a
Sige, taga na. Tsaka sa research ng staff ko, siguro kaya i-instruct ko yung staff ko na mag-subscribe sila kasi ang YouTube subscribers daw ng council for 3 years ay 382. Okay, tulungan na lang natin, tulungan natin. So, instruction na ko yung staff ko na mag-subscribe po tayo sa YouTube channel ng National Council for
Ayan, ilan tayo?
Children's Television. Yan po.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President.
Parang YouTube channel ko po ito. Padamihin natin, opo. Tulungan tayo kasi government, this is government.
Yes, yes.
We're funding it, tulungan natin. So,
Actually, dapat. Okay. The secretary will link it to the department's social media channels. They have millions of followers, Mr. President. And I guess no, yung isang network din which is probably not quite covered by DepEd would be ngayon yung mga daycares. Dapat yan talaga din. Yeah.
and last but not the least, on the National Museum, we were just there last night. So thank you to Mr. Jeremy Barnes for hosting us. Kita natin yung beauty pa rin ng ating mga works of art, and the house itself, no? The house itself, the National Museum. And siguro the good news, di ba? I think Mr. Barnes and the National Museum have been approached by the Louvre in Abu Dhabi to lend some pieces, some works of art to be displayed in the Louvre in Abu Dhabi. Did you know that, Madam Chair?
No.
Oh,
Baka it's your wife who orchestrated that.
I have inside information, so I'm sorry.
Oh, kaya nga, sabi ko na eh.
So last night, when I arrived at the National Museum, I immediately asked Mr. Barnes, Jeremy, where is that piece or
Which
work of art?
pieces?
Which piece? One,
Oh,
I think
one-
only.
one
I think we
piece.
will lend one to the Louvre in Abu Dhabi, and he
Wow.
led me to the La Bulakenya. Tama ba, Mr. Barnes? Is that La Bulakenya? So a painting by Juan Luna of a Bulakenya. In ano man tawag doon? Filipiniana attire.
Bagal kami mag-ano.
And when will that work of art be displayed in the Louvre? Just in case it pushes through?
By June next year, pag congressman na po kayo.
Ay, ganun po ba? So at any rate, so congratulations to the National Museum, for that achievement. So instead of siguro asking more questions, we end on that high note, Madam Chair. We will end on that high note.
Yes.
A Filipino work of art is desired to be displayed in the Louvre in Abu Dhabi. So that's
La Bulakenya.
that's where we will end.
Ang hometown ni Senator Joel.
Yes, Senator
ng
Joel
ating
will be proud of
mga ninuno.
So thank you very
Very
much. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you for your
Thank you to our
questions.
secretary, and we wish him all the best. One of the most a difficult job, but I'm sure one of the most satisfying positions in government to be the secretary of the Department of Education. So maraming salamat to the DepEd family. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Majority Leader.
President, last to interpolate would be the chairman of the Senate Committee on Public Information. And I was told is going to focus on the National Council on Children's Television, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. May he be recognized.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Una po, ako ay tagahanga po ng kalihim ng edukasyon. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat kay dating Senador Angara sapagkat napakarami pong niyang itinutulong sa BARM, sa mga Muslim sa panahon na ito. Meron lang po akong mga gustong katanungan. Nabanggit po kasi, napakahalaga po nito, yung tungkol po sa National Council for Children's Television. Ito po ay napakalaking kapangyarihan upang mabalanse po natin ang mga matatawag po nating hindi magagandang impluensya sa mga kabataan ngayon na napapanood po at nakikita sa social media. Gusto ko lang po malaman kung ano po ang plano po nila dito. Meron po bang matibay na plano ang National Council for Children's Television para malabanan po itong mga programang nakakasira sa kabataan?
Dagdag tayo, right? Wait, is this dagdag? Or is this the first?
That will be a decision, but the added.
So, actually, Mr. President, there is an item called Advocacy and Communications Plan on TV Violence Rating Code. We added 500,000 pesos. And then there's also the launching and implementation of TV Violence Rating Code. We added 1 million pesos for this. Because their job is really to monitor and to create these guidelines. So this is the initial funding. The description here is the TV VRC, this is the violation rating, used in conjunction with the NCCT's child-friendly content standard will play a crucial role in validating the suitability of programs aired on local television, ensuring they align with child protection norms. And then it also includes facilitating the review and harmonization of existing guidelines by the MTRCB, focusing on the development of standards or codes specifically designed to shield children from violence in television programming.
Opo, yun po. Napakaganda po at binasa po ng ating sponsor. Yun po kasi ang ating ikinakatakot po sa ngayon, hindi naman po kaila sa lahat. Nasa social media po, sobra po ang mga palabas na hindi na po talagang. Ang katunayan nga po, meron pa po tayong nakapending sa floor na patungkol po sa pagpapalakas ng MTRCB dahil nga po dito sa problemang ito. Ang gusto lang po natin malaman kung sapat po ba yung budget na ating naibigay sa kanila para po mas magkaroon po ng ipin. Kasi sa ngayon po parang hindi po natin maramdaman. Baka po sana sa susunod, sa pamamahala po ng aking kaibigan at aking pong hinahangaan, ay magkaroon po ito ng ipin para makakita po tayo na talagang may mga napaparusahan po sa usapin po ng mga programang nakasisira po at masamang impluwensya sa mga bata.
Well, definitely, Mr. President, like a lot of our agencies, pati yung mga attached agencies ng DepEd, talagang nangangailangan pa ng pondo. But in all due respect, we try to do our best. And sa 2024 GAA, 82 million yung budget. Sa GAB, 110 million yung budget. And ang committee report natin is 123 million. So lagi ho nating pinupush na itaasan at suportado naman tayo ng ating Chairman of Committee on Finance because they approved the budget we recommended. But I'd also like to add that Congressman Tof de Venecia has I guess it's a draft bill, no? To broaden the scope of the National Council for Children's Television to make it National Council for Children's Media, which is a big task. It's a Herculean task if you ask me kasi ang dami ng sanga niyan. But I personally think this is a great move in the right direction and pwede natin i-support ito, including the necessary budget to launch it properly.
Opo, napakaganda po nun. Opo. At magkaroon din po talaga uli ng mga programa talaga doon sa mga main networks ngayon natin. Meron po ba tayong karapatan o masasabing tayo po ay malaya na makapagpapalabas ng mga programa ng gobyerno na para sa mga bata dito po sa mga main networks, sa mga malalaking networks. Meron po, pwede po ba yun?
Can you, you are, they are required to show 15% of child-friendly, whether it's produced by you or not, di ba? Yeah. So, kasi yung batas po natin, it requires that all the networks show at least 15% of their daily airtime. The requirement is 15% at least of their daily airtime is dedicated to child-friendly shows. So whether it is these are products of grants of the council, or it's the own shows of the networks, it doesn't matter as long as it is considered child-friendly.
Apo, may nakamonitor po dito, may nagmo-monitor po kung sumusunod po ang mga main networks po.
Meron. They have a media monitoring section that does that. And as I mentioned, we increase their budget to help them do their job better.
Opo, pwede pong makahingi po sa aming komite ng mga palabas na ito. Pwede po namin pong makita, masilip po. Kahit
Yes,
hindi po
pwede
ngayon,
po.
sa ibang panahon po.
Pwede po.
Opo. Ang pangalawa na lang pong tanong, hintayin na lang po namin yung ipapadala po ninyo. Pangalawa na lang pong tanong, meron po ba tayo sa ating patungkol sa mental health po ng mga teacher? Meron po bang nakabantay dito sa DepEd, sa mental health po ng mga teacher?
Yeah, of course. Batas na yan eh. Oo. Na-implement nila yung bago. Ay, hindi na to sa NCCT. Sorry, hindi na NCCT. DepEd na. DepEd na. Yeah.
Opo niyo na yung yung mga programs natin.
So one is yung ano, di ba? Di ba we passed the law that changes so we can hire more, no? The guidance counselors. We changed the requirement, di ba? We changed the because we yeah, then we
So one thing we've done, Mr. President, and this is by virtue of the law na siya, right? Pumasalan. It's already a law, right? Mental health. Yeah. One of the things we've done by way of law is we created new positions, which is already being implemented by DepEd for mental health, what do you call them? Mental health experts. So specialists, no longer just guidance counselors, because historically, medyo naging, put it bluntly, parang medyo naging dead-end career path yung guidance counselor, because ang taas ng requirement to get hired, you need a master's degree, and then ang baba ng sweldo. So we now have new positions to make it more exciting, and there's a career progression, and the secretary was involved in making that law, so it's also a priority of theirs. Sorry, specifically, are you asking about the wellness of the teachers?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Then, di ba? So they have online sessions to be able to reach more teachers, no? Kasi kesa magpapunta ng paisa-isang expert, and they cover a variety of mental health topics, and they also have a hotline available to the teachers.
Opo, siguro po gusto ko na lamang pong ibahagi sa ating mahal na kalihim at sa edukasyon. Doon po sa naganap kasing aming exposure nitong huli, kasi kami po'y umikot, magmula po sa Luzon, napunta ng Visayas, napunta ng Mindanao. Marami po kami nakausap na mga teacher, dahil sila po yung nakikipag-coordinate sa amin para mapuntahan po namin yung malalayong lugar. Ang lagi po nilang sinasabi ngayon, sa public school po, nagkaroon po ng parang takot ang mga teacher na disiplinahin ang mga bata na makukulit na katulad ko nung araw. Sapagkat nagkakaroon po ng parang kampanya sa social media na laging ang napapalabas ay nagiging masyado ng ang ating mga teacher ay mahigpit, nagiging sila ay may karahasan na. Sa nangyayari po ngayon sa mga classroom na dyan na yung mga makukulit na mga bata, hindi na lang po pinapansin ng mga teacher, tinitiis na lang niya dahil natatakot po siya na baka po siya ay makasuhan o magkaroon pa ng problema. Yun lang po, gusto ko lamang pong i-share yun, mahal na Pangulo, na meron na pong ganyang klaseng hinaing ang ating mga teacher na sana po ay maging bigyan po ito ng pansin sapagkat talaga pong takot na po sila na magbigay ng disiplina sapagkat sa mga nangyari po na hindi po talaga nabigyan sila ng tamang pansin kung ano po talaga din, kung ano ang dapat nilang gawin sa mga classroom. Siguro po magkaroon po ng alituntunin o mga dapat gawin para po yung ating pong mga teacher ay hindi po magkaroon ng ganitong pagkatakot. Yun lamang po, mahal na tagapangulo, marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Noted po yun, but just a quick response, meron po silang, aware po sila, meron silang positive discipline and socio-emotional learning, and meron din teaching manual on children's rights. So they're on it. Alam niyo naman sa lumang panahon, medyo yung iba dyan, di talaga sila aware. So siguro kailangan talaga pang dagdagan ang kaalaman din ng mga teachers. And of course, mahirap ang trabaho nila kasi sobrang dami ng estudyante minsan, that the challenges are really there for them.
Yun lang po yung concern natin. Talaga pong, yun po yung sinabi sa akin. Hindi lang po isa, dalawa, tatlo, ang dami po talaga. Ang sinabi sa akin, hindi na namin alam kung paano namin didisiplinahin ang estudyante namin dahil laging kami ang nababalikan. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
President, there being no other reservation for interpretation.
Mr. President, I still have a manifestation from my brother.
Yes,
Pwede ko naman ibigay na lang kay Secretary, pero baka ma-text ako ng di oras. Kaya I will read the manifestation of Senator Alan Cayetano. I would like to raise a critical matter concerning the budget allocation of DepEd for the Basic Education Facility Program, which plays an important role in the construction, rehabilitation, and improvement of school buildings and facilities in the country. According to UNESCO, physical infrastructure is important because it has a significant impact on children's enrollment, attendance, completion rates, and even learning achievements. While adaptation strategies such as implementing double, triple, or combination shifting allow more children access to school, there are studies which find that said strategies negatively affect educational achievement and learning efficiency of the learners due to shortened instruction time. Research shows that this is merely a patch-up or temporary solution that will not really address the problem of classroom congestion. The country's existing inequalities in education access and learning outcomes are further exacerbated by the effects of climate change. It is noteworthy that the National Expenditure Program was prepared and submitted to Congress during the first half of 2024 before the country faced several disasters, including severe tropical storm Christine and super typhoon Karina, which caused devastating floods and landslides. These hazards leading to disasters have left widespread damage to life and property and have further strained our already vulnerable and limited educational facilities. Despite the urgent need for repair and rehabilitation, the proposed budget of 6,132,800,000 for DepEd's Basic Education Facility Program, specifically for the rehabilitation, renovation, repair, and improvement of kindergarten, elementary, and secondary school buildings under the NEP 2025 was slashed by 2 billion to 4,132,800,000 under the General Appropriations Bill. Curiously, however, the budget for DepEd's Basic Education Facility for the construction, replacement, and completion of kindergarten, elementary, and secondary school buildings and technical vocational laboratories and others jumped from 15 billion under the NEP to 24 billion in the GAB. Curiously, as annex titled Department of Education School Building Program was attached to the GAB, where beneficiary schools were already identified. Given the urgency of rebuilding efforts, maximum utilization and efficiency are needed to expedite the restoration and improvement of our educational facilities. These challenges, compounded by the damage caused by extreme weather events and climate change, call for a firm commitment to rehabilitate and improve our education facilities by restoring the amount slashed from DepEd's budget for the rehabilitation, renovation, repair, and improvement of kindergarten, elementary, and secondary school buildings. So this is the manifestation of Senator Alan Cayetano. As I told the secretary, actually, without having even read his manifestation, that this representation will do our best and hope to at least restore 1 billion. If our colleagues will join me, then let's try to restore the entire 2 billion.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Majority Leader.
Again, Mr. President, there being no other interpellators, I move to close the period of interpellation and consider the budgets of the following: the Department of Education and its attached agencies, Office of the Secretary, Early Childhood Care and Development Council, National Book Development Board, National Council for Children's Television, National Museum of the Philippines, Philippine High School for the Arts, National Academy for Sports, deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budgets of the Department of Education and its attached agencies. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension to enable us to have a picture with our favorite basketball player and
Session
Secretary of
suspended.
Education. Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the National Economic and Development Authority and its attached agencies, budgetary support to government corporations, including that of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies and the Development Academy of the Philippines, and to recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpellate Senator Coco Pimentel.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the aforementioned budget is now in order for interpellation. Senator Grace Poe and our Minority Leader, Senator Coco
Correct.
Pimentel, are recognized.
Correction, Mr. President, can we recognize first the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator? This is Neda.
Neda.
Kasama na si PSA dyan. Right.
Correct,
Yes, yes,
correct,
yes.
correct.
Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you. Mr. President, before we begin, I would like to warmly welcome our NEDA family, headed by Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, who was here since earlier this afternoon. Mr. President, it is also my duty to present to the body the budget of the NEDA and its attached agencies and corporations. Based on the Senate Committee report, NEDA's total agency budget for fiscal year 2025 amounts to 13,307,298,000, composed of 13,024,559 as new appropriations and 282,739 as automatic appropriations. So with this, this representation is now ready to receive your questions. May we ask the ones?
Yes, the OSA is
OSA, please.
directed to restore order in the plenary. Likewise, before we proceed, just like to greet Secretary Balisacan, advance happy birthday tomorrow. So I hope that the interpellations will be short so that he can celebrate his birthday with his family tonight.
O, paabutin natin hanggang 12 para sa lubong.
Pwede rin.
That's the
Senator
best.
Tiberos may now continue with the interpellation.
Salamat, Mr. President. Magandang gabi po, Madam Chair, at sa NEDA family, at advanced happy birthday po kay Sec RC. And in fact, my questions are not for NEDA per se, but for the Philippine Statistics Authority, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mapa. Balik na.
So Madam Chair, sa hearings po natin kay Guo Huaping, lumabas ang abusong ginagawa sa late registration para makakuha ng pekeng Filipino citizenship ang mga dayuhang may masamang balak dito. Nag-conduct po ba ng internal audit o investigation ng PSA sa mga pekeng birth certificate na ito, Mr. President?
Update on the birth certificates, Mr. President. 1,627 birth certificates of foreign nationals were blocked by the PSA after its investigation, finding the documents to be spurious. The names of foreign nationals were shared to the BI, DFA, and NBI. But from what I know, out of those numbers, let's see, 18 were endorsed to the OSG for cancellation. And then, so 18 pa lang yun na-endorse for cancellation. Kasama na dito yung kay Goa Ping.
Salamat, Madam Chair. That's a start. Sa isa sa mga naunang hearings natin, sinabi na po ng PSA that they determined na ang birth certificate nakuha through late registration ni Guo Huaping ay irregular. So I suppose now the updated or the official term is spurious. So it's a start. 1,627 birth certificates blocked because deemed spurious at 18, pati na yung kay Guo Huaping endorsed sa OSG para sa cancellation, para kanila na rin, para ma-actionan na rin po ng constitutional body na iyon. At maigi din po na sinishare po itong mga ganitong determination, findings at determination ng PSA sa ibang mga ahensya para ma-facilitate, hindi na yung, ang tawag nito, yung compartmentalization ng intelligence which reached absurd ends dun sa kaso ni Guo Huaping, pero mas ma-facilitate yung pagtutulungan ng iba't iba nating mga law enforcement and intelligence agencies.
Actually, I'd also like to commend our colleague here, the good Senator Lisa Hontiveros, for focusing on this problem that if we didn't really investigate the issue on the POGO, these other problems wouldn't have come to light. Imagine 1,600 na yung nakapag-rehistro na over 18 years old. Wala man lang kaduda-duda. Siguro dapat din natin ma-follow up anong nangyari dun sa mga civil servants na yun na pumayag na sila ay marehistro.
Actually, Madam Chair, na-anticipate nyo yung susunod kong tanong, follow-up question. Pero bago yung follow-up question na yun, gusto ko ring pasalamatan lahat ng mga colleagues natin na nagtutulong-tulungan para mas gawing tapat sa tamang proseso, requirements at iba pa, yung ating late registration of live birth. Dahil, at ito yung isa pang pahuling tanong ko mamaya-maya, dahil ito ay proseso na kinakailangan din naman nung iba nating mga kababayan na acting in good faith at wala pong masamang balak, mga totoong Pilipino. Kaya lang, kinakasangkapan yung prosesong iyon ng mga di naman totoong Pilipino at may masamang balak nga. So, muli, maraming salamat sa marami nating mga kasama dito na nagtulong-tulungan sa prosesong ito ng pag-iimbestiga ng POGO at pati itong usapin ng pagkasangkapan sa late registration of live birth. Marami po sa ating mga kasamahan and syempre special mention sa kay Senator Sherwin, no, Gatchalian. So dun sa anticipate nyo ang tanong ko, Madam Chair, paano naman po pananagutin yung mga opisyal na kasabwat sa pamemeke ng birth certificate, Mr. President?
The names have already been forwarded to the mayor of Santa Cruz. But then, okay, so the names were of those government workers were submitted to the mayor of that town, but alongside with it, simultaneously, there's also an investigation by the NBI.
Salamat, Madam Chair. And actually, naalala ko po, bukod sa NBI, may iba pang mga importanteng department at ahensya ng ating gobyerno. And if I remember correctly, sa isang kaugnay na hearing, nasabi din po yata ng resource person mula sa DILG na naghihintay sila at naghihingi ng posible mga pag-amyenda din sa local government code para mas magkaroon sila ng mandato, imbestigahan at kung kakailanganin, disiplinahin ang sino mang tiwaling local government officials na sa halip na bantayan ang integridad ng ganitong mga proseso tulad ng late registration of live birth ay nagiging kasabwat pa nga. Dahil kumbaga pinoproteksyonan nila yung mga criminal activities na nabibigyang daan sa ganitong pagkasangkapan ng dapat sagradong birth certificate bilang Pilipino.
Tama. I mean, paano naman tayo? I mean, napakahirap kumuha ng birth certificate, ha? Tapos itong mga ito parang sa isang iglap.
Ganun lang.
'Di ba? Ewan ko ba, may mga litrato ba tayo nitong mga nakakuha na to?
Ng mga nakakuha nitong mga peking birth
Oo,
certificate?
Mr. President, na meron ba?
Well, I hadn't prepared any for this interpellation, Madam Chair, pero
But
yung
did you
mukha-
have it? You have it, Mr.
Hindi
President?
pa nga eh. May make available po ba ng PSA sa atin sa pamamagitan ng chair, yung 1,627 na iyon?
Okay, so we will ask the Bureau of Immigration. Actually, we're going to have a hearing with the DOJ. We'll ask them to submit to the committee, not naman for presentation, but for FYI, yung mga litrato ng mga, kasi gusto ko malaman kung, 'di ba, kung talagang gumamit sila ng sound judgment, 'di ba, sa pagdetermina. Kasi iba-iba naman yung mga itsura din ng Pilipino, 'di ba? Hindi naman natin
Totoo
masasabi,
po.
but together with the physical appearance is also their knowledge of the culture or also how they speak. I mean, it's not just one category. Lahat yan may mga titignan. Yeah, thank you.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. And ito, yung sunod kong tanong, kaugnay nga nung isang pinag-usapan namin, ngayon lang ni Madam Chair. Alam po nating mahalaga ang late registration at kailangan ito na mga kababayan nating nakatira sa malayong lugar o hirap ang access sa mga opisina ng PSA. Pero ayaw rin naman nating ganun lang kadaling gamitin ito para manloko. So may balak po bang reforma ang PSA para balansehin ang mga interes na ito, Mr. President?
So they issued now a memo circular requiring them to submit an ID picture already together with their biometrics for the national ID.
Salamat, Madam Chair. At sana po sa pag-require ng ganitong mga dagdag na submissions o requirements, pantay pa rin at patuloy isaalang-alang yung minsan hindi ganun kadali tulad ng para sa atin, halimbawa na nakatira dito sa mga syudad, para naman sa mga kababayan natin na totoong Pilipino, tapos dahil sila nga ay nasa mga sa DOHG, the areas geographically isolated and disadvantaged, o kaya mga victim survivors ng sakuna, nawala lahat ng mga ID nila, o di kaya mga katutubong Filipino, yun, sana patuloy pa rin isaalang-alang, i-facilitate po ng PSA na itong mga kababayan nating mas hirap mag-fulfill ng requirements ay makakuha pa rin ng birth certificate na kanilang kailangan.
Actually, Mr. President, I understand also na talaga may mga nangangailangan yan. But to be fair to the PSA, they reviewed using data analytics 14.89 million late registrations.
Wow.
submitted from 2010 to 2024. So 14 years. Pero ganun karami yung nag-submit. So tignan na lang natin kung sino talaga dun yung makatotohanan yung impormasyon. 50,532 birth certificates or 0.34% are being audited by PSA personnel. So yun yung medyo siguro kailangan bigyan ng mas masusing atensyon.
It's mathematically parang maliit na porsyento, pero na-appreciate ko po, Madam Chair, yung pagkamasinop ng PSA sa review na ito. Kaya rin siguro sila nakapag-produce sa unang batch ng 1,627 spurious birth certificates na kanilang binlock. Hindi po madali, pambihirang makapag-review ng higit 14 million na mga birth certificates at pagtukoy ng 50,000 sa mga ito. I hope na itong ginagawang sa pamamagitan ng kanilang audit, itong ginagawang audit ng PSA ay magsilbing isang best practice, magandang huwaran din sa iba nating mga ahensya na higpitan talaga yung pagprotekta sa integridad ng mga procedures natin at yung mga naibubungan nitong mga dapat na official at makatotohanang mga dokumento. And I think also, Madam Chair, this voluminous hard work bodes well also dun sa pinapangarap natin across agencies na digitization ng mga government documents at paggawang electronic ng mas maraming mga proseso natin. At yung pangarap din natin na magkaroon ng consolidated database, yung mga magkakatulad na ahensya para mas madaling mag-cross-check, mag-cross-reference. Tulad nung itinatanong din natin, Madam Chair, nung mga nauunang pagdinig tungkol sa POGO, na bakit may iba't ibang nag-i-issue ng ganito't ganyang dokumento, pero hindi nila ma-cross-check sa isa't isa kung totoo ba itong taong ito na may hawak ng isa o ilang mga ID natin. So pagpupugay po sa PSA, Madam Chair, sa pamamagitan ninyo para sa ganitong napakalaking at maramihang trabahong ito. At may efforts din po ba, Madam Chair, ang PSA para padaliin din yung access sa lahat ng Pilipino, mga totoong Pilipino, para di na ganon kahirap at least ang original registration ng birth certificate, Mr. President.
We find that. Ito is actually very proactive. There are about 1,214,531 individuals verified or having no official birth records in the PSA database as of which 426,035 individuals were registered under BRAP or 35.1% of the verified no birth record individuals. This accounts for 21.3% of the 2 million target registrants. With this number, the PSA has issued 197,012 certificates of live birth in security paper or 46.2% of the registered records. So, hinanap sila talaga physically, pinuntahan sila dun sa mga probinsya, dun sa mga barangay nila para madala sila sa civil registrar at matulungan silang mag-register. So this is as of
We recognize Senator
Mr. President,
Francis.
just to interject,
Yes, Mr.
with the
President.
permission of the two ladies. Ilan po kaya dito ang mga kapatid nating Muslim doon sa tinatrack nila? Because I understand, Mr. President, iba po yung registration process ng ating mga kapatid na Muslim.
But ang targets farm area lang ako out of the 3.7. So we are working with the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the visa process para itong sa Sulu and Mindanao sa Pasay.
Okay. So, farm alone,
Silang pinakamalaki.
sila yung pinakamalaki na walang registration. So there are about 400,000 of them. So they're working with the local Office of the Peace Process para ma-register sila. Kasi syempre, this is also very sensitive, no, that area.
And I understand, Mr. President,
A lot of them are returnees and their families.
Mr. President, the newly created Sharia courts would be able to address this backlog, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we are working.
They're also working with the Sharia courts to help out with the process.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. President, at salamat sa Majority Leader. And muli, Madam Chair, gusto ko ring magpasalamat sa PSA na gaya ng sinabi nyo, hinanap nila yung mga kababayan natin na posibleng at na-verify nilang wala pa ring original registration ng birth certificate hanggang sa ngayon. Baka sa atin, tinitake for granted natin na lalo na kung naipapanganak tayo sa ospital or kahit home-based birth pero nire-rehistro tayo ng kumadrona na nakakakuha ka agad automatically ng birth certificate. Pero para sa maraming kababayan pala natin, yung 1 milyong nahanap na ng PSA, yung 400,000 dun sa BARM, napakahalagang dokumento talaga at pala ito. Nakikipagtrabaho, halimbawa yung opisina ko ngayon, Madam Chair, sa isang NGO na ang pangalan na Ideals. At talagang, ayan, katrabaho po nila ang PSA. At talagang may pamagat sila sa birth certificate na parang passport sa buhay. Kasi ito po ay dokumento na patunay ng pagkakilanlan sa isang tao bilang mamamayang Pilipino, kaya't may entitlements sa karapatan, sa benepisyo, sa social protections, at pagkakataon sa pag-unlad sa buhay sa bawat mamamayan. So, huli na siguro, Madam Chair. At ito, tinatanong ko dahil may natanggap po kasing request for assistance ang opisina ko na isang letra lang ng middle name ang mali ang spelling. Pero hirap na hirap siyang ipakorek ito at talagang apektado ang buhay niya. So, pwede niyo po bang linawin, Madam Chair, ang proseso at requirements sa administrative correction ng birth certificate?
Yung process, it emanates doon sa local civil registrar, doon sa kung saan sa pinanganak. Ang problema usually, Madam Chair, yung malayo. So ngayon, ang ginagawa nila, pag malayo sa Mindanao, but already here na nila, the PSA can help you because we will contact our provincial office to facilitate.
So, saan sila pupuntang office?
Sa amin.
So, ganito po yon. Kung kunwari merong problema, it's an administrative matter obviously. But if they are far from their province, let's say kasi they have to go to their local civil registrar, they can avail of going to the PSA office in Quezon Avenue, in Quezon City, at tapos sila na makikipag-coordinate doon sa probinsya nila. Sa ibang place sa Luzon. Pero nandun sila sa... Okay, so they can go to any PSA provincial office. So if they're in another town or province or region, they can go to the local PSA to make that correction. Pero ano nga ang tawag doon? Basta lalapit lang sila?
Administrative correction process.
Administrative correction process. Anong kailangan nilang gawin? Proof.
Ilang document ngayon.
And
Spelling, let's say school record, baptismal.
okay.
And then yun ay process na lang.
Okay. So additional proof of the correct name, baptismal records, maybe school records, employment ID. Kasi kung pareho lang naman ang muka, di ba? Ang medyo weird lang kung lalaki tapos babae yung nagpapalit ng
Maraming pong cases yung Madam Chair. spending.
Oo.
EIOU.
Oo.
So it's we have already a process.
Okay, normally it's expected, like there are certain letters that are easily misread,
Yeah.
and so it's or even cut. And I have a side story about that, my friend. Anyway, wag na dito. Okay.
Hintayin ko yung side story, Madam Chair, kahit mamaya or sa susunod na araw. Salamat po. And I suppose whatever the circumstances of our citizens, no matter how unfamiliar they may be to us now, inaasahan po natin na yung mga attached agencies ng ating gobyerno ay nag-evolve over time at magiging mas inclusive para kung ano yung entitlements ng mamamayan, halimbawa birth certificate, ay yun na nga po, nag-evolve para maipaabot yung serbisyong iyon dun sa nararapat at may karapatan po doon. So, yun lamang po, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat. Salamat din po sa PSA. At maligayang bati muli kay Sec RC.
Oo.
Salamat po, Mr. President.
Actually, nagsama yung dalawa si Senator Risa at si Senator Sherwin, na talagang yung pagsisikap ninyo at sa pagtutok ninyo dun sa mga nakaraang investigasyon ay marami talagang pagbabagong naidulot na isang buong industriya na hindi naman nakakabuti sa atin ang nawala na, at pangalawa na nabuhay ang issue or napansin natin itong issue na ginagamit pa lang ating sistema na nagpaparehistro, hindi naman. So maraming salamat, Mr. President, sa inyong dalawa.
Thank you. Thank you for the compliments. Majority Leader?
President, next to interpolate the Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized.
Maraming salamat po sa ating pinunong mayorya. Ginoong Pangulo, nais ko lamang pong malaman sa kalihim po ng NEDA kung pareho pa din po ba ang posisyon po ninyo tungkol po sa binitawan po ninyong salita doon po sa pagdinig sa Kongreso tungkol po sa iba't ibang RBH na nagpapanukalang amendahan ang ating konstitusyon. Particular na po ang economic provision nito. Dito po noong February 26, 2024, ang sabi niyo po doon, we must lift restrictions on critical sectors such as public utilities, education, mass media, and advertising so that we can realize their untapped potential and enable them to contribute to the country's economic progress. Yun po ang sinabi ng ating mahal na kalihim. Gusto ko lamang pong madinig, Ginoong Pangulo, kung hanggang ngayon po ba, ito pa rin po ang posisyon ng NEDA?
Anong position? Mr. President, pareho pa rin ang posisyon niya, pero ang nagbago yung sitwasyon natin sapagkat sa kaalaman din ng ating kasama dito, ako po ang unang naglagda at dumepensa kasama ni Senator Drilon dito sa Public Service Act kung saan ay nabuksan ang sektor na dati ay sarado para pwedeng mamuhunan kahit na sino dito, katulad ng sektor ng telecommunications, sektor ng transportasyon, sektor ng power generation, tapos at kung ano-ano pa, nabuksan yan, pati advertisement. Ngayon, Mr. President, pagdating dito sa Public Service Act, ang unang-unang nag-apply dito para makapag-operate, I believe sa National Telecommunications Communications, NTC, Communication, Application 001 ay ang ano nga to? Yung kay SpaceX. Okay? Yung SpaceX na yon ni Elon Musk, kaya sila nag-apply nalaman nga nila na binuksan na natin, ano? So namuhunan na sila dito at narinig natin na sila ang nagko-connect sa mga malalayong mga lugar sa ating bansa na walang internet service. At ang unang matutuwa kayo, Mr. President, si Senator Robin, sapagkat ang naging benepisyaryo dito ay ang Tawi-Tawi at mga ilang lugar sa Mindanao na hindi makapunta sa korte para mag-attend ng hearing, ang mismong Korte Suprema ay gumawa ng teleconference para maabot ang mga may reklamo doon sa mga iba't ibang lugar sa Mindanao na walang signal dahil meron ng SpaceX, nagkaroon ng signal. So, maraming salamat sa patuloy ninyong pagtutulak dito na mabuksan ang ating ekonomiya at hindi naman kinailangan pang palitan ang konstitusyon para ito ay ating nakamit.
Okay po. Kasi po, mahal na Pangulo, na-aproban po ang batas na napakaganda po ng ating mahal na Senadora Grace po noong 18th Congress. Ito pong binasa ko po ay noong 2024. So ibig sabihin po ba, hindi na po yan ngayon ang posisyon ng NEDA? Hindi na po ba nila ikakapit pa ang direktiba ng mahal na Pangulo na ang sabi po niya ay meet the daunting challenges of the present and prepare us for the uncertainties and complexities of the future. So wala na po ito. Yun po ba?
So ang sinasabi ninyo, Mr. President, ito pala ay nabanggit lang ni Secretary Balisacan itong taon na ito. Kung saan napasa na yung batas na yon, pero yun pa rin ang sinabi niya.
Opo, opo.
So,
Ito
natin
po
siya.
ay hearing po ito noong pinag-uusapan po nila sa malaking kapulungan. Yung patungkol po sa ating mga resolution of both houses po. Apo. Ano lang po, mahal na Pangulo, gusto lang po natin matinig kung ito pa din po ba ang posisyon ng NEDA o hindi na po. Yun lamang po. Kung hindi na po, ay okay po. Maraming salamat. Kung yun pa rin po, maraming salamat pa din po.
Okay, I stand corrected. Oo nga pala, yung education and advertising hindi pa kasi kasama pala dun sa Public Service Act. So, yun ang nire-reiterate niya. Pero, magpakatotoo na lang tayo dito, Sen. Robin. Alam naman natin yung mga galaw noon. Siguro si Secretary Balisacan, ayaw na lang kumontra dun sa mga gustong ipagpatuloy yung, ano nga tawag doon, yung People's Initiative at na kailangan palitan yung ano, so hindi na lang kinontra siguro. Pero dapat napaalala rin na napasa na yung PSA, kaya nga ito ay ating napapakinabangan na ngayon.
Opo. So, ano po ang pwede ko pong iwan, mahal na? Hindi po ba?
Anong official answer ninyo,
Opo.
Secretary Balisacan?
Opo, yun lamang po. Susundin po ba yung direktiba ni Pangulo o hindi na po?
Okay. So his position remains the same, Mr. President. Buksan ang ekonomiya at kung hindi naman kinakailangan na magkaroon ng, kung yung simpleng batas, di ba, na hindi na kailangan halughugin pa lahat ng buong konstitusyon, doon daw siya. Yun na yun, for the record. As of, ano ba ngayon? November 7, 2024. Balikan ninyo to next year.
Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Mr. President, kay Senator Robin Padilla. There are no other questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next to interpolate, Mr. President, is the Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor, Mr. President. I'll just continue where Senator Risa left off. And this is on the topic of birth certificates. I think we all agree that we were surprised with the revelation that there are thousands of fake birth certificates scattered all over the country. It was so glaring and surprising that even one person who was holding a fake birth certificate managed to run for public office and won as mayor. And the sky is the limit for her because with that victory, she can go on to become congressman, governor, and so on. So it is very crucial that we plug all the loopholes as well as all the gaps in attaining birth certificates. And I heard earlier with the answer of the good sponsor that memos and directives were issued in order to plug those loopholes. But aside from that, I truly believe that with the use of technology, we can weed out all of these fake birth certificates and improve the process of application. And that's what I want to focus. Are there any moves from the PSA to use technology to prevent fake birth certificates from happening, to scan and use technology to ascertain that the existing birth certificates are indeed authentic and indeed are only given to people who are qualified to get birth certificates. Meron ba tayong ganun na technology or are we going, do we have any plans of using those technologies?
Okay. Mr. President, there's a 4-year digitization program with the PSA wherein they're going to link hospitals, barangays, and local civil registers with the PSA. Ngayon, for the first year, this is 2024, they were given 136 million in the GAA. The second year, 2025, they're asking for 306 million for the additional, kasi ito na, 87 local civil registrar's office, 174 hospitals, and 87 barangays for the first year. Nasa pilot program na raw. And then the second year, an additional 387 local civil registrars and 477 hospitals and 411 barangays will be included.
For this digitalization?
Wala po yung 2024.
So it's a 4-year digitization program. So ang last is 2027. So every year, continuing appropriation ito.
I understand, good sponsor, that DBM did not allocate the required 306 million.
Correct,
pesos.
this year.
So what will be the adverse impact of not receiving that amount? Because
Well-
we're now in the middle of not only issuing directives to fix the gaps, but now embarking on a digitalization process to completely plug all the loopholes. So with that amount not being allocated, will it again derail the efforts to
It will.
stop this stop the proliferation of fake birth certificates?
It will, Mr. President.
So this is it's important.
It's important. I mean, it's certainly something that can be introduced for an amendment.
Okay. At the proper time, good
Yes.
sponsor will also introduce an amendment because, like what Senator Risa mentioned earlier, it was really we were shocked, no, to see the thousands and thousands of fake birth certificates can easily be issued to people who are not qualified. And with technology, I truly believe that this can be prevented by integrating the different offices that are connected to issuing birth certificates. In terms of, I have another question that came out during the interpellation of Senator Risa. I understand that national ID, correct me if I'm wrong with this process, that at birth, a a baby can already get a national ID number. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. President.
Can national ID be given to fraudulent or to people who are not qualified? The same as what happened with our birth certificates?
Well, obviously, we've learned our lesson, Mr. President. So now, there's actually a biometric process involved.
Biometric authentication.
And a biometric authentication process involved. So, kung sino man talaga yung tao na yon na gumagamit ng pangalan na yon, dapat nakamatch dun sa kanyang biometrics.
And di ba pwedeng magbigay ng national ID number at birth? But if that baby does not have any proof of his nationality or citizenship, can that baby get a national ID number?
Kailangan may birth cert. Kasi, syempre, pag nagpa-register ka, kailangan muna meron kang birth certificate. Doon talaga ililink yung national ID mo.
So it's really important that that newborn will have an authentic birth certificate. That's the most basic document.
Yes, and then, di ba ganito naman yan katulad yan, sa birth certificate mo, nakalagay yung pangalan ng nanay at tatay mo. If there's a question on the status of the child, if the child is natural born, obviously they'll have to defer to the name. They'll have to go and check the names of those parents and ask also for the birth certificates of those parents and trace the authenticity of that. So at least meron namang trail, may paper trail.
There's another, thank you for the answer, a good sponsor. There's another account that we actually suggested this to the committee, and this is to increase the budget of the legal service and fraud management division by 27 million pesos. And this is to address the proliferation of illicit activities related to falsification of national IDs, birth certificate, and fixing activities. And this is where I'm coming from. Well, do we have any cases right now of fake birth certificates? Fake national IDs.
We do have cases of fake national IDs.
Is it fake national ID or the person who is holding the
Gave,
national ID is not
fraudulent.
fraudulent or spurious national ID?
So hindi fake ID.
Pwedeng kumuha siya ng ID na siya talaga and then nag-represent.
The person is not qualified. Yeah, ineligible.
Okay, so the documents presented were fraudulent, but it's still the national ID. It's the correct ID, but the information that was used to supply that was supplied for that ID is what's fraudulent.
And how many cases of those type of spurious national IDs do we have? Because we have that in our birth certificate. Now it's spreading into the national ID. And the national ID now is an important document to open a bank account, to apply for, let's say, your TIN number. So how many national IDs? How many have we detected? Have we detected national IDs that are not that are spurious? How many of those?
11 pa lang. 11
pa
pa lang, Mr. President. But they are but they are also checking certain cases, instances with the DSWD. For 4-piece beneficiaries. Actually, Mr. President, it's true that, there'll always be ways pag may gusto may paraan, di ba? Kung ayaw may dahilan. So, maghanap ng paraan talagang mga yan. Pero at least ito, we're one step forward by having these biometrics. So, checking the identity, biometrics. Then later on, checking the family tree, di ba? Birth certificate. And then kung yung mga pangalan ng parents doon, may biometrics, ID rin, check din kung yon. I mean, di ba, it's easier na. Every decade naman, hopefully, meron pagbabago.
And what are we doing to address the spurious national ID or irregular, I don't know what term should I use, but irregular national IDs. What reforms are we doing? Because later on, we might be encountering people who are not qualified with national IDs, opening fake bank accounts, using it for money laundering, using it for illegal activities. So what reforms have we undertaken in order to stop those type of activities?
Well, Mr. President, what's being done now is if they find that, for example, for the beneficiaries of 4Ps, they send the questionable identification so that it can be blocked by the DSWD, and then after which it's also sent to the NBI so that a follow-up investigation can ensue.
Okay. And this amount, the 27 million for legal service and fraud management, what will this be used? Is this for case build-up or the actual case filing?
I guess all, Mr. President, to build up the case and also all of the following proceedings to be able to make sure that they're properly represented in court and they can send the representation kasi kahit naman yun, dahil sila talaga yung magfa-file yan, di ba?
At the proper time, Mr. President, Your Honor, we will submit some proposals in order to help PSA to completely achieve their digitalization, as well as amounts for PSA to pursue fraudulent birth certificates, fraudulent national IDs. I think we already exposed this illegal activity, and it's really imperative that we equip PSA to stop those illegal activities and hold people to account, especially government personnel who are part of the syndicates or part of those who issues fake documents. So with that, good sponsor, thank you very much for your time. Maraming salamat po. And happy birthday to Secretary.
Napansin nyo, napakaikli ng mga tanong kasi magbo-birthday kayo. So, medyo naawa. No, but I want again to say, Senator Sherwin really has, aside from his dedication to his work, I feel as integrity, there are just a few things that he may not say no to. But then I know, like with his work, he really follows his conscience. So. Thank you.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
President, next to interpolate is our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsors.
Birthday ni, just a reminder, birthday of...
Advance happy birthday to our NEDA Secretary, Secretary Balisacan. Yung iba siguro, if they could be, I would just request siguro submission of some documents and lists siguro, ganun lang, just to save time.
Yes, thank
Pero
you.
ito muna, my first question kasi, prepared by my staff secretary, is about a quotation of you, yung about on the monthly food threshold, etc. It's a very controversial one, di ba? Pero I will no longer mention the quote, pero do we have now an updated
it used to be
definition of poverty threshold or the amount needed to meet the basic food and non-food needs of a family of 5, or the so-called poverty threshold? Ano na?
Yes,
now,
sir.
right now. Oh, no.
It used to be, they already adjusted it. It used to be 60 pesos per day per person. Now they made it 90. Di ba?
The 90, yung 60 kasi was on the food poor. The 90 was on the poor, on the overall poor.
Okay.
So that was the controversial one. Ang tanong ko lang, did we review our formula and our data so that now do we have a new definition? Kung wala, we will stick to the old one. But nabira po kayo ron eh.
So May 2023, there was a new, they gathered new data. This is okay. In May 2025, a new data will come out. But for now, we are still using those metrics that we read earlier.
Sige, can you describe briefly how are we, yes, what's the formula? What are you doing to come up with a new definition? So, survey? Ano po yan? Just very briefly lang po para maintindihan namin. So, May 2025 pa.
Okay, thank you. This is what they should have done from the beginning. So a food nutritionist will come up with a nutritious meal plan based on what's available. And then that meal plan will be submitted to the PSA. And then the PSA will get a price collection for the ingredients that are being used. Of course, also taking into consideration at that time electricity costs and all other charges for them to be able to determine a poverty threshold. But it will be an interagency group that will come up with a recommendation.
Sige. So the amount that we are using now, which we will continue to use until May 2025, was determined when?
Okay, so it's a yearly yearly evaluation, Mr. President. So yung para sa ngayon, nung 2023 ginawa yon. We can ask a copy of the menu that was given to them.
Sige, ganun na
So
lang.
we know.
So we'll understand kasi
Pero
admittedly, naging controversial, no, Secretary? Naging
pero-
controversial. Marami nag-react no rin na try living. Try living with 60 pesos a day.
A day,
Ah,
oo.
sige. May nagsabi po ng ganun. So.
Yeah, they will send a copy of the menu.
And then just as submission na lang po, can we get a copy of this administration's flagship projects, including infrastructure, plus the status nila as of the making of the list of the report? Pwede po. Submission na lang po.
Mr. President, there are about 186
Yes,
of them.
yes.
They're available in the website, but a copy will be submitted to your office, Mr. President.
With the status. Sana.
And the status. Four are completed.
How many?
4.
4 have been completed. 4 have been completed.
Yes.
Yesterday, it was mentioned that akala ko bago na projects you approved the Cavite Industrial Area Flood Risk Management Project and the Pasig Marikina River Channel Improvement Project Phase 4. Akala ko bago. That was the impression I got yesterday. Ngayon now the correct information is that we will be getting supplemental loans for these 2 projects. So nag-increase ang costs nila.
Because an upgrade is being incorporated to make it more resilient. I guess they've seen the challenges of the floods and also what do you call it?
Yeah, okay naman. So can I just get in writing especially for the PMRCIP 4? That's the Pasig Marikina. Kung ano ba yung original plan dyan, ano ba yung binago dyan, meron bang extension or modification and cost increases, at bakit? So as detailed, there is a report as possible on the Pasig Marikina River Channel Improvement Project Phase 4. In writing na lang po, Madam Chair, para mas makasave tayo ng time.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. President.
And then, well, how's the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency? Kumusta? What has been the greatest achievement or memorable achievement of the agency, Mr. President?
Of course, and usually when there is a big organization abroad, for them, they are the ones to coordinate with, as you know, like for example, the Peace Corps, sila yung
To bring here.
yeah, to bring here, but I
Bring
mean,
here? Okay.
to provide also information, like certain areas that are safe for them to go, or that are actually compatible with their advocacies. So this is actually the job of the National Coordinating Council. There are also many, kasi minsan kung kanya-kanyang punta lang, hindi naman nila alam kung saan talaga yung mga lugar na pwedeng maging epektibo sila. Kaya ito yung council. Ano ba yan?
What can the PNVSCA tell us? Is voluntarism dying or still, ano tawag doon?
Is it still operational?
Still valued as
Or
as a
relevant?
yeah, still valued as a ano tawag doon? As a driving force, Mr. President.
Okay, these are the specific achievements. Okay. PNVSA conducted 344 public information and advocacy activities on volunteerism, established partnerships with 62 government and non-government organizations, NGOs, 50 higher learning institutions, 6 civil service organizations, provided technical assistance to 149 government and NGOs on the basic concepts and definitions of volunteering for development, volunteerism, mainstreaming, facilitated the clearance and deployment of 223 international volunteers in the country and 79 Filipino volunteers overseas, monitored the engagement of 29,852 local volunteers to assist in the implementation of various programs of government and NGOs and the implementation of projects assisted by international volunteers in the country and Filipino volunteers deployed abroad.
You need the law. Kung walang law, hindi. Thank you for that, ma'am. Okay, so can I now go to the PSA, Mr. President? So the PSA, you've been asked about the birth certificates, so which could actually madali nang ma-foresee yun if you can fake a birth certificate, and since that is the basic document needed for a national ID, therefore you can fraudulently secure a national ID. Automatic pa yun. But ganito po, Mr. President, para rin mapadali din tayo. I filed Senate Resolution number 1192 last September 11, 2024. So siguro if I can read the questions and then request a written reply from the PSA, ganun na lang po.
So submission na lang.
Submission na lang.
Okay, for the record, the
Kunyari, number 1, sige po, PSA, what are the underlying root causes of the delays and inefficiencies in the implementation of RA 11055 or the Philippine Identification System Act? Because unless you contest that there's been no delay, but there has been delay, so pakisagot na lang po natin yan. Number 2, what steps should the PSA and the BSP take to establish and implement a detailed catch-up plan to address the current backlog of Philippine ID cards, production and distribution, ensuring timely issuance of remaining cards? Number 2 po yun. And then, number 3, because I think it is a fact, I don't think PSA will also dispute this, that BSP has terminated the contract with the supplier for the national ID cards. The reason given is failure to deliver on the commitment of the supplier. So how will this affect your PSA's implementation of the Philippine ID system? Another question yun. Will there be more backlogs of undelivered IDs? what is the PSA's participation in determining the supplier of the national ID cards? Ano short answer doon? Do you have a voice in the...
They selected supplier. So, yung
Pero dapat
may BBM part of their
material. Okay, thank you, thank you,
Doon lang sa
Mr. President.
specific question.
Yes, they have a voice. No. They have a MOA, but it's BSP that selected the supplier. Akala ko when you said you had the voice, Mr. President, akala ko ako na yung pinapasagot.
Sorry for that. We are all tired.
No.
Siguro
Yes,
si
they don't
birthday
have a-
boy, mas lalo na kahapon pati secretary rito. Additional question, what are the measures undertaken by the PSA to ensure the continuous issuance of national IDs? Siguro, and to update us, has a new supplier been selected? Ano short
They
answer?
are in the process of procurement.
So wala pa. Okay.
So may napili na kayo? So hindi pa procure. Okay. Nasa technical working group, November 15 pa, yung malalaman kung sino. So pwedeng wag muna natin i-submit yung kanilang budget. Hintayin natin November 15. And next week na yon.
Next week na rin naman yun.
Aabot pa rin kasi November 19.
Siguro next week na rin yung kasagutan in writing sa mga tanong ko.
Oo.
And then what is the short answer na what is the actual status? Is there a court case? Did the supplier vendor file a case questioning the termination of its contract? Short answer lang po.
Yes,
Yes?
to the BSP.
Additional question, how can the criteria for selecting future vendors be revised and strengthened to place greater emphasis on capacity, reliability, and past performance, mitigating the risks of future contract failures? So just in writing na po yun. How can public communication efforts be enhanced to keep Filipino citizens informed about the status of the PhilSys implementation, including expected timelines for resolving the backlog and issuing the remaining PhilID cards? Siguro yung questions nag-overlap sa other questions, but siguro another question is what would be the projected total cost of this project, the Philippine National ID System? System cost. Actually, I believe there will be no end to the spending, di ba? Kasi the system is open eh.
So allotted is 23.5 billion
Sige.
from 2018 to 2024. Tapos they reverted 1.877 kasi nga nasobra. Tapos they obligated 20.98 billion
20 billion.
out of the 23 and disbursed 17.52 billion. So anyway, basically 20.98 ang obligated. Oo. Pero magdadagdag.
How long have we been actively soliciting data for the Philippine ID? Ilang years na?
3 years, Mr. President.
3 years na. Okay.
2021.
Yun yung active, no? Yung nagkaano pa kayo, para kayong nagro-road show or pumupunta sa mga ano. But siguro there will come a time na dapat passive na kayo. I mean, na dapat yung interesado na ang lalapit sa inyo. When will this happen?
And now,
Now. Oh, good. Okay.
konti na lang kasi yung mga booths nila doon sa labas.
So expenses for the outreach programs, the proactive gathering of data has ended. You are now just the program exists in the office of the PSA and
upon request,
upon
mga
request.
mobile. Like for example, may isang municipality or city na nag-request, then they...
Pero hindi na malaki yung pag-fund natin doon. Meron kayong fund sa office nyo for that. Kung may mag-request, you can go. Sige po, I just want to keep the expenditure reasonable. Last year, sir, during the budget deliberation, the PSA made a commitment to conduct their own internal investigation on the alleged issuance of birth certificates to foreign nationals. USEC Dennis Mapa said that any person found responsible for issuing these documents will face the fullest extent of the law. Any update? I don't know kung natanong kanina, but any update? Have we charged anybody?
We have filed with the local chief executive administrative charges, and then the names are already with the NBI for the criminal.
Okay, so they've already filed with the local chief executive, as I mentioned earlier. But then also to make sure that there's no, I guess, inside arrangement. The NBI is also doing a simultaneous investigation.
No,
So
we have
bali
charged- we have charged
sinabit
a-
sa mayor, di ba?
We have charged a mayor?
No. Yung mga local civil, yung mga involved directly. Okay.
Meron na tayo.
Sinabit sa mayor yung mga pangalan nila.
Okay.
They're already suspended.
So marami
Hindi pa
nang
natanggal.
nangyari. So can we just ask for a written
Okay,
written
yeah.
report?
Oo.
Okay, sige po, then we can now leave the PSA. Siguro sa PIDS tayo, because the PIDS, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, they're here, no? This is our government's primary socio-economic policy think tank. Ito po. So PIDS budget would be, so magkano to? PIDS budget. PIDS is 291 million. So what would be, I have here a list of proposed studies of PIDS for 2025. Tama po ba to? Around 35 of them? Yes, okay. So tama pala to. So are these all going to be funded and with your funding of 291 million? Kasama na po ito. Okay. Kasi po I'm very interested po rito sa inyong 4-piece research program. Kasi tuloy niyo po ito. Kailan to pwedeng pakinabangan ng mga policy makers? So 2025 nyo pa to maki-carry out. Ilang years po ba ang ating research?
Ano po, going po yung evaluation. Very task every 3 years yun. But so, yung previous evaluations already available, yung ongoing ones, the fourth wave evaluation.
Okay, there's a fourth wave evaluation. There are others that have been ongoing. Oo.
Matagal na rin pala itong ibang ito. So, don't they ever reach the finish line and be reported out?
Tapos na po, reported na po yung second and third at saka yung fourth na lang ang ongoing.
Tapos na-report na raw yung second and third, yung fourth na lang yung ongoing.
What does that mean? Ano na-report na yung second and third? So for example, sir, we have PIDS list of proposed studies. Proposed studies to for 2025 eh. And banggitin ko na muna yung nag-interest sa akin. The 4-piece research program. Maganda yon. Comprehensive. 1 to 4 studies yon. Maganda. Basta 4-piece. Research for the Second Congressional Commission on Education. Kasi pa-expire na rin kami. Ito, so dapat matapos na to. Comprehensive Assessment of the Medical Assistance Program. I think we need this. And then yung number 33, are MSMEs utilizing RCEP? That's what. So, when can we expect all of this?
Can we submit the timeline of all of that, Mr. President? Or is there one in particular you're interested in?
Hindi, I mentioned 4, pero iba-iba pala yan. Iba-ibang ano. Sige.
Pero most of this will be done by 2025.
Most of those will be done by 2025. But
Correct.
we would like a comprehensive timeline.
So
that
most
should
of
be
this will
submitted.
be started. When you say done, started, the study will start in 2025.
So it starts and ends in 2025.
Sige.
So ano to, January to December?
So we wish you, yes, we wish you the best and we want to fully support you kasi kailangan pag-aralan to mga to eh. But of course, we need a dedicated team and then supervisor siguro supervising the team so that the study is well researched, well written, and then validated, counter check, mga ganun siguro, or ano ba yan, peer reviewed, parang ganun. Sige. Sige, that's the PIDs. And I've encountered PIDs, of course, when I was defending some of our FTAs and other studies. We were using the PIDs studies. Of course, there were also counter studies, studies with the opposite conclusion by some other entities. Ganyan naman po talaga. But we need the government to have its own premier socio-economic policy think tank, and I believe that's PIDS. So we should fully support. Wala na request si PIDS, ma'am? They're happy with their budget?
Minority Leader, just to interject, the PIDS is also our the EDCOM's research arm
Kaya nga.
in the charter. So they are
Yes.
mandated to
Silang request na.
Wala
Okay
na.
yun.
Okay na.
they are mandated to provide research for EDCOM. No, ang request nila dagdag budget.
Actually now I remember, ang isang tanong ko dun sa EDCOM natin is yung 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 competencies, yung matatag curriculum that they say that they collapsed some of the competencies and then etc. We were asking for, there was no answer to my question. Ang sabi, it's still being studied by PID. So medyo fast track lang natin, Secretary. Secretary, with your influence sa PIDs. Yun. Yeah. We're done, Mr. President. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leader.
We were just emphasizing the importance of PIDS, Mr.
And let me congratulate and commend PIDS for really supporting EDCOM with all of our research requirements. In fact, they gave us a dedicated research fellow to support EDCOM. So, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation and consider the budgets of the following: National Economic and Development Authority and its attached agencies, the Office of the Secretary, Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency, Public-Private Partnership Center of the Philippines, Philippine Statistical Research and Training Institute, Philippine Statistics Authority, Tariff Commission, and Commission on Population and Development. Likewise, the budgetary support to government corporations, including that of Philippine Institute for Development Studies and Development Academy of the Philippines, be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Yes, Mr. President. Can we,
Take a break before we do DBM.
yes, the minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: the Department of Budget and Management and its attached agencies, other budgetary support to government corporations, allocation to government units, including that of the Metro Manila Development Authority, special shares of LGUs in the proceeds of national taxes, local government support fund, special shares of LGU in the proceeds of fire code fees, barangay officials' death benefits, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, the Contingent Fund, the Miscellaneous Personal Benefits Fund, National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Fund, Pension and Gratuity Fund, and unprogrammed appropriations, and recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Point, to interpolate Senator Rafi Tulfo. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the aforementioned budget is now in order for interpellation. We recognize Senator Poe and Senator Tulfo.
Before proceeding, Mr. President, I would like to acknowledge and give my warmest welcome to the DBM family, represented by USEC Janet Abuel and all the other attached agencies. It is my duty to present to the body the budget of the Department of Budget and Management. For fiscal year 2025, their budget is 3,191,835, composed of 3,107,583 as new appropriations and 84,252 as automatic appropriations. We will also submit for the body's consideration the following items under the special purpose funds: the budgetary support to government corporations and others, allocation to local government units, contingent fund, miscellaneous personnel benefits fund, National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund, pension and gratuity fund, unprogrammed appropriations. With that, this representation is now ready to accept questions from our colleagues regarding the budget of the DBM and its attached agencies.
We recognize Senator Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chair, ilan po ba ang motorcycle vehicles ng MMDA para sa EDSA?
Yung sa inyo lang. Okay. So this is with regards to the vehicles of the MMDA, yung motorcycles.
Yung motorcycle
Okay.
po,
So 108 scooters.
108 scooters. Are those big bikes? Ano mo yun?
Nasa Motorcycle Riding Academy. I guess,
Motorcycle riding.
oo.
Saan po ginagamit yung mga motorcycles na po yun?
Pang-training ng mga HP.
Training?
Private citizens training.
Akala ko ba gagamitin po yun para
Oo.
sa traffic, para pagtugi sa mga traffic violators.
Tapos-
Hindi ba dapat yun?
Ito lahat ay donated po, Mr. President, for the purpose of the Motorcycle Riding Academy, which is under the MMDA.
So ibig sabihin yung mga motorcycles na yon ay donated at para sa Motorcycle Academy?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yun lang talaga ang purpose noon? Wala na iba pa? Di ba kasama doon sa purpose noon ay para gamitin sa pagsasaayos sa traffic at pagtutugis sa mga traffic violators na tumatakas?
That's for that purpose, really
For that
teaching yung para sa traffic, there are 36 big bikes
36.
for motorcycle units. Yan yung mga nakakalat sa iba't ibang parte ng MMDA
Nakakalat.
jurisdiction.
Saan po banda sa
39
parte ng EDSA? Nakakalat po ito.
EDSA. May mga station sila sa Quezon Avenue, Buendia, EDSA, Pasay.
Wala po kasi ako nakikita eh. May nakita po ako yung mga motor na payatot at palagay ko yun ay personal service ng mga MMD traffic enforcers kaya hindi nila ginagamit yun dahil sa kanila yung sarili. Pero wala po ako nakikitang big bike na gumagala-gala. Pero marami ako nakikitang big bike na MMDA na ginagamit sa hatid sa mga patay papuntang sa mga sementeryo.
Hindi daw ito umiikot, naka-standby lang yung 36 big bikes for emergency lang pag-response. Pero yung sinasabi yata ni Senator Tulfo, Mr. President, kahit yung mga naka-standby hindi niya nakikita.
Wala po ako nakikita. May nakita ako kasi alam ko po yung diferensya ng big bike at saka yung mga personal service na ginagamit ng mga traffic enforcers nila. Ibig sabihin pang sarili yon. Yun ay maliliit na bike. Hindi ko alam kung ilang cc yun. Pero ang pagkakalam ko yung mga big bike, yun yung hagad kung tawagin na pwedeng gamitin pang habol sa mga traffic violators. Parang yung ginagamit ng HPG, alos magkaparehas lang po yun. So wala po ako nakikita visible niya sa EDSA.
Nasa field office daw nila, yung mga nasa ilalim ng flyovers. Meron kayo sa Ortigas
Nakatago po
EDSA, no?
sa ilalim ng tulay? Bakit po sa ilalim ng tulay? Ba't hindi mismo sa EDSA? So paano po natin makikita ang violators kung nakatago
Mapa.
sa ilalim ng tulay? Yung mga...
Oo. I guess kasi nakakasikip doon.
Hindi po. Dapat nandun talaga yung nakastation strategically, especially doon sa mga lugar na maraming nagsaswerving, maraming mga nagbibiting the red light, nagagamit yung para tugisin yung mga traffic violators na yun. Kasi more often than not, these traffic violators, pag pinapara ng mga traffic enforcers, kung minsan nakikita ko, dinidipahan kasi ayaw pumara, nakatakas. So dapat doon papasok ngayon, yung naka-big bike, habulin yung traffic violator. Which I don't see or wala pong napapansin na may ganong klaseng sistema.
So So pag may mga ganun daw incident, nilaradyohan, I guess binibigay yung plate number para habulin.
So ano pong use ng motor kung hindi pala nagagamit yung para panghabol? Kaya nga
Hindi,
tinawag
parang
hagad.
hahabulin. Nagagamit naman daw para manghabol. Ilan na yung nahuhuli? Kaya yun yung... May data naman daw sila ng mga nahuhuli nila.
Kasi po ako mismo, Madam Chair, Mr. President, Madam Chair, nakikita ko sa EDSA ko minsan, naawa pa nga ako sa mga taga-MMDA dahil pinapara, may mga nakamotor o nakakotse, tinatakasan sila. Tapos kumakamot na lang ang ulo yung traffic enforcer na kawawa, tapos doon sa ilang metong layo ni radyo, dumidi pa yung traffic enforcer, muntik pang masagasaan, tumatakas. So kung meron sana yung hagad, habulin. Hanggang sa maabutan at parahin at tikitan. Kasi yun po talagang use ng hagad.
Mr. President, na pag-alaman ko na kasi mahirap na nga sa EDSA mga kabara. Ngayon, yung mga ibang bus lanes, halimbawa, ano, di ba may parang sidewalk din sila doon kung saan yung mga tao nakapila. Pwede naman kung may nakapark siguro doon ng motorsiklo. Pero under the jurisdiction of DOTR ito. So
Okay.
siguro dapat mag-coordinate sila with DOTR para doon sa mga bus lanes, kung may space doon, pwede silang mag-park.
Hindi, ang sa akin lang po kasi, Mr. President, Madam Chair, siyempre, ayaw natin na makadagdag pa sa pagkabulbul ng traffic, yung pag-standby ng mga motorsiklo sa
Oo.
kaba ng EDSA. Ang akin lamang ay pwede naman nila i-position yun strategically para pag nakita nila na may traffic violator, lalo na doon sa lugar na prone to swerving, ng mga whether private o pampasaherong sasakyan, pwede na habulin. Kasi sabi ko nga kanina, marami akong nakikita, ako mismo na witness ko, pinapara ng mga traffic enforcer, nakaano sila grupo-grupo dyan paparahin nila. Alam nila may magsaswerving dyan paparahin nila, kung minsan pa nga, nakakatakot, baka masagasaan sila So anyway, trabaho nila yon in which we appreciate. Now, kapag nakatakas na, wala nang humahabol.
Baka pwedeng later on, Mr. President, mag-isip sila ng creative way na yung mga nagbabantay doon, maglagay ng chain or yung alam mo yung mga tumataas na nagpuputok ng mga gulong?
Pwede rin. Hindi, ang aking suggestion po, kasi meron yung parte sa EDSA na makikita mo 2 o 3 traffic enforcer nakatayo sa either sa gitna na merong nakalagay na parang boundary para makikita ng mga tao na sila ay nagmaman ng traffic. So meron at least naka-station na motor doon na big bike. Nakakatakutan po yun ng mga traffic violators dahil alam na sila ay habulin. However, may nakikita ako motor na payat na maliit na parang bisikleta na lang na alam natin na service yun ng yung traffic enforcer. So ang sa akin, nasaan po yung mga big bike?
Opo. It's a good point na lalo na pag may emergency, halimbawa na kailangan habulin talaga. Hindi lang yung mga violators ng bus lane. Could be other emergencies na dapat makadeploy tayo agad. So this will be studied at the promise of the MMDA chairman and he will submit to us by next week kung saan nakadeploy and pictures po. Ha?
Okay.
So,
Sige.
for your perusal in your office.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr.
Thank you.
President. Isa pa po ang gusto kong suggestion, kung hindi po nagagamit yung mga big bike na yun at nabubulok at kinakalawang na lang po sa garahe ng MMDA, baka pwede ko kayo makipag-MO, may Memorandum of Agreement sa DOTR para pahiramin na lang po sa SAIC o sa Philippine Coast Guard na nagmamando ng busway na sila po ang tutugis doon sa mga tumatakas ng mga violators sa busway. And I understand, kuminsan kasi, yung mga tumatakas sa busway, malalaking sasakyan, mga SUV, hindi maniniwala yung sa mga taga-MMDA because number one, they're not armed. At alam naman natin, I'm sorry to say this, marami sa mga traffic violators natin, hindi ginagalang masyado ang MMDA. So, pahiram niyo na lang po siguro yan sa DOTR at yung DOTR ay i-detail yan sa mga taga-Philippine Coast Guard, armed and uniformed Coast Guard personnel na deputized po ng LTO. How's that? Para mapakinabangan naman po yung mga motor na yon.
There's a specialized training apparently that they have to undergo. But Mr. President, perhaps let's see first next week where they will position their MMDA officers with their big bikes. At makita natin kung effective. Kung hindi, siguro nga it's time to be able to call in yung mga iba, Coast Guard at kung sino pa from the DOTR, HPG.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Now, ang sunod ko pong katanungan, meron ho bang budget na nakalaan? Pero I know na meron nata para sa mga kapote at bota ng mga taga-MMDA, traffic enforcers sa field?
Meron po. Mr. President.
Okay, bakit po tuwing umuulan, wala po tayong makikita na mga taga-MMDA nagmamano sa traffic at hindi natin sila masisisi dahil wala silang kapote? Nasaan po yung mga kapote na at mga bota nila?
Oo, kasi minsan siguro yung iba sa kanila, Mr. President, hindi nakapaghanda, masyadong bulky dalhin lahat ng mga kailangan nila, tapos biglang umulan, kailangan bumalik sila sa field office nila para kunin yung kanilang kapote. Pero apparently, meron naman daw budget para doon.
Meron. Kasi nga naman po, kung very bulky, so pwede naman po siguro makipag-coordinate ang MMDA sa Pag-asa at kapag sinabi ng Pag-asa, uulan bukas, so mag-ready na po itong mga taga-MMDA ng kanilang mga kapote para nang sa gayon makita natin sila kahit na umuulan, nagmamando pa rin ng traffic. Because kapag mauulan sa kahaba ng EDSA, kapansin-pansin, nawala ni isang traffic enforcer na nagmamando ng traffic, kaya pandagdag po yun sa pagbulbul ng traffic.
Tama. Oo, siguro, lagi naman umuulan sa atin, no? Madalas hindi mo rin masabi. Pero kung merong direct coordination na siguradong magkakaroon ng tuloy-tuloy na pag-ulan sa araw na yon. So, just coordinate with Pag-asa.
Dapat po yung reflectorized na kapote. So, wala po akong nakikita. Ilang beses na po akong dumadaan dyan sa EDSA na umuulan, kahit na ambon-ambon, nakikita ko pa yung mga taga-MMDA nakasilong po doon sa ilalim ng tulay, kung saan-saan lang sila sa mga puno para hindi sila mabasa. So iniisip ko, wala bang budget to para sa kapote? Kaawa naman sila. At siyempre hindi ko sila masisisi kung tatago sila sa ilalim ng tulay kasi magkakasakit naman sila. Kawawa naman.
Meron daw po.
Meron. So bakit po kung meron, ba't wala ho silang suot, Mr. President, Madam Chair, ng mga kapote?
Hindi nila dinadala. So, imbis na bumalik sila para kunin, magsisilong na lang sila. So anyway, ito, at least it's
Siguro
calling
po,
your
gawin natin,
attention.
siguro kailan turuan po yung mga traffic enforcer na magbaon every day para ready, always ready, parang Boy Scout ba, nandiyan yung mga kapote para umulan man, meron silang kapote na maasahan na poprotect sa
Alam mo, dapat may backpack sila, no? Na meron yung parang portable na raincoat, nandun na. Lahat ng kailangan nila, nadala-dala nila everyday, rain or shine.
Kasi sa ibang bansa po, makikita natin kahit na umulan, andun yung mga traffic enforcer, reflectorized, na kapote at nagmamando pa ng traffic. So dito nakita ko na hindi nagagamit o wala talagang ini-issue yung kapote. At saan po na pupunta yung budget para sa mga kapote?
Okay.
Okay,
Yes, yes, sir. They will endeavor to make sure na dalhin yung mga kapote nila. At they will also coordinate with Pag-asa.
okay. Doon naman po tayo dumako sa yung buhol-buhol po ng mga wires na nagsisilbi pong panganib not only sa mga pedestrians, maging sa mga vehicles na dumadaan, yung mga nakamotor. At meron po na discussion yan sa kahaba ng EDSA once. So ano pong ginagawa po ng MMDA para masiguro na yung mga buhol-buhol ng mga wires na nakalawit, pwede makuryente, ma-electrocute yung mga tao. Hanggang ngayon po, marami po dyan sa EDSA, sa kahaba ng EDSA or kung saan yan ay sa ilan ng pangasiwa ng MMDA. Yung lugar na yon.
Mr. President, nakikipag-ugnayan sila sa mga utility companies na ayusin yon. In fact, silang mga nagre-report na pag may nakita silang ganon. So, unless meron po bang lugar na nalalaman ng ating kasama Senator Tulfo na hindi nila napapansin ng mga ilang araw na?
Marami po.
Marami.
Pero siguro po ako isang tao lang, pero yung MMDA, marami silang resources, marami silang tao. Siguro yung mga tao nila po mag-ikot. Kasi ito po ay napapansin ko at marami rin po ako natatanggap ng reklamo mula sa mga concerned citizens.
Sige po. Siguro puntahan natin ulit para masiguro na paikutan niya ulit. Pero ito dapat on a daily basis may umiikot, ano?
Yes,
Siguro,
Madam
yun din yung mga safety issues katulad ng mga low-hanging wires, mga what do you call this, compromise posts, yung mga pundido na ilaw, siguro dapat puntahan din ng mga MMDA. Ito bang ano, dito sa Rojas Boulevard, yung katapat ng DOF, MMDA din ba yun? Okay, kasi napansin ko nung papunta tayo dun sa meron Senate get-together kagabi, pagdating sa harapan ng DOF, yung center lights doon, walang ilaw.
Mhm.
So, napakadilim. Rojas Boulevard pa naman. Baka pwedeng palitan yung bumbilya doon. No? Kaya i-on yung kuryente.
Street light. Pero kung nasa tabi, solar street light, simple isa.
So LGU pala yun. Okay.
Okay, wala ho bang budget ang MMDA para sa body cam ng mga traffic enforcers nila?
Existing mga
Ano gamit mo? Meron daw, sa ngayon walang budget, but they have an existing 100 body cams
So meron.
that they have used already, and it it's directly monitored in the real time dun sa command center. 2 years, okay.
Wala po ako nakikita mga MMDA traffic enforcers na may body cam. Siguro pati ikaw, Madam Chair, wala ka nanonood.
Wala.
Kaya nga po, saan po napunta yung budget para sa mga camera?
Maraming
Body cam.
disappearing features yung
Kasi po, yung body cam, Mr. President and Madam Chair, it works two ways, both ways. Protection para sa mga traffic, sa mga motorista na para hindi sila makutongan. Protection din sa mga traffic enforcer para kung sakaling pagbintangan sila ng ngotong o tumakas, at least sabihin, meron akong testigo yung body cam ko na hindi kita kinukutongan.
Sa traffic enforcement. Well, apparently, there are 3,000 traffic enforcers and 100 body cams. So siguro, sa ating chairman, pwede naman nilang ilagay sa strategic areas. Di ba? Yung, alam naman natin, may mga lugar talaga na, ano ba to? Sikat sa mga violations. Di ba?
Wala
So,
po tayong narinig na kung saan sinabi ng MMD Traffic Enforcement na pinagbibintangan ng ngotong, hindi po ako nangotong. Ito po, ebidensya ko, body cam. So, madalas po tayo makarinig ng mga taga MMDA Traffic Enforcement Group na nangungotong. Now, kung meron suot sila mga body cams, maiwasan po siguro yun.
tama. Oo. Dun sa mga meron nagsusuot nun, talagang it's a deterrent for them. Senator Tulfo is correct, Mr. President. Yun lang 100 lang meron sila. Siguro kailangan magkano ba ang isang handicam? Isa.
pero kasama
48,000 ang isang body cam. Tapos kasama na din yung subscription. Pero, alam mo, maybe there's a cheaper technology. Kasi, Mr. President, di ba yung iba, kunyari ikaw ay Grab driver, or kahit nasa kotse mo, di ba meron camera na nandun? I don't think that's 48,000. Oo. Ayun na lang. Sir, Mr. President, merong 5,000. Pwedeng i-record lahat. Pero hindi na tatransmit. Kailangan kunin physically. So, I guess in the meantime, kung 5,000 times, how many enforcers? 300? 3,000. So, ano yun? 500. Ano magkano? 500? Hindi, magkano yung unit na mura?
between 3 to 5,000.
Oh. So, 15 million.
Okay.
15 million.
Let's forgo about the numbers muna. Pwede ho bang bigyan nyo kami ng auditing para ma-account yung mga body cams na yon? Kanino po naka-detail yon? Sinong traffic enforcers? At saan po yung mga locations ng mga traffic enforcers na yon na may body cam? Can we get those numbers, those figures, those data?
Yes, Mr. President. Yeah. They will submit how many body cams exactly at yung gumagana. Oo. Tapos sinong mga nagsusuot, saan sila paano nyo nara-rationalize, saan sila dapat naka-duty.
At pwede ho ba, Mr. President, Madam Chair, um, from now on, makakita man lang tayo ng ilang mga traffic enforcers ng MMDA na suot-suot ang body cam, especially doon sa mga areas na prone to traffic violators na dumadaan at nagbabiolate ng traffic.
Opo. Ay, sabi
Kasi
nga,
katulad niya halimbawa dyan sa may bandang Ortigas, dyan bandang Guadalupe and Cubao, nakikita ko dyan na grupo-grupong mga MMDA traffic enforcers na nanguhuli at wala silang suot ng mga body cam. Doon dapat sila may suot na body cam para kapag may hinuli sila, yun ang testigo yung body cam. Hindi sila pwedeng pagbintangan na ng otong at may papakita na talagang legit yung paghuhuli.
tama. I think, hindi naman rocket science, di ba? Intersection, EDSA, Ortigas, Guadalupe, Buendia, saan pa ba? Saan pa bang maraming ano? Dito sa may Shaw Boulevard, Makapagal ay Commonwealth, di ba? So yung mga lugar na ganun muna, to begin with, kasi 100 lang yung sinasabi mong meron tayo na body cam. Okay.
Okay. Now, maraming mga kalsada dyan na kung saan makikita natin yung mga batang hamog kung tawagin at yung bang pag naka-stop ka sa traffic, pupunasan yung windshield at kapag mag-expect sila magbigay ka ng barya at pag hindi ka nagbigay ng barya, babastusin ka pa. So ano pong ginagawa ng MMDA para malinis itong mga batang ito sa kalsada?
Oo.
Wala lang.
Pag may mga ganun daw, they'll try first to ask them to leave, but then sometimes escalates. They're being chased with minor weapons like knives, apparently. So they coordinate with the PNP and also with the DSWD. Pero I know primarily that's a DSWD concern. Pero nakikita ko nga, actually,
Pero kasi Madam Chair, Mr. President, wala naman po mga kawani ng DSWD na nakatambay sa kabaan ng EDSA. However, maraming mga nakatambay dyan ng mga traffic enforcers mula sa MMDA. So dapat it will start from the MMDA, then calling the attention of the PNP o siguro meron silang tie-up sa mga taga-PNP na naka-ready na and DSWD na kapag nakita nila yung mga batang yun na napagalagal sa kalsada, nakakakos ng traffic, napupunas ng windshield, etc. Agad-agad tawagan, iraradyo yung sa PNP at darating yung PNP para yung mga batang yun kunin at i-turn over sa DSWD.
meron daw programa ang DSWD na noon hanggang ngayon nakasama ang MMDA. Actually, may mga seasons na marami sila doon. Minsan, ngayon Pasko dumadami. Pero ang talagang hindi ko, medyo talaga nakakahabag at nakakainis rin dahil nakakaawa yung mga bata. Yung alam mong yung bata, dinadrug yata ng cough syrup or something na tulog sila, pero alam mo talagang parang pagod na pagod yung bata. Tapos yun ang ginagamit na props para manlimos. So yun talaga dapat ikulong.
So siguro po, Mr.
Diba?
President, Madam Chair,
Alam mo ang ginagawa nila sa ibang bansa ngayon,
ano po?
Mr. President? Imbis na bata na yung ginagamit nila. Marunong na sila ngayon. Meron na sila, baka magkaroon ng idea yung iba.
Wag din-
Wala na, tayo na lang
Okay.
mamaya.
Siguro po, Mr. President, Madam Chair, like I said, makipag-memorandum of agreement ang ating MMDA sa PNP at TSWD para kapag may nakita silang ganong klaseng sitwasyon, agad-agad tawagin yung PNP at naka-ready na kunin yung mga bata and then turn over agad sa TSWD. Can we expect that to happen ASAP?
Yes, Mr. President. Kailangan talaga. We will request the MMDA to please strengthen their relationship with DSWD. At pag ganon, wag nang patagalin. Kailangan meron kayong contact sa DSWD na agad-agad kukunin. Lalo na pag may baby o kaya toddler na kasama. Yun talaga parang high ang bata na kagano, no? 'Di ba? Alam mo yung hindi normal sleep, deep sleep, induce deep sleep.
Also, dyan po sa Cabana Elsa, sa ilalim po ng MRT, hanggang ngayon, meron po pang nakatira dyan mga bata.
Oo, meron.
Bakit po
Wala
hindi, meron po, the
Saan
other
yun
day,
dinadala?
may nakita lang po ako doon. So, dapat po, trabaho po ng MMDA to identify where those children are. Tawagan po yung PNP, tawagan po yung DSWD para kunin sila at ilagay sila sa shelter.
May mga shelters naman tayo na
Ng
dinalagyan.
DSWD.
Tapos umaalis sila. Babalik sila doon. May pagkain naman sila sa shelters. Pero Mr. President, I'd also like to commend the MMDA. Ha? Kasi napansin ko ngayon, ewan ko kung napansin niyo po, Mr. President, Senator Tulfo, pag nagda-drive kayo sa EDSA, papunta na ng Buendia, malinis na yung wall doon. Pinuturahan na nila ng puti, yung ilaw, napalitan na. So, little by little. Tapos, nandito ba si Tol? Anyway, yung underpass ng, ano ba to? Hindi. Basta yung underpass sa Makati, yung project with Japan, JICA. Ang ganda kasi ng cladding malinis, gray and blue, Ayala. Pero pagdating dun sa Mega Mall, papuntang Mega Mall, yung underpass doon, parang bathroom tiles, di ba? Tapos may mga tumutulo, ganyan. So eventually, baka pwede natin ipapaklad mo na. Kasama na sa budget na yan. Sige.
Okay.
So thank you. Continue na lang yung pintura na maayos. Okay, thank you.
Ilan po ang traffic enforcers ng MMDA hanggang sa ngayon ay job order pa rin?
Bakit hindi sila na-regularize?
As of June, 997.
Okay, out of the 3,000 traffic enforcers, 997 are still job orders.
And out of this 997, ilan po sa kanila ay maraming taon na po naka-job order?
Ang ilang average nila for 5 to 7 years?
Hindi ho ba nakakaawa yun? Tayo po mga taga-gobyerno ang nagsasabi doon sa mga private companies na wag na kayong mag-contractual dyan, dapat regular na yung mga tauhan ninyo at para mayroong benefits, etc. And yet, tayo mga nasa gobyerno, hindi sinusunod yung patakaran.
Yes. Wala daw silang plantilla positions that have been opened up for them para maging permanent yung...
So ano pong plano po natin dyan? Kawawa naman sila. So every year, sila po ay magmamakaawa o kinakabahan na baka hindi na po sila ma-renew yung kanilang kontrata. Kasi every year po yan, di ba? So wala silang assurance na sigurado sa susunod na taon na meron pa rin silang trabaho.
Every year.
Kawawa naman po sila.
Oo. Ilan ba yung total? Okay, there are 8,000 workers in the MMDA. This is a mix of plantilla as well as job orders. So the only progress they've made, still a progress, is about hindi lang sa traffic enforcers, but every year, at least 200 of the employees are regularized every year. Ginagawang casual.
Same way naman.
Oo. Oo.
Pero yung benefits ko lang.
Yan po siguro ang dahilan kung bakit marami sa kanila nangungutom kasi nga job order at hindi kasiguraduhan yung kanilang trabaho. na sila ay tatagal pa sa kanilang pwesto. Magkano pong sweldo ng isang traffic enforcer, ng isang street sweeper?
Tagal.
Isang buwan?
Okay, so yung regular traffic enforcers.
Hindi po, yung yung regular at saka job order po.
At saka job order. So, sige.
Mababa po ay 780.
Okay.
780 pesos a day.
780 pesos a day ang pinakamababa. Tapos,
Regular po yan?
regular.
Kahit job order.
Kahit job order.
Job order. May
Oo.
benefits po yan?
Yung job order wala. So, ibig sabihin wala silang 13th month pay, di ba? Wala silang medical.
So hindi ko ba nakakaawa yan?
From time to time daw, may overtime. Yes, na talagang nakakaawa kasi alam natin there are many unfilled positions in government. Unfortunately, there's some government agencies without the proper budget maybe to open up more positions. So that could be considered, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, Madam Chair, 787 at a little more than minimum yan, pero sabi niyo walang benefits. So pag nagkasakit ang mga ito, saan sila pupunta?
Well, PhilHealth, I mean, di ba?
At pipila po sa mga government hospitals.
Mga ganon.
Di ba dapat panahon na para sila po ay magkaroon ng mga benepisyo like 13-month pay at medical benefits?
Well, if they're regularized, of course, Mr.
Paano po
President.
yung mga 5 years na po, sabi nyo? So 5 taon na po silang tatrabaho, nagpabanat ng buto sa MMDA, naulan na nainitan, kakasakit, and yet wala silang proper benefits at of course tulad ng 13-month pay.
Sa health naman, sa isang hospital, tapos meron po sa insurance, sa tulad. Covered sila kahit yun.
So may tie-up daw ang MMDA, guess their own initiative, kumuha sila dun sa Prudential, Pru-Life, ng insurance. May konting coverage siguro to, until how much? Hanggang 100,000 coverage, plus free na binibigay ng, tapos may tie-up din sa mga hospital. Oo, tapos aside from, of course, the regular PhilHealth benefits for
Pwede ba ako
For
makakuha
all
ng
of
data,
us.
Mr. President, Madam Chair, para mapatunayan bilang patunay na totoo po yung mga pinagsasabi po?
ano po?
Pwede ba ako magpakuha ng patunay, ebidensya na yung sinasabi ngayon
O sige,
ay totoo?
hingi po tayo ng kontrata ng Prudential Life, ibigay yung, specify yung benefits, at saka yung beneficiary nyo. Yung example ng
We're talking about job orders po dito, hindi regular.
job orders. Oo.
So, okay. Lastly, yung po sa 13-month pay. So imagine, 5 years na sila ang tatrabaho dyan sa MMDA, hindi sila nakakatikim ng 13-month pay. Pareho lang naman trabaho nila, whether regular at saka job order, pareho lang trabaho nila. And yet, hindi sila naka-enjoy ng 13-month pay na nasa batas naman natin yon. Mr. President, Madam Chair.
Yung ating chairman, nagbibigay dun sa mga may job orders na at least 10,000 pesos each across the board. Hindi lang JO, ha? Lahat? Yung mga JO, across the board, lahat sila.
Chairman, so ibig sabihin galing sa bulsa ni Chairman.
MMDA. Pero si chairman na gumawa ng paraan na makakuha sila ng pondo dun sa kanilang siguro operations yun ng savings na internal savings na authorized by COA, 'di ba?
Kasi pag sinabi pong 13-month pay, yun po'y katumbas ng isang buwang sweldo nila.
Oo.
So, yung 10,000 pesos, wala pa pong isang buwan yan ng 700 something pesos times 20 days, 22 days ata sa isang working days.
Yun nga po
Working
kasi nga
days in a month.
there's not enough budget allocation for them to open up permanent positions. That's why ganun na nangyayari. But in the meantime, yun lang nga yung nabibigay ngayon ng MMDA.
Siguro po pag-aralan po ng MMDA kung paano po ito mga nasa job orders na maging regular na po na para sila po ay makatanggap naman ng proper benefits. Kasama na rin po dyan yung 13-month pay.
Yes.
Napakahalaga po yung 13-month pay.
Pwede kaming bigyan ng computation. Kung bibigyan ng 13th month pay lahat ng mga yon, malay natin, di ba? Ha? Ay, hindi pala i-allow ng COA. Pero yung 10,000 inallow. Meron silang term, parang gratuity. Oo. Pension and gratuity, no? Fund. So, the real solution is really to regularize them. So,
So bakit po natin hindi regularize na lang sila?
may mga budgetary requirements, kailangan ipa-approve pa sa DBM. DBM, ano bang masasabi ninyo dito? USEC? (2014) Matagal na yan.
Ay kami ng 2014, pero hindi po na ngayon po may ginagawa kami bago sa aking klase. Yung kailangan magandang pag-supervision.
2014?
17,000.
Okay. I guess, Mr. President, it's come to our attention that the last time they made the request was in 2014. Pero ngayon, meron ng bagong staffing pattern na dinidesign na nila para isubmit sa DBM. Hopefully by next year, they will be able to absorb more in their plantilla position. Yun naman pala, 10 years ago yung last.
So ibig sabihin after 10 years, saka pa lamang may
Hindi.
para nitong
10 years ago pa lang, 10 years ago na reject na yung kanilang they never tried again until now.
So bakit na po sila nag-try? Dapat try until you succeed.
Oh, yun na nga. So, yun ang gagawin. Yung history lang. Okay.
Kasi naging teacher for time.
Kailan?
7.
So Mr. President, Madam Chair, so I'll take your word for it na by next year, sabi nyo nga, meron na kayong system in place na mag-i-apply sa DBM at undergo the process hanggang sa marami dito sa mga job order ang maging regular na. So maasahan po natin by next year, marami na sa kanila. Ilan po kaya sa tingin ninyo ang maging regular na out of this, ilan ba to 900 something?
Well,
job order?
Mr. President, definitely, as many as possible they'll try to absorb. Definitely more than the 200 on average that they give a casual status for. Siyempre, Mr. President, nandito pa kayo next year, kayo na mismo mag-assess sa kanila pagbalik nila. But it's definitely good that this is an advocacy also, Senator Tulfo, na napansin nga niya, ganito karami yung hindi na regularize dito, 900 plus. Kailangan and 2014 pa yung last request, baka mapagbigyan na tayo by next year.
Okay, sige. Let's work on it, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Last na lamang po, yung mga pagbabaha, lalo dyan sa EDSA, isa sa mga cause niyan ay yung pagtatapon ng basura ng mga tao kung saan-saan. Ano pong programa meron ng MMDA para ma-address ito? Mr. President, Madam Chair.
Sa loob.
Sa loob
ng sa pagkawin para kung pagkaspagaan. Tapos pagkakain sa
Okay. Well, pag regular naman daw nilang tinatanggalan ng basura yung mga drains at lahat. Pero syempre, di ba, tuloy-tuloy naman yung mga tao na nagtatambak ng basura. Pero ang isang example na titignan ko, malapit sa akin yan. Doon sa White Plains, Katipunan, kung saan nagkakaroon ng baha, meron na silang agreement with Camp Aguinaldo na magkakaroon ng water impounding facility doon sa loob. So ano yan, maglalagay ng tubo na pupunta doon? cistern.
Ako, yan muna po patubig para unti-unti i-release. Tapos pag hindi naman kailangan i-release pag-ibig.
So yun. Okay, so meron silang initiative ngayon dun sa Camp Aguinaldo, maglalagay ng water impounding facility galing yung tubig sa Katipunan. At kung mapupuno, dahan-dahan ang release, tapos magagamit naman na pangdilig o kung ano man ang kailangan nila doon sa kampo. Ngayon, kung ito ay maging matagumpay, I hope that you can do that in other places.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Now, meron pong
Hey, Browner.
regulations sa MMDA para sa anti-littering law, MMDA Regulation number 96-009, na ipinagbabawal po yung pagtatapon ng mga basura, waste matters, etc. sa mga roads and
Magkano ba?
sidewalks, canals. Now, bukod po dun sa paglilinis, meron na hubang na-apprehend ang mga MMDA tungkol sa mga violators na ito?
Marami daw nakakasuhan.
Meron na ho ba?
Yung mga hindi nagbabayad ng penalty na 200 pesos. Meron bang may mga nakasuhan? Ano, may small claims court?
Sa MTC court din.
Quasi-judicial o ano?
Dinidemanda po.
Okay. So may dinidemanda.
Dinidemanda po?
Kalimitan naman po.
Okay. Na instead po na
National
i-demanda at mahabang proseso, ba't hindi na lang po natin gamitin sila para maging street sweeper bilang parusa o bilang sanctions para siyang maglinis
Oo, may
sa mga kalat na tinapon nila at tinapon ng mga katulad nila sa mga kalsada?
Kasi minsan pag binabayaran na lang nila yung penalty. Syempre, mas gusto nila yon kaysa maglinis.
So siguro po, strict implementation.
Tsaka
sa
taasan yung
anti-littering law.
multa, ganun.
Taasan ang multa at tingnan natin na yung mga walang pangbayad na multa, yung parusa na lang, sila na lang maglilinis ng mga kinalat nila at kinalat ng mga kabaro nila.
Yes, Mr. President.
Meron pong 1,032 employees na nagtatrabaho sa Flood Control Management Service ng MMDA. Saan po ito mga employees na ito? Kasi supposed to be, napakarami po ito, libo. Dapat nabawas-bawasan na po yung mga flooding at littering sa Metro Manila.
Okay. There are 71 pumping stations all over Metro Manila. 24/7 ang paggana nito. So they're deployed in those 71 pumping stations. Around those. Mga nagdidiklag. So 24/7, shift yan.
24/7
Three
ito.
shifts.
Itong 1,032 employees.
24/7, meaning 3 shifts.
So yung mga nasa pumping stations lang, 3 shifts sila. Pero yung iba declogging, hindi naman 24/7 yan.
So pwede po tayong makakuha ng data, listahan kung ilan itong mga empleyado exactly na ito na binabayaran ng Flood Central Management Service. Ilan sila at saan sila nakadetalye?
Opo.
Ano yung mga ginagawa nila specifically?
So ngayon,
Saan po yung location?
pagdating sa permanent positions, 185, casual, 487, job order, 59, plus 400, so 59 plus 448. Kasi yung, tapos meron din, sweepers, 31. So total, 1,219. Ito yung sa flood control. Sa flood control lang ito. Yung nabasa kong job order na 59, World Bank ang nagsasweldo doon. Yung isa namang job order na 445, MMDA ang nagpapasweldo.
Bakit po World Bank?
May project ang World Bank at yung MMDA.
Magkano po yung
Magkano?
pondo ng kuha sa World Bank bilang pasweldo sa mga ito?
Buo kasi yung project.
Buo yung project. 2.4 billion for how long?
Ano po ito? Grant?
Loan, soft loan.
A loan. Magkano po interest at paano po bayad dito? Payment scheme?
DOF ang nag-agree with this. Ang binibigay nila ano, technical advice or equipment. So it's a combination of technical advice, equipment, technology.
Paano po natin masiguro na wala pong ghost employees dyan sa MMDA?
Lahat po before i-hire sa World Bank.
Yung 59 po, at least yun dun sa World Bank, talagang napakahigpit. Tinitignan talaga nila subject to their approval at saka inspection ng talagang mga actual employees.
Meron pong physical inspection na ginagawa po?
Meron
World
kasi,
Bank?
may parang
O dokumento lang po
supervisor ang World
isasubmit
Bank.
tapos pipirma-pirma lang kung sino-sino dyan sa MMDA
May
at
output.
pinapasa?
Alam naman natin, no? Tapos merong supervisor din ng World Bank na nagmo-monitor.
So pakiano na lang po, pakisubmit na lang po ng mga listahan, especially na nakatanggap ng pera, loan from World Bank, na masiguro natin na walang ghost employees doon. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you to our colleague Senator Tulfo for pointing out a lot of important matters that we need to help the MMDA with and rectify.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpolate is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Rizzo Tiveros. I move that she be recognized.
We recognize Senator Rizon Tiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President, at magandang gabi po muli, good sponsor. May ilan pong akong mga tanong tungkol sa NDRRMC. Nandito po ba sila ngayong gabi, Mr. President? Wala po sila. All right,
Sila
then.
the part sa DND.
Yes, the fund, good sponsor.
On the fund.
Through DBM.
Okay, so DBM. Okay, yeah. Thank you,
Yes.
thank you.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, bilang panimula, the latest NDRRMC situational report indicated that a total of 2.2 million families or 8.6 million Filipinos were affected by the combined impact of typhoons Christine and Leon. Hundreds of thousands of internally displaced individuals are currently taking shelter in evacuation centers or staying with their relatives and friends. These people have lost their homes and livelihood. In the Bicol region alone, more than 100,000 houses were either partially or completely damaged, while production loss is estimated at 3 billion pesos. But across various regions in the country, as many as 216,533 homes were destroyed, and the magnitude of production loss amounts to about 5 billion pesos. These figures do not include the extent of damage to various public infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, irrigation, electricity, and water supply systems, which will require billions of pesos to reconstruct or rehabilitate. The 2024 General Appropriations Act will certainly not be sufficient to fund early recovery and rehabilitation of the most affected regions. As of September 30, 2024, the available balance of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund is down to 3.9 billion pesos, with earmarks of about 23 billion pesos. Or is this 2.3 billion pesos? I'll double check that, Madam Chair. This means that there is nothing left to fund recovery and rehabilitation in areas affected by typhoons Christine and Leon. So how can our people survive? The reality of climate change complicates our pursuit of sustainable development. This gargantuan challenge should alert us to the need to reshape the 2025 proposed national budget and succeeding budgets for that matter. We need to fast-track national preparations for a future of extreme weather events. That means channeling funds to the right programs and projects, those that are science and evidence-based rather than partisan and less strategic. So for my first of just a few questions on this topic, Madam Chair. With respect to the immediate funding requirements for typhoons Christine and Leon recovery and rehabilitation, may we know if the 2025 General Appropriations Bill, as amended by the Senate Committee report, already considers the necessary funding for these? Mr. President.
21 minus 5. 21.5. It's right answer 21.
So now the allocation for the NDRRM is 21 billion. So that can be utilized also for the continuing repairs and rehabilitation of areas affected by the calamities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although, as earlier discussed by the good chair with the minority leader, the total level of the NDRRM fund was slashed by about 10 billion pesos from 31 billion pesos in the 2024 NEP to only 20.5 billion pesos in the GAA. So I guess this is what the good chair and I are talking about of 21 or so billion pesos. I understand that the NDRRM fund is usually tapped for disaster recovery and rehabilitation. Nevertheless, may we know how much is the total allocation in the 2025 GAB or the Senate Committee report to institutionalize disaster preparedness in the country, Mr. President?
Sa atin, 21 billion. Dito sa atin. Initially, yung sa DBM, dun sa NEP, 31. Tapos, sa GAB, naging 21.5. Dito sa atin ngayon, naging 21 dahil yung 5 nilipat natin sa DSWD. Sa QRF, Quick Response Fund. So it's the same type of service but different agency, what do you call this, performing it.
I understand, Madam Chair. Pero syempre, kahit sa overall na pagsusuma niyan, idagdag natin yung sa NDRM fund at pati dun sa QRF ng DSWD. Overall, parang kukulangin pa rin para sa kabuuang pangangailangan ng ating bansa sa disaster preparedness. And in fact, Madam Chair, dear colleagues, local scientists and the experts have some recommendations on disaster risk reduction and management, which I believe should be encapsulated in the 2025 national budget. Sabi po nila, for one, there's a need to ensure that DRRM addresses multi-hazard and complex disasters. Pangalawa, sabi nila there's a need to reduce risks posed by the slow onset disasters linked to sea level rise, extreme heat, and drought. Pangatlo, ayon sa kanila, there's a need to ensure that the flood control projects will not lead to maladaptation. Napaka-ironic at alam natin, ang dami na po nating angst tungkol sa flood control projects na yan. And last but not the least, sabi nila, yung mga local scientists and experts natin, there's a need to critically and thoroughly review our current early warning systems and find out where the shortcomings are. So all these point to a very obvious gap in every annual budget thrust. We have not been planning, programming, and investing strategically on things that we should have started doing post-Yolanda. So 11 years ago pa po, Madam Chair. While many of us are aware that the Philippines is the most disaster-prone and climate-vulnerable country in the world, we have also failed to support our local scientists. So yun, yung puntong yun, baka pwede nating balikan sa DOST budget plenary naman po. So yung pangatlong tanong ko po tungkol dito ngayong gabi, Madam Chair, how much is the total allocation for climate change adaptation in the 2025 GAB as amended by the Senate Committee report? And ilang porsyento ng 2025 GAB yan equivalent, Mr. President?
In all departments, about 1 trillion pesos can be related to climate adaptation. May flood control, pagkakaroon ng water entrapment facilities, mga ganon, river walls, dredging, ano pa ba? Even irrigation.
So kung 1 trillion po, lalabas na less than 1/6 less than 17% sa kabuuang gab natin sa ngayon. More or less, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Do we know how much is the uh, total investment requirement to turn our climate change adaptation plan into a reality? Ilang budget cycles po ang kakailanganin para pondohan yan? 5 taon, 10 taon, 20 taon, Mr. President?
Target is 12% by 2020.
The target, right now we are,
So kung ngayon nasa 1 trillion level tayo, pero magkano actually ang kakailanganin natin para maging realidad yung climate change adaptation plan?
right now we're at 3.8% of GDP. By 2028, we're hoping to be at 12%.
And at 12% by 2028.
No, 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 no,
Sorry.
not
Yes,
that,
Madam
sorry.
Chair.
May projection ka. Unfortunately, there's no projection
Okay.
for now. But right now, we're 3% of GDP.
3% of GDP. So baka dahil gap yan sa ating projections or targeting na baka importanteng input sa atin sa Kongreso for budgeting purposes, not just for next year but over the next 2 decades.
Perhaps we
Isang
can ask the Climate Change Commission.
All right,
for further
Madam Chair.
forecast.
Salamat. I'll return to that pagdating po natin sa kanila para if the Climate Change Commission can tell us and also advise DBM kung sa ngayon nasa 1 trillion pesos level tayo across all departments, magkano kabuuan kailangan natin para maging realidad na nga yung climate change adaptation plan? And presuming na hindi radically magbabago yung requirements na yan over the next years, then pwede nating masilip ilang budget cycles ang kakailanganin, how many years, so that baka sa pamamagitan ng isang MAYOA, yung budget instrument ng DBM, we can plan for that year on year sa kongresong ito, and then pwedeng ibili ng administrasyon sa susunod or mga susunod pang administrasyon para not to drop the ball and eventually after 20 or 10 or 5 years kung ilang budget cycles naging climate change adapted na po ang ating bansa. At para sa huling tanong ko dito ngayong gabi, Madam Chair, okay. Dahil wala pa tayong projection, so hindi pa natin makikwenta kung how many % of that total investment requirement is already covered by funding allocations in the 2025 GAB. So we'll have to wait for, hopefully the Climate Change Commission can give us some projections para pwede nating subukang kumpletuhin yung requirement at least for the next year dito sa kasalukuyang GAB. So bilang pangwakas, Madam Chair, unless our climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction plans are concretely quantified in terms of investment and funding requirements that need to be inserted in the national budget, more and more Filipinos will remain vulnerable to various hazards. That said, climate change adaptation, disaster preparedness, and gender equity. Kaya meron po tayong pending na gender responsive and inclusive pandemic management bill. All these three must be or must constitute the governing philosophy of our national budget every single year. So let me end, good sponsor, by emphasizing that As we all know, the budget is policy. What we fund or don't fund reflects the real priorities of the administration. We must also ensure that citizen participation cuts across all the processes of allocating our limited fiscal resources, from stronger community participation in crafting local DRRM plans to climate change adaptation strategies. Taxpayers' voices should be heard. And thank you also for hearing these representations voice on this tonight, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair at Mr. President.
I'm always very substantive when it's you, Senator Risa. And thank you for not anymore asking. Meron pa ba?
Ibang attached agency naman po, Madam
Okay.
Chair. Unless the minority leader would like to, these are also just half a dozen quick questions, Madam Chair. Tungkol naman sa ALGU, particular dun sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region 2025 proposed budget. So if I may proceed, Mr. President.
Yes,
Salamat, Mr. President. Good share. Yung assistance to local government units, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So the recent Supreme Court decision excluding Sulu from the BARM has created an urgent situation with significant implications for the 2025 budget. While motions for reconsideration have been filed and while we wait for the court to make its final decision, we must proactively address the potential budgetary needs of Sulu to ensure. Should I?
No.
Okay.
After this,
Yes, Madam.
after your this subject on the ALGU, I'll take a break. Yeah.
I'm willing to take a break now, Madam Chair.
No. Go ahead.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. While we wait for the court to make its final decision, we must proactively address the potential budgetary needs of Sulu to ensure continued support for its people and the uninterrupted delivery of government services. This is crucial to prevent any disruption in the province and ensure its continued development. The people of Sulu deserve our full support. It's our job to make sure the 2025 budget meets their needs and helps them thrive no matter what the final decision of the court may be. So una, Madam Chair, tungkol sa Intergovernmental Coordination and Action Plan. I understand that the national government and the BARM government met through the Intergovernmental Relations Body o IGRB last October, so just last month, to discuss the issue. Can we be given a summary of what came out of that meeting, lalo na patungkol sa budget ng Sulu, Mr. President?
While the Supreme Court decision on the exclusion of Sulu is stated to be immediately executable, we have to wait for the decision's finality since a motion for reconsideration was filed. The national government committed to ensure maintaining services in Sulu and the smooth transition, taking a whole of government approach to continuously deliver essential services in the region. It is encouraged to maintain the status quo for the BARM and Sulu province to proceed as usual with payments of salaries to its employees and implementation of already funded projects.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, also for...
An intergovernment
Yes, please, Mr.
relations
President.
body agreed to form a technical working group tasked with developing guidelines to ensure minimal disruption to essential services.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, also for anticipating part of my follow-up question. So, aabot po namin itong quite reassuring na sagot nyo dun sa mga civil society organizations na dumulog sa aming mga consultants tungkol dun sa commitments na ng national government at understanding nila sa BARM government, lalo na tungkol sa pagmintina ng mga serbisyo, pagtiyak ng smooth na transition, pagsisiguro sa yung status quo, pati sa usapin ng mga sweldo ng mga empleyado ng Sulu government, yung pagpapatuloy ng mga proyekto, at yung pagbubuo ng technical working group na magbubuo din ng internal guidelines. So at least konkretong action points ito at essential yon para malinaw yung pag-intindi natin sa collaborative efforts in place para tugunan yung issue nito. Nung pinagkasunduan po nila ito, may kasunduan din ba when all of these will be put into action? Immediate po ba, or are they at present already being implemented, Mr. President?
The status quo for now. All of the commitments that have to be provided until the Supreme Court has a final decision, all the services should continue. In the meantime, a technical working group is being formed to ensure some sort of transition either way. Whatever the decision of the Supreme Court will be, I suppose. And that's really quite tricky because there will always be parties that will feel aggrieved by the decision, whether yes or no. Am I correct? I guess.
Yes, Madam Chair, I agree with the good chair. And so at least the TWG is already being formed as of now. So hopefully there will be no dropping of the ball on either end. Salamat po. So dako naman ako dun sa regional governments budgetary provisions for Sulu. We know that in 2024, the BARM allocated 9.08 billion pesos to Sulu, with 4.5 billion pesos going towards salaries for about 7,800 workers. These include personnel from the school division, staff at hospitals, and employees of higher education institutions in the province. Since the interim parliament is currently working on legislating their budget for 2025, can you tell us, Madam Sponsor, if this or any funding for Sulu is still included, Mr. President?
Salaries sa local government and so basically, status quo. Okay. So the salaries and benefits of local government in the province of Sulu shall continue and are to be charged against available local government funds. Okay. So, ALGU, NPA, local funds. Ngayon, meron sa devolution. Yung NPA, yung Mandanas Garcia, meron pa rin sila doon share. But for the personnel of the various provincial field offices in the different ministries under BARM government will continue to be charged against their corresponding appropriations from the annual block grant. So sa ngayon, Mr. President, dahil hindi pa naman final, ganun pa rin yung funding ng block grant dun sa mga nakasama na sa BARM. Ngayon, yung mga hindi pa nakasama sa BARM, tuloy-tuloy pa rin dun sa NTA at kung ano pang mga ibang sources of income nila as was in the past. 'Di ba? So unless masasama sila sa BARM, hindi sila masasama dun sa block grant na yon.
See.
Dati ayaw nilang sumama.
Salamat, Madam Chair. So, if I understand it correctly, that item allocated by BARM to Sulu na totaling 9.08 billion pesos, it is still included.
Yes, in this NEP and
Opo.
di ba?
Kasi status
NEP.
quo for now. Status quo for now.
Yung 9 billion para sa Sulu.
Yes.
So, ano ibibigay natin sa Sulu? Hindi pa naman. Oh, pero sinama pa rin sa farm yung budget ng Sulu.
Yes.
Sa ngayon. Okay. So, I guess Sulu, BARM is anticipating that Sulu is already part of their of their group. So there's a 9 billion block grant pala is part of the BARM block grant. But that cannot be, unless it's already a final decision by the Supreme Court. Right now, kung ano man yung natatanggap ng SULU, ganun pa rin yung makukuha nila. They cannot avail of the BARM
Tuloy pa din.
alongside using their own national tax allotment. Diba? Okay, so yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, this is so confusing. So apparently, all the provinces within the BARM will have that block grant. So aside from the NTA, meron pa silang block grant.
Yes, Madam Chair. Naiintindihan ko yung malinaw na sinasabi ng good sponsor, Mr. President. So, included pa rin yung allocation ng BARM para sa SULU. So, ibig sabihin, yung national government will not need to provide funding for programs and services in SULU that were originally devolved to the BARM. Tama pa rin po ba yung understanding ko up to this point, Mr. President? Tama
Yes.
po. Salamat. So, ano yung legal implications, kung meron man, legal implications nito, considering nga yung pinag-uusapan natin na yung Supreme Court decision, pero yung ongoing motions for reconsideration. Pwede ba itong i-interpret na yung BARM ay nag-assume ng responsibility para dun sa devolved programs and services kahit pa may ongoing legal process? At kung tama pa rin yung understanding ko, and I'm on the same page with the good sponsor up to this point, ano pong measures are in place para siguruhin na hindi naman ito maglilikha ng mga kahit anong legal complications or conflicts in the near future, Mr.
Well,
President?
I mean, for now, everything is this status quo in terms of services. Pagdating sa mga legal implication, you can never say. Anybody can question anything. But for now, we are just waiting for the final decision of the Supreme Court. In the meantime, since meron pang nagko-question yan, tuloy lang muna kung ano yung una ng naging kasunduan.
Okay po. Salamat po, good sponsor. And I suppose both the BARM government and the national government can, in all honesty, claim good faith naman that humikilos sila pareho through the IGRB, yung Intergovernmental Relations Body, ayon sa best understanding nila ng batas at ng sitwasyon. So, dako na ako sa huling paksa ko dito, Mr. President, sa national government's plan and budgetary adjustments. So, given that the House of Representatives did not explicitly account for the potential budgetary needs of SULU in their version of the General Appropriations Bill, ito na-anticipate na rin pala ng good sponsor, Mr. President, sa unang diskusyon namin. Tatanungin ko pa sana kasi na how will the national government ensure that essential services like healthcare, education, and social services continue without interruption, at ano yung plano ng national government para tugunan yung budgetary needs ng SULU. I think napag-usapan na po namin ito ng good sponsor earlier. Siguro itong huling tanong na lang, good sponsor, what changes, if any, to the proposed budget would you recommend to make sure SULU gets the funding it needs? Kung merong pang hindi accounted for ng status quo situation at saka yung plan na napagkasunduan ng national at regional governments, because we need to take action now to avoid any disruptions in services and support SULU's continued growth. Quite reassuring na yung nasabi ng good sponsor, but baka kung meron silang gustong idagdag kaugnay nito paksa.
I think it's better for us to await also the results of the technical working group, how it will be properly organized and devolved. But one thing I know is sure, we've worked so hard to reach this stage with the BARM that what we're trying to achieve here is peace among our brothers in Mindanao, our brothers and sisters in Mindanao. So this government, and I think I share the sentiments of our colleagues here, including those from the executive who work in the executive, we will make sure that they don't feel na nakukulangan sila or napapabayaan sila because we're not going to risk destabilization there by being irresponsible and not looking at the proper transition for whatever decision the Supreme Court will be making for the province.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. I guess in closing, itong recent discussion natin ay isa na namang konkretong halimbawa nung sinasabi ng lahat ng peace processes so far sa ating bansa that through the peace process, we want to generate a peace dividend to address the roots of the previous armed conflicts and to really lay a basis for a just and lasting peace kasama yung sustainable development. So muli, and for the last time this evening, maraming salamat, good sponsor at Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we have another break? It's already 12:01. May I ask who else will be asking? How many?
The last to ask questions, their minority leader.
Just one point na lang po. Maybe 2 points siguro.
We recognize the
Thank
minority
you.
leader.
With the permission of our sponsor. Do we have an item for the People's Survival Fund in the NEP 2025?
Ano? 2 billion pesos.
2 billion. Paano gamit nito? What is that? A fund na a-applyan? A-applyan po ng LGUs? Is this DBM? Will it be the DBM which will administer the fund? Can we have it in writing na lang, ma'am? Can we have the...
Yes, there are 2 billion.
Yes. Can we have the response in
DOF ang
writing na lang?
nagbibigay nun, ha? Ang administrator, DOF. So basically,
DOF. Sorry,
oo.
napalampas
So
natin.
for climate adaptation of the LGUs, they have to be able to present it to the DOF for approval. DOF, PSF, sorry, board for approval.
The board. So we are in the budget law, we are authorizing 2 billion para applyan yan siya, and then that's the board which will decide. Okay. Sige. Okay.
The DOF is the chairman of the People's Survival Fund.
And then, siguro in writing, this is our observation. There are DBM please, ito po sa inyo. There are 43 purposes in the GAA 2024 under unprogrammed appropriations. Ang total amount nun is 289 billion pesos. And we notice they are no longer listed as purposes in the 2025 NEP under unprogrammed appropriations. So, in writing, may we know the reasons why they are no longer restated or included in unprogrammed, and are they still to be pursued? And if yes, how do we intend to fund them? Ganun na lang po siguro in writing po.
Yes, we will give you the
Pero
response
tama
to
ba yung figure ko? 43, at least 43 purposes in the 2024 GAA included.
Yes, you are correct,
Yes,
sir.
I'm correct. So
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Yes, Mr. President.
And then siguro sa MMDA na lang, I join the concern of Senator Tulfo on the children on the streets. No, I mean there must be a way to minimize their presence on our streets kasi buhay nila ang nakataya plus yung traumatic experience of the driver na makasagasa o makaaksidente sa kanila. That's also traumatic on the part of the driver. So if I'm not mistaken, part sa ano ng MMDA is part sa mandate would be public safety. Yes, so mukhang I think public safety. The chairman still here. Dito pa, kaya pa ni chairman. Ginising ko lang si chairman. Chairman, public safety, di ba? Oh, so,
Meron pag Monday.
so,
Ano to every Monday saan?
mandate.
Monday.
Mandate. Part of the mandate. Sorry. Sorry if I'm already slurring, Mr.
Sabi ko,
President.
babalik ba dito ito ng Monday?
I think yung so part of the mandate would be
Okay. It's more
Public
safety and disaster.
yes, ayaw rin natin siguro ng mga aksidente sa daan eh. Mga nasasagasaan. So I suggest, Mr. Chairman, nakita ko kasi yung excitement mo na nung sinabi, papalitan mo yung tiles dun sa underpass eh. Nahingi ka ng budget. Hingi ka na lang ng budget to address the problem of the children on the streets, Mr. Chairman. Ganun na lang siguro ang gawin ninyo. Unahin nyo na yun. Na-design na yung sa underpass. Pabayaan na natin yung tiles dun.
Mr. President, actually meron naman talagang program na yon with the DSWD. So,
We don't see it eh. I'm sure matagal na yung MOA na yan eh. Ilang taon na yung MOA na yan?
last year lang daw. Follow up natin kasi magkakaroon ng
Yes,
hearing
that is
dito yung DSWD and Secretary Rex is very proactive. So I'm sure he will, if we remind him, program niya.
So maybe we can ask the chairman to also visit us during the time of the DSWD so we can discuss it in your presence. Sige, so with that understanding, siguro we don't need to do much overtime. So we are 1 hour.
Kunwari pa lagpas na rin naman tayo ng
1 hour beyond our agreed upon anong tawag
actually,
doon?
initially,
Termination
it was supposed to
time.
be until 7 p.m.
Yes, actually. Yeah. So with that, Mr. President, so we thank our sponsor, the chairperson of our Committee on Finance. We thank her for her patience and diligence the whole day. I mean, ano na tayo rito? Close to 12 hours, mga 11 hours na. So thank you very much.
Actually, magre-report na ako sa DOLE, pero hindi, sige, okay lang.
And the DBM family, we thank them kasi kahapon pa rin sila. And then I think this entire group kahapon pa rin. So thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you also to our minority leader. I know he's just doing his job, also with the deputy minority leader. Our assistant majority leader who is here. And then also our neophyte senator, but always present in our hearings, Senator Robin Padilla, kasi binabantayan niya din talaga yung sa BARM. And of course, the most diligent senator. I believe I am not wrong when I say that Senator Gatchalian is. So thank you and thank you for all your patience also to our resource persons here today. Of course, the LBRMO and my staff. Umiinit na yung ulo ko, so it's time to go home. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
But before that, I just received information that we are not going to deemed submitted the DBM budget because Senator Joel Villanueva has some concerns that needs to be settled. So unless that's addressed, we might have to ask the DBM to come back, but not all attached agencies. Maybe some. There's okay. So for those submissions before, so for ngayon, suspend until we get the submissions and until we are satisfied with until Senator Joel and maybe whoever else is satisfied with the response of the DBM. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to our chair. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation and consider the budgets of the following. Law Government, Procurement and Policy Board, Technical Support Office of the DBM, budgetary support to government corporations, allocation to government units, including that of Metro Manila Development Authority, special shares of LGUs in the proceeds of national taxes, local government support fund, special shares of LGU in the proceeds of fire code fees, barangay officials' death benefits, contingent fund, miscellaneous personal benefits fund, National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Fund, pension and gratuity fund, and unprogrammed appropriations be deemed submitted for the body's consideration while we suspend consideration the budget of the DBM's Office of the Secretary and the allocation to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, the Muslim Mindanao, or the BARM. So move, Mr. President.
There is a motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the aforementioned budget while suspending that of DBM's Office of the Secretary and the allocation to Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao or BARM. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10800.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session until 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, November 11, 2024.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is suspended until 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, November 11, 2024. Good night, everyone.